genre. Funny Greek people. Are you Greek descent? You're purring. You're purring up a storm, Kimi. Oh my god. I'm tired. Kimi, don't eat that. It's not for you. It's not for you. Yeah, okay, I get it. Maybe you want food. Here are my glasses. Here are my glasses. purr, 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 purr. Come on.
Ah, it's loud. Ah, it's loud. Where's my controller? Whoa, it's loud. Yeah, the big knight slashing his sword. And Greek memories of a boy. Yeah, Yeah, you look at that. You look at that river. Settings. We can have a little screen shake. There we go. We can have it enabled. My controller vibrates every single time I press this. Language English. Whoa, I can have high resolution. Well, that's the interface scale. Yeah, let's do high resolution. That sounds fun. Oh, I'll toggle. I guess, I don't know what a lot of these mean. Guess. Okay. What are the controls? There are controls. Awesome. Alright. How's it going, everybody? Big Pasta Gaming here once again. And today... Is this even plugged in? Is this even plugged in? Yes. Alright guys, what is going on? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we are playing Greek, Memories of Azure. Greek. Greece. Greek food. Did you guys know? Two very interesting facts about Greece. They have really good food. And also, they're one of the poorest European nations on the planet, currently. So, you guys know, like, Greek mythology, right? So you think, like, okay, Greek mythology, this must have been, like, such a, Greece must have been such a big empire, and it was. And then it stopped being so, and so now it's just kind of more of like a poor country that doesn't really have a true industry to its name, and it struggles to keep its place on the global market. So I think Greece was a very good country for like being insular, but then once we started getting like globalization and stuff, then it was, being a lot harder, then it probably became a lot harder for them to really keep up. Anyway, hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. I'm Big Pasta Gaming. If you guys didn't know that. Anyway, so this is Greek. This game shouldn't take me more than like today I should beat this game today. My initial run, and then any extra achievements should take me like another day, and then that's about it. This apparently it's a pretty short game. This game is priced at $20 on the store. It's $30 if you buy the disc version, but normally it's $20. However, there's a spring sale going on, so the game was half off, so it's $10. And then I had a $5 coupon at GameStop for some PlayStation credit. So I got another $5 off. So this $20 game, I only spent $5 on it. Woohoo! So no matter how much time I get out of this game, it's gonna have been worth the money because I paid such a low price. Anyway, guys, hope you guys are having had a fantastic week. I had a kind of week, you know. I got my books. I got my next 4 books in my book series that I'm reading. And I got it like Wednesday, I think. I got the books Wednesday, and I've already finished one of them entirely. Right, it's only been 3 days. I didn't even read yesterday, so it took me 2 days to read a book, to read an entire novel. They're light novels, so they're easier to read, but still, it's like good month. So these next 4 books aren't really gonna last me a whole lot of time. So I love this. I love the story, but I'm really speeding through it like really fast. So it's just popcorn entertainment. You know, like nowadays I can't even nowadays it's hard for me to like sit down in front of an anime and like watch the whole anime from start to finish. It depends on the anime, of course. But a few weeks ago I was watching this anime called Tact OP Destiny. It's about like these alien monsters invaded Earth, and then the only way to fight against the monsters is with the power of music. But they don't even emphasize on the power of music. They just, you know, it's just these people with like supernatural abilities, and then there's a song playing in the background. It's pretty much the whole thing. Anyway, the show's shit. It's not that it's a bad show, it's just boring. And so it's like, you know, I sat down and I'm like, oh, it looks good. I'll try to watch it all the way through. I got like 3 episodes in. I'm like, I literally, like, I cannot take this anymore. So, and it's been like that with a lot of anime recently for me. So I have to really dig deep to find one that I'm interested in. So Bookworm was the anime I was interested in, and that's what I've picked up the light novels for. It's the Ascendance of the Bookworm books that continue after the anime does. So anyway, yeah, but that's not what I wanted to talk about today. I had 2 things I wanted to mention. I saw a commercial for a Pepsi commercial for Nitro Pepsi. I'm like, ooh, Nitro Pepsi, because I love the Nitro. Starbucks has this Nitro cold brew coffee. So basically what it is, it's cold brew coffee, but then they put like a capsule of nitrogen in it. If you get in the can, then the capsule's in there, but the way they brew it, they put this thing in. And what it does is it infuses nitrogen, the gas, into the coffee. And it gives it this really smooth, foamy texture. And it's so hard to describe, but anyway, it's been great. So any kind of like nitro drink, and the thing is, other coffee companies that you find in the grocery store, they've tried to copy Starbucks in doing this. Or I don't know who came first, right? It's a chicken and egg thing. But anyway, so there's a lot of coffee that's nitro coffee, and you get in a can, and there's a little in the can. If you drink the whole thing and you look in the can at the bottom of the can, there's this little like circular capsule that had nitrogen gas in it. As soon as you open the can, that capsule releases, it's air pressure or something, and it infuses the whole drink with nitrogen. Anyway, so this Pepsi right? Pepsi's a soda. They came out with a nitro version, and it's the same concept. And I'm thinking like, ooh, how's nitro gonna work with a carbonated drink? And I read I read the reviews of it. The reviews were less than positive. They were like, oh, the nitrogen just, well, okay, they advertised that the nitrogen gives it a smooth, foamy texture, and it gives the drink smaller bubbles. You guys have sipped a soda before, right? You can't chug a soda. So what's going to happen with, if you chug a soda, you can only drink so much of a soda at a time. Yeah, obviously this doesn't apply to everybody, but what I found is you can only drink so much of a soda at a time because there's so many bubbles in it, because the bubbles are so big that it has a hard time going down your throat. And, obviously if you chug a soda, you're going to burp, right? Because those bubbles are getting compacted in your throat and they want an escape, so you're going to burp out the bubbles. So for me, little known fact about me, I can't burp. I've never been able to burp like a real burp before. So I do these like weak ass like frog croaks for a burp. But that's when my stomach sickness acts up. So that's actually a bad sign for me. So I'd prefer to go the rest of my life without burping in any capacity. But yeah, anyway, ever since I was a kid, I couldn't burp. And so carbonated drinks have a hard time on me. Thus, carbonated drinks activate my stomach condition and they cause me to burp. And I have a hard time with bubbly things, right? For that reason. So the reviews on the website, or on Amazon, I mean, for this Nitro Pepsi were, because, the grocery store's a far away. I have time to look at reviews for this product. They were saying like, oh, it's all right, but the nitrogen in the Pepsi, although it does what it's advertised to, what happens is the smaller bubbles that the nitrogen creates, it causes the Pepsi to go flat. You guys know flat soda, right? It's when there's no more bubbles. The nitrogen, because it turns all the bubbles smaller, it actually creates a flat soda. And people didn't like that, because most people who like soda like it because of the carbonated water in it, the bubbles. And so they gave it like 2 stars. I'm looking at that review and I'm thinking like, man, that is awesome. That's perfect. That's perfect. A flat soda, because the thing is with me, I can only drink flat soda. If I open a can of soda and it's all fizzy and I start drinking it, I'm going to be sick for the rest of the day because I can't drink bubbly stuff. Well, I can. I've been increasing my tolerance for it. But anyway, I'm like, regular soda is too bubbly for me. So if people are saying that the Nitro Pepsi goes flat immediately, that's a huge benefit. That means that I don't have to wait for my soda to go flat in the fridge before I can actually drink it. I just drink it straight out of the can right away. And the thing is, there's still bubbles in there. But, that review was a negative, was, using that reason as a negative for the Pepsi. But at the same time, that sold me on the product. I'm like, man, I gotta get this. So I went to the grocery store. I did some grocery shopping, when I go to the physical grocery store, I have to plan my whole day around it because it takes me such a long time to do it, and there's transportation issues and yada yada, right? For me, because I can't just get in my car and drive across city and be there in 10 minutes, right? It's because I don't have a car, and that makes it tough. So whatever. But anyway, I went to the grocery store. I did my grocery shopping and I got the Nitro Pepsi. They were reorganized. It was the grocery store closer to me closed. It went out of business. So there's a duplicate grocery store of that one on the other side of town. It's actually nearby where my old high school was, or is, I suppose. But I'm not in high school anymore. But yeah, it's nearby where my high school is, where my former high school is. There we go. That's the proper way to state that. God, freaking English. But what was it? What was I saying? Oh yeah. So anyway, they were reorganizing that grocery store, but this is the only grocery store in the whole city I can get. Well, I mean, I could have gone to Walmart, I guess, but that's even further away. Anyway, this place was reorganizing their whole store. I couldn't find anything. All the aisles were improperly labeled, right? And so I had to ask an employee. And so I looked. There's two soda aisles that I found after scavenging through the whole store. And I looked through both soda aisles. They didn't have it. They had specialty drinks, right, for novelty items. And it wasn't in that section. So I had to find an employee. And with an employee, it's a coin toss as to whether you're going to get somebody helpful or whether you're going to get somebody who is in a pissed off mood and they don't really feel like doing their job, right? Which I can sympathize. I've been both. I've been both the helpful employee and the bad attitude, leave me alone employee before. So I understand both mentalities for sure. Anyway, this guy that I approached, he happened to be in a good mood. And he happened to be very knowledgeable. So he was all happy to help me because I asked for the item and he's like, oh, I know we had that. I know we had that on display, but let me see. And so he asked one of his coworkers and then he looked down the soda aisles that I did. And he's like, okay, if they aren't here, they might be in the back. And he's, I've done my grocery shopping at this point. So I have I have one of those reusable bags, but like a big one. And it's full of groceries. I'm talking like at least like 20 or 25 pounds worth of groceries in this bag, which is a lot for me who sits on my ass and plays video games all day, right? So, the entire time he is going all over the store, I'm, trying to follow him to keep up. And he's as tall as me, so we're walking at the same pace, but I'm fatigued and I have an extra weight in my left hand, basically, with all the groceries I'm carrying around. And so I'm like struggling to keep up with him because I'm so weak. I'm just so weak. I need to get out of the house. Oh my God. So it's whatever. I had extra luggage than he did. All right. Don't blame me. Okay. It's not fair. If I had a backpack, this wouldn't be a problem. But anyway, I should have had a backpack. Anyway, so I'm following him around the whole goddamn store. And then he's in such a good mood too, right? Like, I'm gonna keep up with him and whatever. But anyway, so eventually we got to like the cookie aisle, and he's like, okay, it's probably in the back. Let me check. And so he walked away, and I'm like, thank God I can rest. So I put my groceries down on the floor, my bag of groceries, and I just stood there and caught my breath. It's a big grocery store, all right, guys. Don't blame me, right? Can you imagine if like somebody took you all around Walmart, like on a grand tour, but they were walking twice as fast as you, and you had a body weight that you had to carry while following them, and they didn't? All right, it's not fair. But anyway, the whatchamacallit, so yeah, eventually he came back, and he's like, oh yeah, we did have them in the back. They just haven't been put on display yet because we're reorganizing. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And so I asked for, it was essentially eight cans of the Pepsi. So anyway, I ended up, so what's that? They're $2 a can. It's expensive. Normally, if you buy soda in bulk, a can of soda is like 50 cents at the grocery store. And that's what it comes out to be. These were $2. They're 4 times the price. So anyway, I end up spending, what's that, $16 on Pepsi. It's a stupid amount of money to be spending on Pepsi. But hey, it's a specialty drink. And so anyway, I got home and I tried it. This Pepsi is fantastic. Oh my God. Just like what the review said, it's that smooth, foamy texture, but it's also not as bubbly. And that's just perfect for me. So I can taste the smoothness of the foam with like a hint of the Pepsi flavor, which I prefer Pepsi over Coke. So I'm a Pepsi guy. Coke tastes too caramel to me. I don't want like a full caramel drink, like if you gave me like a shake, like a milkshake of just like raw caramel, then it'd be tough for me to drink down. Normally caramel shakes it's like a vanilla shake with caramel swirls in it. That's normally what it is. Or same thing with like a caramel ice cream, right? It's vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle on it. But like a Coca-Cola is just all caramel. It's like carbonated liquid caramel. It's too much. It's too much for me. So anyway, I like Pepsi better. Just a little bit. But yeah, anyway, I still get the hint of Pepsi flavor with the nitro, with the not as bubbly. There's still little bubbles in there. Since I'm sensitive to carbonation, I can tell there's still a little bit of bubbly in the drink. Not nearly as much as a normal soda, though, which is fantastic for me. So anyway, the soda's fantastic. But I've talked about health before, right? You don't have to be a healthy person. You don't have to eat a salad and organic food every day, but I think it's best to be conscious of what you're putting in your body, right? Be aware of if you're going in excess. A human being, an adult human being, can have 30 grams of sugar. That's 30 grams of sugar per day. That's your absolute upper limit before you're going into unhealthy territory, right? And if you have too much sugar throughout your whole life, right? Not just today, but like through every day for your whole life, you're going to develop diabetes, right? Or you're at least at a higher risk for it. So you're going to diabetes. You're at a higher risk of cancer, and when you do get the cancer, then the high sugar content is going to feed those cancer cells. It's a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, in lieu of that, I try to consciously restrict my sugar intake. But I just bought a bunch of cans of this Pepsi. I really like this Pepsi, so I'm like, okay, I can probably only drink 1 can of Pepsi a day to be safe, right? And I'm going to try to not have any sugary foods for the rest of the day, which is moderately easy for me to manage. But anyway, so I had this Pepsi day 1, and then I look at the back of the can and I'm like, okay, I'm allowed to have 30 grams of sugar today. How many grams of sugar did this Pepsi have that I just drank? 62. 1 can of Pepsi has 62 grams of sugar. That is double what I'm allowed to drink today, what I'm allowed to have today. And it's just a Pepsi. I know my microwave meals had sugar in it. Not that much sugar, but they still had sugar. So I'm going way over double my daily limit of sugar, right? And just drinking 1 of these cans of Pepsi. It's like, oh my God. So I'm like, okay, I can still have the Pepsi, but I can't be having the Pepsi every day for the rest of my life, right? It's not going to work. I got to be health conscious here, at least a little bit. Come on. So I'm like, okay, I really like this Pepsi, but it's got to be more of a treat, or at least like every other day, right? At the very least, you got to skip a day, right? Let your body rest. technically that won't be enough if you crunch the numbers, but that'll have to do. 62 goddamn grams of sugar. They don't need to put that much sugar in this. Honestly, they don't need to put that much sugar in it. I have a recipe for making Coca-Cola, like homemade Coca-Cola, that has no sugar in it. Or, well, I mean, it uses honey. The honey probably has sugar in it, but not this much sugar. Oh my god. So anyways, it's baffling to me. I know soda has a lot of sugar. I know a can of normal soda has way more than your daily limit. So, and people will drink 2 cans a day, and then they'll all die of cancer. So it's a shame. But anyway, so I'm just sad about that. But anyway, yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying this Pepsi. I want to drink it every day, but I can't because of the sugar content. But the Pepsi still gives me caffeine. I need to buy something that, or, I should have something that has the caffeine, but it doesn't have that much sugar, has much sugar in it. So I went out grocery shopping again. I had to go to GameStop for that coupon. And there's another grocery store nearby, so I went there. And I was looking at I was actually trying to find the other flavor of Nitro Pepsi, but I couldn't. But anyway, in that section, they were selling these cans of like vanilla lattes made from like Colombian coffee or something like that. And it seemed interesting. They were lactose free, and I looked at the sugar content, and there's hardly any. I mean, there's like 10 grams of sugar per can. You're talking going from the Pepsi, which is 60, down to 10. Like, fantastic. So anyway, so since I bought the Pepsi and the coffee, I've been alternating. It's my morning treat. One day I'll have Pepsi, and then in the morning, and the next day I'll have the coffee in the morning. So anyway, yesterday I had the coffee, the can of coffee, and it tastes all right. It's nothing special. I mean, they're charging like $3 a can. So if it wasn't for my food stamps, I wouldn't be purchasing this. But anyway, so I I had my coffee yesterday. So today I get to have my Nitro Pepsi. So, which this whole time I've been talking, it's been sitting right next to me. I haven't opened it yet. I gotta make sure I can open this without it like splurting all over the place, because it does have a problem. This is also gonna second as my breakfast today, because of the high sugar content, I actually can't really afford to eat any regular breakfast items. Because all the microwave meals I have in my fridge are high in sugar content too. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Oh, the foam is so good. When the nitrogen releases, it sends all of this foam up. You guys know when like you get a really nice drink like a milkshake, brings all the boys to the yard, and they put whipped cream on top. I was thinking, is whipped cream the right name for it? Yeah, it's whipped cream. It's in the can, right? And it squirts out. And it looks all pretty. And it's white, but no, I'm not saying white is pretty, because it's racist, but whipped cream. They put whipped cream on the milkshake. I'm getting off track. They put whipped cream on the milkshake, and it tastes really good, right? Imagine, imagine a Pepsi flavored whipped cream. A Pepsi flavored whipped cream. That's exactly what this is. The foam that just, it just like flowed over the top of the can that I just had to suck down. It was foamy like whipped cream is on top of a milkshake, but it was all Pepsi flavored, so it's fantastic. Oh, fantastic. It's a little smoother than regular soda. Like if you put them side by side, you can tell the difference. But besides the foam in the beginning, and actually like there's a limited amount of foam, and it's a very small amount compared to how much the rest of the drink is. So you don't actually get that really special nitrogen foam throughout the entire drink. You just get it at the beginning, burst of foam, and then you also get it in the first few sips. But then as you get down the drink, it turns more and more into just a flat Pepsi. So it's whatever. I mean, I still enjoy. I really enjoy this drink. Ooh, oh, it's so good. I think the nitrogen cancels out the carbonation. Anyway, I've been gushing over this Pepsi for long enough, I suppose. So anyway, that's number one that I wanted to talk about. I'm sure you guys don't mind me talking about stuff. Anyway, so I had to go out the second time to go to GameStop, and then go to the grocery store next to GameStop to where I got the cans of coffee. Anyway, that was Thursday night. Yeah, that was Thursday afternoon. So I was thinking, okay, Thursday, was it 5:30 or 6 o'clock at night? It shouldn't be too crowded out. So I get on my skateboard and I gotta go across town, right? The On my way to GameStop, there's a parking lot. It's a really big parking lot to a liquor store. And I had forgotten, but every Thursday they have food trucks there. They have just like 2 or 3 trucks of like these specialty foods that they sell. So anyway, so there were a lot of people there. Normally when I pass by there's not that many people there, but it must have been like dinner time or something. But there were a lot of people. I mean, the parking lot was filled. It was a lot of people. I mean, I'd say like at least 100 cars, and then each one of those cars had multiple people in it. So anyway, I had to pass through the parking lot, and there's a lot of traffic in that parking lot. I had to pass through there. This is my normal route to GameStop. So anyway, I between that and then actually going to GameStop and then going into the grocery store, which was, you guys know what Target is? It's a store. There's a grocery section, but then it's like Walmart, right? You guys know how like Walmart has a grocery store section, and then it has like other stuff, right? It has a clothing section and like an electronics section, yada yada, right? So Target is basically like a Walmart, except it's on a smaller scale and it's less trashy. But anyway, it's still a pretty big store. Anyway, so I'm going through that parking lot with the food trucks and people eating. God, I wanted some. The food smelled so good, but there were really long lines. And I could tell, I was looking from a distance because this is what I do because I have anxiety, right? Is I have to plan this out. So I observed, and the each of the food, there were two food trucks there. Each of the food trucks had really long lines, and there were clumps of people. I mean, like huge clumps of people. And you guys know how, like, if you go to like McDonald's, for example, if you stand in line, you're with a bunch of other people who are just there by themselves. So even though you're around people, nobody's talking, nobody's chatting with their friends or whatever, right? In line, nobody's gonna cut in front of you like how I was in freaking high school, where, the person in front of you would let their friends cut, and all of a sudden you have like 4 or 5 people in front of you. And it's not fair, but you're not gonna say anything because of your social anxiety, right? God, fucking more than once did that happen to me in high school. I know that pissed me off, but one time I did actually say something and I said it loud enough to, one time in high school, when the person in front of me let their friends cut, I actually said something to them. I don't remember what, but I said it loud enough to where the lunch lady at the cart heard it. And then the lunch lady and, all the kids in front of me were looking at me like, dude, stop being a snitch, but I don't give a fuck. And and then the lunch lady yelled at them, and it was like, you guys can't cut. As all the friends had to disperse. So it was a little victory of mine. God, I'm so freaking bitter. But anyway, you go to McDonald's, right? Or like most other places, especially like during lunch, and you're gonna find other people in the line with you are by themselves, right? So nobody's social, right? You're not really in this uncomfortable place. You're just surrounded by other human beings. These lines, however, at the food trucks that I passed by, there were not only were the lines really long, right? I'm talking like at least like 25 people in each of them. And yes, seriously. But it was clumps of them. It was groups of people, and they were all socializing with each other while waiting in line. So you can imagine the difference between the McDonald's situation versus this. If I were to get in line, which I've done this before, and I felt these anxious feelings, if I were to get in line, I would be surrounded in front of me and behind me with new people coming in line. I would be surrounded by people who are socializing in groups with each other. And what's going to happen is I'm going to be standing in line by myself, and I'm going to be looking like this loner, right? I'm the odd man out here. I'm this loner who I'm here, but I'm here in a social environment where friends are hanging out, but I'm by myself, right? It's like going to the movies by yourself, except worse because you're like inches away from these groups of people, right? At least in a movie theater you can hide, kind of. But when I'm waiting in line around other people who are being social, and obviously I'm not going to socialize with them, right? These are groups of friends, right? These people came together. They're there to hang out with the people they know, not socialize with new people, right? Which is understandable. I would do the same thing, but it just makes for this really awkward situation where I'm feeling out of place because I'm surrounded by groups of people who are friends with each other and they're talking to each other, and here I just look like some loner. I am a loner, but it's I'm the odd one out here. So anyway, it makes me super self-conscious, feelings of anxiety, whatever. Obviously, if it's something I need to do or something I really want to do, then I'll do it. And like I've said, I've done this before, knowing the consequences. But if I really want my freaking whatever, my specialty items, then I'll go there. I've told you guys before, I make trips. I make trips down to LA by myself occasionally, every once in a while, because there's stuff down there that I want. And I don't care if the store that I go to is like the busiest it's ever been all year. I'm still there. I'm still gonna go to it because I still want my crawfish mac and cheese, right? Like, you're not stopping me from that. But I'm still gonna feel anxious and self-conscious in that situation, right? So anyways, I was like, okay, I just whatever, right? I'm not gonna. I see all these groups of people in line with each other, socializing with each other. I don't even know where the line starts, to be honest, because it's like curving around in a spiral, and I can't, I'm not going to go up there already feeling self-conscious about being by myself. Plus, I'm the dude with a freaking skateboard, right? Oh God, people can socialize with me about asking about my skateboard or whatever, which has happened a lot. Ugh, no, please. Anyways, not only am I feeling all of that, but I'm certainly not going to ask the people nearby, hey, where does does the line start here? I don't mind asking, does the line start here if everyone's by themselves, right? Like, I had to go pick up medication at CVS the other day, and I walked up to there, and there's people standing around waiting. But then I looked, upon closer inspection, it looked like a line, but it was a distance away, and I had to ask somebody in the line, hey, is this a line? And then they shrugged and said, yeah. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'm the freaking teenager on a skateboard, right? And these are like middle-aged women, so they don't really like my presence too much, but I just cut right through them, right? It's freaking just like past whatever. Anyway, I'm fine with doing that. But when it's like a social situation, it's like groups of people. That's not. I don't want to. Right? I'm not gonna. It's like it's on top of all of this other crap that I'm feeling that that I have to deal with, right? So just being able to try the newest hip thing isn't worth that for me. So I'm the kind of I'm a foodie, right? I know it's cringe to describe yourself as a foodie, apparently, but I like trying new foods, and I like all that stuff. But typically, the new foods that look really good that you see on Instagram and stuff, they're all in Southern California, so I'm in the greatest place for it. But other people want to try it, but other people have friends, so one person really wants to try it, and they get with all of their friends to go to this place to hang out for lunch. And multiply that by 100 or 100,000, and now I have 100,000 friend groups that I gotta contend against, right? And I don't have a friend group. I don't have. That's the thing. And this is because I want somebody to go out and try new foods with and stuff like that. I really want that. Honestly, like at this point, I don't really care who it is that I do this with. As long as they like being around me and they appreciate good food too, then it's like, cool, whatever, right? So that's what I was going to talk about with this, is that between the food trucks and going to GameStop and going to that grocery store, Target, I think Target's a West Coast I don't know if they have any on throughout the rest of the country. I have no idea. But anyway, between all three locations, what I saw a lot of, late Thursday afternoon, which I was surprised that I saw this many, this many of them. I saw a bunch of couples. I saw a lot of couples. Some of them were young. They were younger than me, right? They were probably like 18 or 19. And most of them were, actually, to be honest. But typically you don't see like 40-year-old, guy and girl, locking hands, being all lovey-dovey with each other, right? It's that's more of a rare sight to see these days. By the time you hit your 40s, you tend to hate each other, so at least in America. There's a number of reasons for that, but I won't get into any of that. But anyway, I saw a lot of couples, a lot of young couples, between 18 and my age. And yeah, I'm walking through Target by myself, which I don't care, right? It's a fucking grocery store. I don't care. But you know what? There were a lot of people who were also just by themselves, but they looked the part. There really weren't any dudes who were by themselves. Whenever I go out, there's not really any dudes who are by themselves. So it makes me feel out of place. But I'm the kind of person who I like going out and doing very simple things. That's the thing. I don't need to go out and go to the club or the bar and party or whatever, right? But I still like to leave the house, and I still like to exist elsewhere. Not like I want to do it every day or even that often, but it's still like it's still enjoyable for me. I don't know. Yeah, again, all right, I could be trapped in a single room with no way out for the rest of my life, and you give me a PlayStation and a microwave, and I'll be able to make do with that, right? I could live that for the rest of my life, and I won't feel sad about it. But because I live in Southern California, which is like, we have so many locations here, it's like I want to go out. And that's, this part of the reason I want to go to Japan too, is that even just going down the block to the convenience store to pick up like a cool, like a egg salad sandwich, right? Because those are really good over there. And just eating it in their little like stool area that's in a lot of convenience stores, or just at like a table or whatever. Just doing that for like 15 minutes, and that's like my one thing today. It's like, even that's enjoyable for me. So I don't know why more people aren't doing this kind of thing, but you guys have gone to restaurants before. How often do you go to a restaurant and see somebody sitting by themselves? It's probably pretty rare. And even if you go during the busiest times, probably especially if you go during the busiest times of a restaurant, you probably won't see it, or you'll probably see maybe one person out of the 100 other people, who's just sitting by themselves. But I'm the kind of dude who goes to a restaurant by himself. I'm the kind of dude who would go to a movie by himself, right? Because I still want to go out. It's just I don't have anyone to do it with. But anyway, that's kind of beside the point. When I was out, there were a lot of couples. And you guys ever get that feeling where you see, like, you're out by yourself, or you're out with your family or whatever, right? I certainly felt this when I went out with my family. And, you see couples, and you're just, I don't know. It's weird to say, but, like, I kind of get, like, a little bitter. I'm like, oh, these guys are happy together. They that guy has a girlfriend, and they seem really happy together. Or that girl has a boyfriend. She seems really happy with him, and I'm over here by myself. I really want that, I really want that, and it's seeing them is a reminder that I don't have that, right? And I look to my family, which typically I would go out with my mom and sister, at least back when I was younger. And I would look at them and I'm like, this doesn't count. Being with my family doesn't count. I'd rather have a girlfriend, right? I'd rather have a girlfriend to lock arms with, and these people, they're in fucking Target, right? They're just in Target grocery shopping, but they're together and they're happy, and it's like, man, god dang it, I feel something whenever I see like couples out in public. I feel like I'm missing out, right? Like this is what I want, and thanks for reminding me that I don't have this, right? Thanks for reminding me that I'm alone, and no, my family doesn't count, right? Uh, uh, Getting bitter at couples. God. Actually, I remember a funny story about that. Oh, whatever. It's not about me, so. But anyway, I saw a bunch of couples, and it still sticks with me, right? This happened what, 2 days ago? It's still like, I'm not bothered by it. In fact, I I looked at the and I was like, after the fact, I was like, "Oh, I want to talk about this on stream tomorrow." But but yeah, it's just, I looked at the couples, and it's just like, it brings back all those feelings, of, oh, I'm alone, right? I'm why don't I get that? Why don't I get to have that? You guys ever feel that way? You guys ever feel that way? I feel like a lot of people who aren't very, like, I feel like people who have a hard time dating feel that way because you know, they want a good, happy relationship and they can't have it, right? So, so they look at other people who can have it with disgust and anger and like, ugh. It's a big reason why PDA is frowned upon too. Public displays of affection. It's because if you see a couple on a park bench in a busy area and they're just like making out with each other, right? And it's like, first of all, it's gross, but I think more so it's they're bragging, right? They're bragging like, hey, look at this, I have a loving partner who I can make out with, right? And I have somebody who loves me back. All of us single people are like, how dare you? Stop it. Stop reminding me of my misery and loneliness. But yeah, have you guys ever felt that? I'm sure you have. I'm sure you guys have. Well, I mean, it depends. If you guys have a successful dating life, then probably not. But oh, I certainly haven't. So even like people, I know people who can date, but they can't ever maintain a stable relationship. Like, I know people who, like, they'll bounce back and forth between boyfriends or girlfriends, like, once every couple of months. Like, relationships won't last more than a month or two. And even though they technically have dated, 10 or 20 people throughout their lives, or more, they can't ever hold on to it. And so those people don't have successful dating lives. And so they would look at a happy couple in a grocery store with the same bitterness and disgust as I would, because because, they're still, even though they can date, they're not able to have what those people can have. They're not able to, you know, hold hands and, be able to smile and be happy with, the person that they're dating. So you got to think, the simple act of going grocery shopping with your partner speaks a huge amount to how stable your relationship is with them. Because typically when you date somebody, or at least, looking at dating culture, I don't adhere to this, but this is how normal people date. Normal people date by, they'll ask each other out and they'll go get coffee, or they'll go to a fancy restaurant for dinner, to a movie or whatever, or they'll go to like a theme park or amusement park or whatever, right? I mean, you can go to freaking Disneyland and there will be a lot of couples there, right? Like more so than the grocery store. Why? Because Disneyland is a dating spot, right? Obviously. Go to Disneyland by yourself and you're the weird one, right? But same with everything else. But anyway, normal people date by going out to dating spots with their partner. They have to plan a date or whatever, right? For me, if I were to go out on a date, it'd be to the grocery store, right? Let's go to the grocery store and go grocery shopping. And then whatever we buy, let's cook it at home. And then let's go home and play video games together. Or watch a movie together. It's like, whatever, right? It's like, for me, I don't know. For me, dating is simply me living my normal life, but with a partner, right? With a partner, because, obviously I'm only going to date people who I could spend the rest of my life with. And what does it mean to spend your life with somebody? Well, it means that you both got to be able to do your normal living things, but together, right? So if you see a couple going to the grocery store together, they've already gotten past that initial, like, oh, we got to go to fancy restaurants and we got to go to Disneyland together and stuff. They probably still do it, but now they're at the point, they've gotten past that initial dating period where everything's got to be impressive. And now they're just comfortable with each other. They're just comfortable with each other, and they're living with each other. And they're coordinating with each other to pick out groceries, right? Which is an essential life function. And I think that's really cool. I think I think it speaks to the stability of their relationship that they can do a normal thing together. Because a lot of people who date can't do normal things with each other. You ask somebody like, "Oh, what's your ideal first date?" If you could go on any first date, what would you do? Nobody is going to say, "I just want to go to the grocery store with him." Nobody would say that. And so because of that, when you do see a couple with each other in the grocery store, it's like, okay, their relationship is pretty far along now that they're going to the grocery store. They're not going to Disneyland. They're not going on a helicopter sky tour, right? They're not going to, they're not taking an 8-day romantic vacation to the sakura trees in Japan, right? Or to France, or to, see the aurora lights in Norway. No, they're going to the grocery store, right? It's like it. So, I don't know. I would love to go to the grocery store as a first date, honestly. Like, now that I think about it, because you think like, okay, you date somebody, you go on dates with somebody because you want to get to know them. Are you going to be spending most of your life with your partner going to Disneyland together. No, you're not. Probably not. Even if you get season passes, it's going to be like once a month. But, or maybe once a week, right? If you live right next to the park. Which I actually live pretty close to Disneyland. But not like pretty close. Like I don't live next to it, but it's a, like I could reasonably go to Disneyland every day if I wanted to, if I had the time to, obviously. So you're going to be spending the rest of your life with somebody. What are you going to be spending that life doing? Go to Disneyland every day? No. Going on to fancy restaurants every night? No. You're going to be spending every single day, or at least every week, going to the grocery store, picking out food to eat, and then bringing it home and cooking it yourself, or cooking it with her, or him, or whatever. That's what you're going to do. And so a grocery store would be a fantastic first date, not only because it's such a niche idea, right? Oh, whoever thought of this, right? I'm sure there's a lot of people out there, especially girls, who would actually be interested in the idea of, oh, he decided let's go to the grocery store for our first dates. What a unique, I've never heard that before. What a unique idea. Right? That's a novelty. Not only is there that, but I think the appeal to it is that you can get to know somebody by what groceries they buy at the grocery store. I think that really speaks a lot into not who they are as a person, but what kind of lifestyle they live. If they go to the produce section and get a bunch of produce and raw ingredients and, canned items and yada yada, right? Things to cook, then you can assume that, okay, this person, cooks, right? And they're going to use these ingredients to cook. Whereas if the person instead skips all of that and just goes to the frozen food aisle and gets a bunch of junk food that's instant, then you can also tell what kind of lifestyle they live. Okay, they're not a cook. They're getting microwave meals. And then depending on their selection, right? If they just pick at random, then it's just, they just don't have the time and they just want food. But if they pick specific things, then it's like, okay, maybe they have a specific taste, right? In a similar vein to where it's like, oh, I only go to McDonald's because I like McDonald's more than, other fast food places. But with, what was I saying? But yeah, and also I think going to the grocery store, it gives you a lot to talk about too. The initial thing could be, oh, what do you normally get here? And that'd be fun. Honestly, like, to be honest, you make a first date like, hey, let's buy stuff at the grocery store and then go back to one of our places to cook it together. What a great first date, right? You can talk about what kind of recipe you want to make or what kind of food you want to make. You can talk about, oh, what do you normally get at the grocery store? Oh, I need this, I need this. I didn't get this on my last thing. There's a whole bunch of things you could talk about at the grocery store. Obviously, it's going to all be centered around food. But food is a big part of your life. So it's like, there's a lot of conversation. And then you go home and you cook it together. Right? What a great bonding exercise. You go home and you cook it together and you succeed or you fail. You get in each other's way and you annoy each other with your quirks, or you coordinate really well and you show off your cooking skills or whatever. Like, what a great way to get to know someone. I don't know. That just seems like a good idea. Get to know them way more than freaking going to a fancy restaurant together, right? You go to a fancy restaurant together, all of a sudden you got to have a list of questions to ask them. Oh, what do you do for work? Oh, how do you know our mutual friend? Oh, what do you do in your free time? Yada yada, right? You can ask all those questions in the grocery store if you really want to, right? So it's grocery store dating. Oh, it's good. Anyway, back to what I was saying earlier. Um, yeah, anyway, so when I see couples in public, I get like super bitter. I'm like, ugh, look at all these happy people. Why can't I be like that? Why can't I have somebody who I can hold hands with and yada yada, right? But it's what the feelings of bitterness have lessened over the past couple of years for me, but it's still this tinge in my mind, I'm reminded of it. And passing by the food trucks too. You see all these people hanging out with their friends, and I don't feel like as bitter as I what it did with the couples, because like with the couple, right? It's like that's something I want, not them, but I want someone who I can just hold hands with and walk through the grocery store with, and just look at stuff, talk about what we could eat this week, what looks good, what we could buy. I don't know. Who cares? Go to GameStop together. Look at the games together. Anyway, but that's with relationships, right? That's something that I actually want to do. When it comes to friend groups, I don't really want a friend group. Honestly, I look at the people at the food trucks and I think like, man, I want a relationship, right? If I had a girl that I could go here with, that'd be cool. Of course, I still wouldn't want to go to a very crowded, busy eatery like that with, where there's a whole bunch of groups of people. Even if I had somebody to go there with, it wouldn't be my first choice necessarily. So, and I'm sure the kind of girl that I get with is going to have anxieties of her own, so she's not going to want to participate in that either, which I am totally fine with, right? Totally fine with. So, in fact, honestly, like, if we really wanted the food there, if she wants to stay in the car while I go by myself in line, I'm not going to feel as self conscious because I know, I got my girlfriend waiting for me in the car, or my wife or whatever, waiting for me in the car to get my food. So it's like I wouldn't feel as self conscious. But I think it's because if I went there today, like yesterday or whenever Thursday was, I would have known that, okay, I'm alone in this venture and I'm not here to socialize. And, once I get my food, I'm going to go scurry off to the corner or go all the way home with it or whatever, which I was actually contemplating on doing because I wanted to see what they had, but I didn't know what they had. So I'm also the kind of person who, I can't just look at a menu for the first time and then pick out what I want to eat. I got to look at the menu on Yelp in advance and then analyze all the options before deciding what I want. And when I say analyze, I mean like take 10 seconds, right? When you go up, when you're at the front of the line in McDonald's, they ask you, oh, what do you want to eat today, or what do you want to order today, or whatever. You don't have any time to think about your answer. You're supposed to already know, or you're supposed to glance up at the menu and pick and make a decision in a split second. I'm not that kind of chap, all right? I'm not that kind of lad. I want to, I need a little more time to think than that, so. Well, whatever. I like restaurants because they typically give you like 5 or 10 minutes to make your decision, so that's always nice for me. So I don't need to research a restaurant ahead of time. And now with fast food places, they have ordering on the phone. They have an app for it with their menu, so that's always nice because I can because they have the whole menu right there. I can take as long as I want to pick out what I want to eat, and I don't have to interact with anyone either. So it's fantastic. But anyway, Yeah, so I would have had that on top of feeling self-conscious amongst all those groups of friends at the food trucks. So I don't know. It's just a bleh thing to me. The thing is, I do want to go out. I'm not like, oh, I want to go out every day or whatever, but like, for me, like, I want to stretch my legs a little, you know? I don't know. I want to go out every once in a while. That's what it is. Every once in a while. I think it's because I didn't get to go out all that much as a kid. Right? As a kid, I rarely went to restaurants, and my family didn't really have the money, and they neglected me a lot. Right? It was my family was very like, they're all a bunch of lone wolves. So me, who didn't want to be that way, I just I had to learn to. So I don't know. It's not that I want to make up for all the places I didn't get to go, but it's not that I want to go out just for the sake of going out. It's not that at all. It's that there are things out there that I want to do. I want to go to Las Vegas and eat in all of their buffets. I want to go to New York and get that freaking $100 grilled cheese that Mr. Beast tried. I want to go to. There's the East Coast, at least the Northeast, has a really good sandwich shop. It's like a chain restaurant. I want to go there somewhere on the East Coast. Maybe New York will have it, and and try all of their sandwiches. D'Angelo's, that's what the place is called. I believe it was D'Angelo's. Anyway, they have really good. They have like a Korean barbecue sandwich. Ooh, that one tasted pretty good, from what I remember. I want to live on the East Coast. Honestly, get me out of California. I want to, but like LA, right? There are places in LA that I can't go to, or well, I could, but I would feel really out of place going to if I were to go by myself. There's a steak restaurant. It's like a really fancy restaurant. They have a dress code at this place, and they serve like a 28-day dry aged ribeye steak. It's like $70. It's stupid expensive. But anyway, it's a huge steak. So anyway, I want to have a girlfriend who would like meat, I guess. I don't know if that would be a requirement. And then, I want to go there and split a steak with her, That'd be cool. Just to try, we'd only do it once. And if we don't like it, whatever, right? It was worth a go. Let's leave. So that'd be nice. But anyway, I could go the rest of my life not having that steak. I'm not a huge steak person. It's one of those places I saw on Worth It that I want to try at least once that I didn't get to. So the crawfish mac and cheese place in LA is also one that I saw on Worth It that that I want to go that I have been going to. So well, I went there like 3 or 4 times. When I say I occasionally go to LA by myself, I've only been like 2 or 3 times, really. Like on my own. So but yeah, there's other places in LA I want to try. There's places where I know it's like, I'm not going to be the only one in the shop, so I'm going to feel like super self-conscious being by myself. So yeah, there's the Las Vegas one. There's Las Vegas has, you guys know caviar, right? I think on stream a few months ago, I showed you guys pictures I had taken of the caviar that I had. They're these black little balls. It's fish eggs basically, but they don't taste like what you'd think a fish egg tastes like. And they don't feel like what you'd think a fish egg would feel like. Caviar is really good. It's like one of my favorite things. Oh, it's so freaking good. Oh my god. I remember that first bite. Jesus. Super expensive. But anyway, in Las Vegas they have a caviar taco. It's this little bite-sized taco with like this really high quality soft taco shell. I don't know what kind of batter they fry it in. And they put like this special cream that's like super fancy cream you'd find at like five-star restaurants in the taco, and then they top it with a generous helping of this high quality caviar. They put a little whipped cream on top, or they put a little like of this whipped cream, but you know, that high quality stuff on top, and they serve it to you like that. The taco is about, it's less than the size of your hand. It's like if you like it's like the size of your palm. That's how small it is. It's $50. It's a single bite. You can fit the whole thing in your mouth. In fact, it's recommended you fit the whole thing in your mouth, and then you use your tongue to smash it against the top of the roof of your mouth, in order for all the flavor to explode in your mouth. So it's $50 for a single bite of this taco, basically, because it's a one bite taco. But man, I want to try it. Oh my god, I want to try it. But the thing is, it's in Las Vegas, and it's in like this lounge. When rich people refer to lounges, it's like a kind of like a really fancy bar. It's like a really fancy bar that's themed, and it has all this decor and all this furniture and all this sort of stuff, right? It's not a typical restaurant, but it's a place you go to basically socialize and stuff, right? You guys think about like a cigar lounge or a cigar bar, where it's rich men with their trophy wives, and the wives are in these really expensive dresses, and the dudes are in these really nice suits or tuxedos, and they're all sitting around and socializing while drinking on a $200 cocktail, and you know, smoking a $50 cigar from, you know, made in Cuba, and they're all socializing about business stuff, you know, $1 million contract deals and stuff like that. You think about that, but take away the cigars from this place, and probably take away like the fancier side, like the I don't know, just probably take away the crowd too, right? Like you could probably find a spot in like the corner of the place away from all the people. It's more, you know, this place is more of a lounge for, I don't know, actually. I'd have to research it more. I didn't really research the place. It's called the Bunny Lounge, I think, something like that. I don't know. It doesn't have bunnies in it. But it's the Bunny something lounge. I don't remember. Anyway, it's Las Vegas. But this place specializes in like serving cocktails and stuff, right? Alcoholic drinks. So even if you don't order those, you can't even go into the place unless you're 21 years old or older. So obviously I am, but they have like a dress code and stuff. But I don't want to go there by myself. Why would I go to a lounge where like the theme, even if there's nobody in it, the theme of it is I'm here to hang out with somebody, or I'm here to hang out with people to socialize, whatever, right? I gotta have somebody with me in order to go to a place like that. I don't have to, but I really should. Anyway, I only want this caviar taco. And maybe to try one of their drinks that catches my eye. But that's it, right? I'm already spending $50 on one bite of a caviar taco, so I don't So, I don't, I'm not going to be here for long, right? I want to go in, get my caviar taco, bask in the flavor, and then get out, right? It should be like a 20-minute journey for me. But the build up to having to go to this place and doing the dress code and finding someone to go with and, paying all this money and getting it prepared, and the waiter is probably going to like hype up this dish and yada yada, and I got to buy one for, hopefully I could take a girl here, right? Hopefully I could take like my wife here or something. But yeah, so I got to buy her one too, because that's part of the experience, right? Is to enjoy the same thing together. But obviously we can't cut the thing in half, but whatever, right? It's like whenever I see like a really good food that I want to try, then I look at the price of it, and in my head I instantly double the price, because I know I'm going to be buying it for hopefully a future girlfriend or wife or whatever that I go with, because realistically that's the only kind of person that I would want to share that sort of experience with. So in my head I instantly double it, because I'm going to have to buy her the same thing, and not have to, but it's I would want to buy her the same thing, obviously. So because that's the whole point, is that we get to share the experience together. So, and obviously with these caviar tacos I can't just split it in half, right? I've split bowls of ramen in half because I didn't want to, because they're like $20 bowls of ramen, and I really don't want to break the bank. And it's like, okay, there's enough for us to take a few bites each, right? But I've but anyway, with something like this, it's you're not going to get away with that. So, especially, this is such a high class place. It's assumed I spent more than that much money on the clothes that I'm wearing to the place in the first place. So, but whatever, right? Again, it's something I want to do, but it's a one-time thing. And obviously, if she's uncomfortable with it, or if I'm uncomfortable with it, we never have to do it again. In fact, at that price range, I'm probably not going to do it again anyway. But we're going to go, take a picture of it, try it, get that, just get that great flavor, that reaction, form that memory, and then leave, right? That's all we're going to do, right? So anyway, in Las Vegas, there's that place that I want to try. Vegas is very like, it depends on when you go, but it can get very like crowded and noisy and stuff. You guys know Las Vegas. Everyone in the world's probably heard of Las Vegas, right? But yeah, some areas, like there are a lot of places that can get really crowded, but there are also some places where you can kind of escape and get to the quieter side of things, the less populated side of things. So, like if you go to Vegas and you just want to gamble, but you have social anxiety like I do, there are smaller casinos that you can go to, and you just sit alone at like some of the unpopular machines and just relax, right? So actually thinking about it, because Vegas has, well, at least I don't know these days, but I know like the cities around Vegas, because I used to live in a town called Henderson. It's right next to Las Vegas. It's in the same county. I used to go to the casinos over there, and not to really gamble or anything. I was of age was I? No, I was a teenager. Anyway, my dad still took me. I didn't gamble, but he did. They reeked of cigarette smoke. Like you could smell it. But the thing is, I was used to it because I grew up around two smokers, but it would be jarring for somebody who isn't used to that. So anyway, the next time I don't know if Las Vegas itself, like the strip, is like full of that, but honestly, like I'd get one of those helmets that has like the air filter in it, like the microclimate one. Ooh, I'd want to get one of those to wear there, so it would filter out all the smoke, so I wouldn't really smell it. That'd be nice. Plus, if I'm around crowds of people, I'm gonna have to invest in one of those anyway, because of freaking COVID. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about COVID too. I don't want to talk about COVID. Anyway, but yeah, in Vegas, there's other places I want to try too. There's a lot of buffets in Vegas, and honestly, any casino you go to will have a buffet or an all-you-can-eat sort of place. But in Vegas, on the Strip, they have specialty buffets. You know, places where they'll have a different selection of food. So there's this. I don't remember what like culture it was, but like they had like these really unique items in the buffet. They had like bourbon smoked carrots, which are apparently really good. They had like frog legs, like roasted frog legs. They had God, what else did they have? They had a bunch of different things. It was on a Worth It episode. BuzzFeed's Worth It. They were trying 3 different buffets at 3 different price points, and they were all in Vegas. So the nice thing about Vegas, like if you live there, I would like to live in not necessarily in Las Vegas, but I'd like to live in one of the surrounding cities. The casinos have these all-you-can-eat buffets, but you guys probably, if you guys don't live in Nevada, you guys probably associate all-you-can-eat buffets with like being expensive. Not the cheapest things, right? You're probably talking to like, you know, 12 at, you know, minimum $12 a person for the crappiest of crap in a buffet. And then like if you actually want something decent, then you're looking at like $20 or $25 per person, right? In Vegas, the casinos make so much money off of the gambling that's done that they discount, they have really good buffets that serve quality food, but they price them for really cheap. They have this animation is so pretty. Oh my god. But yeah, anyway, they have buffets that I'm getting distracted looking at this. Boom, boom. Yeah, he's gonna look at the river. I like how he climbs to the top of that cliff and then immediately turns around. It's like he didn't want to go forward. Like that wasn't his purpose. Anyway, the casinos in Nevada, in general, they make so much money off the gamblers. They want any excuse, or they want to attract people to the casino, and they want to make the people there stay at the casino. So, you know, if I have a day off of work, let's say, and I go to the casino in the morning. Let's say I had breakfast at home and I go to the casino. And I sit there and I gamble until lunchtime. Then I'm like, oh, I'm hungry for lunch. The casino does not want me to leave, right? Mind you, they do not want me to leave. So instead of me going to McDonald's, you know, leaving the casino and going to McDonald's and then deciding like, oh, time to go home, the casino wants to keep me there. So what the casino will do is they'll have a buffet, an all-you-can-eat buffet, attached to the casino. And they'll say, and the buffet will be like $8 per person. That's dirt cheap. $8 for all-you-can-eat food. The casino doesn't care. They don't care if they lose money on the buffet running, right? If you eat more than you're paying for, because what will happen with me, right? If I go to the buffet and I'm like, man, I'm stuffed, I can't eat another bite, and then I hear the slot machines going loudly right outside the buffet, which I have to go through the casino to get back to my car or whatever to leave the casino. I'm gonna get up after being full and satisfied but I'm probably going to be too full and satisfied to drive home, so I'm going to sit down in front of a machine and I'm going to keep gambling. The casino, has just locked me in as, to gamble more and more of my money, right? And obviously when you gamble at a casino, you're going to lose the money. You should assume that. So the casino could have given me the buffet for free, and they'll make their money back off and more off of me sticking around and gambling on the slots some more. The thing is, if the casino made their buffet for free, then there would be a lot of people who take advantage of that. So what the casino will do is they'll give a really cheap price, like $8 a person for the buffet, and then they'll say there's a discount if you there's a discount for members of the casino. So if you sign up with your email and you have a casino card with them, then you get $2 off the buffet, off the already cheap buffet, just for being a member. And then they'll also have that, okay, not only that, but if you gamble enough and accumulate enough points from gambling at our casino, then we'll give you a free buffet ticket. And so not only do I not have to pay the $8, or not only is it already only $8, but if I spend enough at the casino itself, then I can get a free buffet. And so what my dad was doing is he would go to the casino every day for an hour or two, and he would just play the nickels, the really cheap machines. So he wouldn't lose more than $20 a night, which to him is nothing. But every week he would get enough points to get a free buffet. So he'd get to go to the buffet for free once a week. He got to gamble. Sometimes he won. And then he got free buffets. That's cool. That's cool. So anyway, I'd like to live in Nevada for that reason. But that would be the only reason. I'm not too fond of casinos themselves, but it's a great place to go into. Hearing all the loud slot machines and seeing all the pretty flashing colors and stuff of Las Vegas, it's a nice experience. It's a cool thing to do every once in a while. So I've actually been contemplating just going back over there. Where I am right now, I'm about 6 to 8 hours away from Vegas, depending on traffic. So honestly, right now, today, I could buy a bus ticket, a Greyhound ticket to go over there for $12. $12. I could buy a Greyhound ticket. And, 8 hours, and, get on the bus, and then 8 hours from now, I'm going to be in Las Vegas. I could get a room over there for pretty cheap, because right now isn't really a prime time for people to be visiting. Because the hotels are cheap over there. Because for the same reason as a buffet, the hotel has a casino attached to it. And if you're staying at their hotel room and you want to gamble, which most people who go to Vegas do want to gamble, that's why you go to Vegas. If you stay at their hotel, they gave you the room for really cheap, but you are most likely going to go down to their casino and the money they lost off giving you a cheap hotel, they're going to get that all back and more from you just gambling at their casino. So that's really convenient for them. Obviously, you can't stay at the MGM Grand or the super nice hotels on the cheap. They're still going to be super expensive for premium hotel rooms, but you could get a really cheap place as an alternative, and then do that. So you don't have to gamble at their casino if you don't want to. The hotel is just the hotel themselves are gambling on the fact that you will. So anyway, I've been thinking about going to Vegas, honestly. I could go to Vegas on an overnight Greyhound and just sleep on the bus, and then I could wake up and then just spend the whole day just going around Vegas, going to my buffets and stuff, not even gambling, and then not even staying in a hotel room, and then just take an overnight bus back. So, I mean, the round trip would cost me, what, $25? And then the buffets themselves are super cheap. I mean, well, the specialty buffets I want to go to are a little more expensive. There's that one that serves the frog legs. There's another one that's like a Sunday brunch kind of place that has like these really fresh ingredients and these really fancy food items. I would want to go to that one with somebody though. So 'cause that one's more of like a social place. When I describe these places as like social, what I mean is you go with a partner or a group of friends and you're social with your group of people or with your partner, and that's it. You're not going over, it's not like a real bar where you go there by yourself and you meet people, right? It's not one of those. So a lounge or a fancy restaurant or anything like that, right? People around you are talking amongst themselves. And so when I describe it as social, I'm saying you pretty much got to be doing the same thing, right? Or you got to at least, look like you're there for that purpose, I suppose. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, so there's that in Vegas. So there's a couple places I want to go to in LA. There's a few places I want to go to in Vegas with somebody. Seattle has a place I want to go to. New York has several places I want to go to. I mean, New York is pretty much a hot pot of like all these different cultures, like Southern Europe, the Middle East, those kind of places. So there's a lot of places I want to go to over there. Not to mention they have a lot of expensive items. So like the grilled cheese that Mr. Beast ate in, I don't know if you guys saw the Mr. Beast video, but it was titled like $50,000 pizza or something like that. They ate a $50,000 pizza, but the pizza wasn't what I cared about. They were working their way up. And so one of the items that they ate was grilled cheese with like this cheese fondue sauce. And apparently it was like out of this world. It was like $100, something like that. And it was in New York. So I want to try that. But obviously I don't want to go there and just try it myself, right? And just be the only one experiencing it. So I want to take somebody with me. So not only are a lot of these places, it's uncomfortable for me to be alone, but even if I was comfortable, I don't want to have the experience by myself, right? Half the fun in life is sharing what you're doing with somebody else. So you guys know that you guys know you can actually hire people for that. Believe it or not, you can hire people. Typically it's girls. You can hire a girl, a young woman, to accompany you on like a date and going around town and stuff. And you pay her by the hour and you pay for all her food and stuff. But her job is to accompany you, but the good ones actually will be like social and they'll share the experience with you and stuff. So they're quite expensive, but and the thing is, it's not like they're a prostitute or anything. I mean, some of them can be, but for the most part, it's just you're paying them to go on a date with you and whatnot. Typically, the customers for that service will be like rich businessmen who don't have time for real relationships because they're so busy with their work, but they have a bunch of spare cash and they still want a little companionship. So they'll have a day off and they want to spend that day off doing something fun, but not by themselves. So they'll hire a pretty girl who's good at socializing to be their kind of fake girlfriend as they go on a date. around town or whatever, right? So anyway, there's a service for that. So that's as I found. I found that a while ago. So the prices, I mean, it depends on the girl. The prices are, but they've probably gone up since I last looked. It's been a few years. But obviously, I've never done purchase a service like that myself. But it's always out there. You know, if worse comes to worse, I can always just spend my life getting a buttload of money and then just paying attractive people to pretend to like me. So, as is the fate of some people. Oh well. But yeah, anyway, I want somebody who like genuinely cares about me to accompany me. Right, you know, and it's not like that kind of service sucks because yeah, you get to form this memory, but then you know they leave you and you never get to see them again. But with like a real girlfriend or you know a wife or whatever, you form these memories, and then you know 10 years from now, you're still with the girl, and you know you can talk about that one time you ate a caviar taco in Las Vegas, right? And you know remember that memory together because you shared that with somebody who's going to stay in your life. So it's very silly to yeah, it's I don't know. I guess if you have no other option, then it's better than nothing. But I don't know. I'd rather like honestly, like I don't know. But yeah, and then of course there's you know I want to go to other countries too, right? If I had the luxury, I would go to other countries. I definitely want to go to Japan. That's like something I'm definitely gonna do at some point in my life. Um, but it's expensive, and it's a limited time, right? If I'm not living there, because like I was mentioning before, with like, oh, you know, I want the time to like plan out what I'm gonna order at a food place, right? In that same sense, if I go to like Japan, it's a little different than going to like Vegas or New York or something like that. Because since I'm in America and plane tickets are pretty cheap here, if you're flying domestically, then I can, if I miss something in Vegas, I know I can just return next week, right? Or, you know, next month or whatever, right? It's not the end of the world. And especially like LA, there's a lot of places in LA that I could try and that I could discover. It's a 40-minute train ride over there. And what's it going to cost? A round trip is going to cost me like $20. It's not that big of a deal for me to miss something over there because it's so easy for me to go back. I just need a free day and, you know, a little bit of disposable money and you know, I'm good to go. If I go to Japan, however, even if I spend a full month there, which might seem like a long time for a vacation, it's not going to be enough for me. Because not only is it a whole country with a crap load of stuff to do, but you know, I'm a little anxious about the fact that I might not be able to do everything that I'd want to. And the really bad thing about it is that if I miss out on something, or if I don't have the time to do everything that I want, or like I'm sick one day, let's say, then what's going to happen? Then, you know, and then I go home, I'm never going back there again, right? You know, I'm dirt poor. I'm going to make a freaking farmhouse in the countryside, right? You know, where am I going to get the money to go to Japan again? It's not like I can just return next week or next month or even next year. It's, you know, the barrier of entry to go over there, it's going to take a lot of time and it's going to cost a lot of money. I can spend, especially if I go with a partner. I mean, I can spend like $3,000 or $4,000 just to get there, and of course, the ticket to go home too. But still, right? And then I'm gonna have to spend whatever amount of money there is. So it's a hell of a lot different than putting a $20 bill in the trains in order to go to LA. I'm paying $3,000 or $4,000 and multiple days of my life at the minimum just to get to Japan. So, not to mention all the bureaucratic nonsense you have to go through in order to get a passport and go to fly to a different country and get it approved, and you're on a tourist visa and whatever, right? So yeah, with Japan, it's like there's a hell of a lot of things that I want to do in Japan. Oh my god, the list is endless. But even if I could fit all of them in like a 2 week period, which I probably could, realistically, I wouldn't want to just, do a whole bunch of exciting things in Japan in every single hour of the day, every day that I'm in Japan. I'm going to want to do one nice thing and then relax for the rest of the day in my hotel room. Or I'm going to want to, get one nice thing in the morning and then just relax at the park. Or whatever. Or I don't know, go to an arcade or something. Or just sit down somewhere, right? Like, I'm not going to want to spend. I'm not going to, I'm not going to. I don't go on vacation thinking, like, okay, I'm here for 5 days and every day has breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So 3 meals times 5 days is 15 meals that I can have. So what 15 restaurants am I going to go to where I'm going to get the most out of this? I don't want to do that. I can do that and I'm willing to, but I don't want to. If I have breakfast somewhere and I get like a little stomach sick, I want to be able to kill the next 4 hours just lying down in my hotel room, watching the Japanese TV that I can't understand what they're saying. Right? I want to do that, or or I want to go home, right? If I get like an Airbnb at like a traditional Japanese house or whatever, I just want to relax, right? Because like most of my life is just relaxing, right? Like I just want to, especially if I have the days off, I just want to stay home. I just want to relax in bed, or just sit down in a comfy chair and just stare. Especially if I'm with like somebody I love. Just us existing together is going to bring me a lot of joy. And so if we're on vacation together, we're going to spend a lot of time just existing with each other, not necessarily doing it, these high-paced activities. So I'd have to plan around that too, which is a huge reason why if I won the lottery or if I got a big sum of money, I would move to Japan. So that if I have 2 full weeks of activities that I want to do in Japan, I could spread that out over the course of an entire year. And I could just do one nice thing a week. What if I really like the first activity that I do, or like the first restaurant I go to, let's say in Japan, and I just want to go there a bunch of times over the next week? Well, then I'm not going to get to go to any of the other places, right? I have time constraints. Oh, I got to do everything. Oh, we're leaving Tokyo in 3 days so we can go to Osaka, right? And you're never going to come here again, right? And it's the fact that I can really enjoy something and then know that once I leave, I can never come back. It creates such a bittersweet feeling, honestly. Even with like TV shows and stuff, right? If I watch a really good TV show, yeah, I can't experience it for the first time ever again once it ends. But I can still rewatch it. Same thing with a restaurant, right? If I go to, there's a really good restaurant or like a really good boba place, excuse me, nearby, which there's quite a few near where I live. A bunch of Asians here. Then, I'm like, okay, the first time was great eating it, but So the next times won't be as good, but I can still go there again, right? If I go to Japan and I enjoy something, I'm never going to get to go there again. So I'm not going to be able to enjoy it at my leisure. That's what it boils down to. Is I'm not going to enjoy it at my leisure. So that's kind of the sad thing. And yeah, I'll get to experience it and then take pictures and then just remember it, for the rest of my life. But still, it's like, so it's better going there than not. And I'm still going to have a blast and it's still going to be a really positive experience for me. But there is that downside. So, yeah, that's what I can get sad about. So, whereas like the buffets that I ate as a teenager when I lived in Nevada or near Las Vegas, I know I can always go back there. It's a little inconvenient, right? I got to plan a couple days around it, and it's going to cost me a bit of money, but I can still go back there. With Japan, I know I'm not returning next year, right? If I go, I know I'm not coming back the next year. Not unless I spend the entire year making money and saving up for it, which I technically could do. But am I really going to spend my whole life working a whole bunch of hours to save up enough money so that I can go to Japan for 2 weeks a year? And then go to Japan and, oh, there's this ramen place that I want to try, and I want to have it every day for the next 2 weeks. And then I just want to relax in my hotel room for the rest of the time. It's like, that doesn't really seem worth the price, because I'm still very like calculate, like, financially conscious sort of person. So I'm not going to spend 4 grand and 2 weeks of my vacation time knowing that I'm hardly going to do anything in Japan, right? That I'm going to go to one place that I like and then just rest for the rest of the time, right? That's not really worth the money because I could just rest at home and save the money. So, I don't know. It's a lot of things I got to think about and consider in regards to that. So, and obviously it depends on my financial situation too. If I won the lottery, for example, then I could just buy a house in Japan and then just go there during the summers and then just do whatever I want, right? And I could go there at my leisure and just relax every single year for the rest of my life. Or if I get like a high paying job where I don't have to work that much, or if I make enough money with my whole farm life thing, right? To where I can afford to go every year, then sure, whatever, right? I'm not spending the money on anything else, and this is something that I really want. So that's the thing, is that people like, they'll go on vacations as like a really nice thing, but they'll only get to experience it once. So I'm the kind of person who, like, to really absorb something, I have to experience it multiple times. And this has actually been a huge problem for me. I guess not a problem, but it's a huge quirk that I have, is that I like when I see something cool or I hear something cool, I want to have it repeated. So what I actually end up doing is I it's kind of embarrassing actually. I I'll when I see like a really cool fight scene in an anime, for example, I'll watch the fight scene or the whatever scene of it is. And then I'll actually, in the middle of the episode, I'll rewind to the beginning of the fight scene. And then I'll rewatch it again. And then maybe I'll rewatch it and then I'll rewind again and then to the beginning and then watch it a third time. Or maybe it'll be like a 5 or a 10 second like flash of animation that's like really cool. And I'll watch like the 10 seconds of it and then I'll rewind. I'll press the back arrow a couple times to rewind it 10 seconds. And then I'll watch it again and again and again, and I'll just keep rewatching the same scene. It's so autistic of me. Oh my god, I can't even believe I'm telling you guys this, but it's something that I do regularly. Like, I don't think between cool fight scenes, cool like animations, even like character facial expressions. Like if somebody reacts to something, and I really enjoyed their reaction, the character's reaction to something, I'll even rewind and rewatch that. It's really cringe. Oh my god. I cannot get through watching. I don't think I've ever watched an anime all the way through where I haven't done that at least once. Even if it's a bad anime, there will still be one or two cool moments in it. Because I don't watch shows that are like just utter trash, right? I watch things that have a cool side to them, at least, or like an enjoyable side to them, at least. So, but yeah, I do that a lot with anime, and I've started actually doing it with like YouTube videos and regular shows and stuff and movies. It's not good. And then like even with like video games too, there will be like video game cutscenes where certain moments will be really cool. And I'll be like, oh, I really wish. Because you can't rewind those, right? It's in a video game. But I'll be like, oh man, I really wish I could just rewatch that. I want to watch that a second time and a third time and yada yada, right? Like I get the urge, I get the instinctual urge to just rewind and rewatch certain things or whatever, because it takes me two or three watches to really, like, I understand what I'm seeing the first time, and I could probably describe it back to somebody. So it's not a comprehension problem like what a little kid would have, but I just I it's an immersion thing. It takes me two or three rewatches to fully absorb like every detail, every special little thing from that moment in the show. You guys know how you guys have probably experienced this too, if you've ever rewatched something or reread a book or something like that. The first time you experience a show or a book or a movie or whatever, it's cool. It's a really cool first thing, and it's fascinating and awe inspiring. But then the second time you watch it, you start noticing little things that you didn't notice the first time you watched it. You guys have gotten that feeling before, I'm sure. The second time you see something, you notice things that you didn't on your first watch. That's basically how it is for me, except it's not entire movies or entire shows. It's just like 10-second scenes in the show, or like just a flash of animation or a character's facial expression or whatever. It's not that I'm seeing things that I missed, but it's that I'm absorbing. It's that I'm really absorbing the full impact of it, of whatever I'm rewatching, right? That's what it is for me. And I don't consciously think that. It's an instinct. I instinctually want to see it again because it was so cool, I gotta rewatch that, sort of thing. So, whether it's a fight sequence or if it's just a character's facial reaction or like their body jerked in a weird way, but it was like oddly satisfying, things like that. Or like in a song, like I'll do this with music too. I'll find a song and there will be a really cool section of the song, and by section I mean like a 5-second section, and I'll hear the section and it'd be like, wow, they raised their pitch in a certain way, or they said a word in a certain way that was really unique, and that was really satisfying. And so in the middle of the song, I'll rewind, listen to that bit again, rewind, listen to it again, and I'll just sit there and just enjoy it or whatever. It's so autistic of me. Oh my god, it's so cringe, but I love that. I honestly like it's one of the things that I really enjoy when I watch shows or listen to music or whatever. So when I listen to a really good song, but like I just listen to it all the way through and it's just background, then it just becomes background noise for me. It's like I don't appreciate anything about the song anymore. It's just noise in the background when I stop like appreciating it. But when I'm like listening intently to it, I hear a cool, that's when I hear a cool part and I rewind it or whatever. So, and re listen to those parts. So, it's the same with like a show for me. I don't know. Anyway, it's really so. Why did I start talking about this? Oh, yeah, the Japan vacation. I'm going to want that, right? I'm going to want to go. If there's a ramen shop that's like out of this world, for example, in Japan, I'm going to want to go to that ramen shop a second and a third and a fourth time until I've repeated it enough to where I've fully absorbed all of what makes it great to me. And then I never have to go again. Whenever I go to LA, there's like hundreds of different food places in LA City that I could go to. Every single time I go to the same place. I just go to the one same place and I order, and this one place has a lot of things on their menu. I just order the one same item from their menu, nothing else. They have like po' boy sandwiches that I've never had before. They have like other homemade items. They have specialty things. No, I just get the crawfish mac and cheese. That's all I get. That's all I will ever get from that place. If I had the extra money and the extra time, then sure I could go and try the other food items, but the first time I ate that mac and cheese, it was so good. Oh my god. It was an out of this world experience. But I hey. Ah. Yep. The first time I ate that mac and cheese, it was like this out of the world experience. But, you know, so I wanted to have it again, second and a third time. And obviously with food, right? You're repeatedly taking bites, right? Because it's most dishes are more than just one bite. I don't know how I'm going to survive that caviar taco experience because it's only one bite and there's no way I can afford a second one. I'm not going to want to spend the money on a second bite or on a second one of those in the same day, right? Maybe I'll come back the next day to have it again. But yeah, with a bowl of mac and cheese, for example, right? It's a great flavor on the first bite, and you get to keep having more bites of it. And it's the same exact flavor, but you just keep forking in mouthful after mouthful. You get to keep re-experiencing that flavor. The instant it goes away, you can have it again because it's a bowl of mac and cheese, right? It's more than one bite of food. So that's the benefit of food. With like a TV show or anything else, it only happens once, right? Each little scene, each little second of the show or the song, it only happens once. Obviously, a song you can put on repeat, which they do. But with a show, right? Each scene only happens one time, and you only get to see each little moment in each scene once. Which is why, and I want to experience it again and again, so I have to rewind specific moments to rewatch specific scenes in the middle of the episode over and over and over again. So, and I'm not sitting there for the next half hour doing it, obviously, right? I'm rewatching it like I'm watching like a 10-second section like 2 or 3 times maximum. So I've watched. That's the thing is like I've watched shows with other people before, or like movies or whatever, and I've seen those moments that I want to rewatch, and I get the urge to rewind. But obviously, I'm with other people, so I can't. And so then it's harder for me to immerse myself with other people because I'm not able to, because not because I'm not able to do that, but because I have to be conscious of the fact that I can't do that because I'm with other people, right? It's all of those combined that make it harder for me to like really enjoy a show while watching it with somebody. It's not to say I don't enjoy watching shows with people. I've watched like really intense scenes in anime with people, and it's just, I get awestruck from it. It's just so amazing. And then I look to the side of me, and the person I'm watching it with has the same reaction. And it's, which is both of our mouths are just, our jaws just drop at like the sheer. Ooh, there's a specific moment I remember of that happening. And it's just like, you're just glued to the TV screen. I mean, it's just one of those. And I didn't feel the need to repeat the scene when that was happening, so I didn't even feel it. So, but I no no no. She needs to wait. But yeah, I just it's just something I do. So anyway, with going to a new place that I know I'm going to enjoy, like Japan, for example, the bittersweet feeling of it is amplified because I feel like if I only spend 1 or 2 weeks there, which ideally, if I went on vacation in Japan, I would go for at least 2 weeks. And I have a list of places that I want to go to in Japan, which I do, then each place that I go to, I'm not going to just want to go to once. I'm not just going to want to experience it once. At least with some places, I'm sure I'll find a place that like I have to go back here before I leave, right? And when people go on vacations to a place like Japan, they typically have that sentiment. Oh, there's a really good ramen shop in Tokyo, that I had on day one. We got to go back there before I got on my return flight. No. 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 She's got to wait. She's not being patient. She has to go a certain amount of time without scratching at the door before I let her out, because I'm not going to reinforce her behavior of scratching the door whenever she wants to get out. So if I give in, she's going to scratch at the door every single time she wants to leave my room. And it's going to be super annoying. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, it's, something like that, so. Obviously, I have to plan my vacation around the fact that I'm going to be able to do that if I want to. Right? I'm going to be able to go, no. It's the difference between listening to her scratch at the door every single time she feels a little antsy for the next 10 years of my life versus just teaching her patience and waiting quietly once. So you do the hard parenting now so that you have an easier life tomorrow, right? That's what you do. But anyway, I've talked at length about that before, so. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so I have to plan my vacation around, like, I'm gonna have a list of like things I have to do in Japan, and then things that I can do if there's but I'd have to have a short list of things that I want to do with breaks in between, and then I have a longer list of things that I could do if I'm feeling okay during a break to go do an extra thing, right? Because realistically, like, if you go on vacation, you're probably not going to have all three meals in a day at three different specialty locations. Like, thinking about how you're a human being and you need downtime and you can get sick and yada yada, or you cannot feel well one day or whatever, it's just not going to work. In fact, most people who go on vacations, they'll have breakfast in the hotel lobby, right? A lot of hotels will serve like a breakfast buffet or something like that. It's nothing special, right? You're getting the breakfast, the breakfast buffet at the Hilton, right? It's going to be scrambled eggs and waffles. It's like I can have scrambled eggs and waffles at home from the grocery store. And it's not that special. I didn't come to New York to have scrambled eggs and waffles, right? I came to New York to have specialty Arab food, or the Brooklyn style pizza slices, or whatever, right? So, but most people who go on vacation will eat the hotel food, you know maybe once a day. That eliminates an entire meal, right? What if there are specialty breakfast places in New York or in Japan that you can't get anywhere else? Well, you just gave up the opportunity for that to have the hotel breakfast, right? And, if you're on vacation for a reason other than eating the food there, then that's totally fine, right? If food is more of an afterthought and you just want to fill up your belly, then so be it, right? Not everybody, needs that. I am only going to Japan for the food. Like, that's what it is. I will like the new environment. I like how everything's set up, but it, the purpose for me of going to Japan is to experience the food, because I really want to, right? There's so many places in Japan that I want to go to that's only in Japan. It's the kind of food, it's the kind of structure it's the kind of food that's only in Japan, right? That I can't even get shipped over here. So that's what it would be, right? So obviously there's other things in Japan that I can do, that I want to do, that doesn't involve eating food. But food is probably like my number one. It's the food is number one in Japan, and then number two is the hot springs. And it's a close number two, but obviously, if I plan my itinerary for where I'm going in Japan, then I can land at a different hot springs every single night. That's what I'm gonna do. If I go to Japan, there's several towns in Japan that specialize in hot springs, in hot springs, saunas, jacuzzis, whatever you want to call them. And some of the hotels even have your own personal hot spring in the hotel, which is what I'd want. I don't want to go in a public hot spring, even if it's gender separated. Especially if it's gender separated, because that means I probably won't be able to share it with the person that I'm with. Anyway, that's how it mostly is in Japan, but there's, so I gotta find. There's hotel rooms where the hotel is next to, like, a geyser or something. Or, where however hot springs are formed in the ground. And they'll have personal, private hot spring it's called an onsen. That's the Japanese word for hot spring. They'll have a personal onsen attached to your hotel room, so you gotta pay extra for it. It's worth it. I don't care if I'm paying $200 a night. I'm gonna spend half my goddamn day in that hot spring, attached to my hotel room. And my wife is too. She's not getting a choice. It's like half the reason I'm going to Japan, right? So number one is the food. Gotta try the food. But then close number two is the hot springs. Ah, Kiwi. No, you're not scratching. No. 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 No, you're not. She's scratching to get other people to open the door for her, because the rest of my family submits whenever a cat scratches at the door. So that's why they do it. It's like if you had a little kid, right, your son or daughter, and they got your attention by banging pots and pans or by screaming, and you responded to them screaming by giving them attention. No. 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 And your kid is screaming to get your attention every single time they want your attention, or every single time they're hungry, or every single time they need to go to the bathroom. They scream at the top of their lungs to get you to notice them. And if you respond to them by giving them the attention that they want when they scream, then guess what they're going to do for the rest of their life when they want attention? They're going to scream. And they're going to turn 18 or 40, and they're going, hey, no, no, no. Stop it. She doesn't know what to do. I've never gotten that mad at her before. She's never clawed at the door that much before. But yeah, if your kid screams at the top of his lungs whenever he wants attention, and you as the parent give him the attention when he screams at the top of his lungs, then guess what he's going to do for the rest of his life whenever he wants attention? He's going to scream. He's going to do that when he's 10 years old. He's going to do that when he's 18 years old. He's going to do that when he's 50. He's going to go to the grocery store, and when his coupon isn't working at the grocery store, he's going to scream at the top of his lungs at the grocery store worker until he gets his way. I just described a Karen. What do you think Karens go through? Or what do you think Karens have, how do you think they grew up? They grew up screaming and crying and throwing a temper tantrum every time they didn't get their way, and then their parents caved in. And so then they learned as children that they can get away with that in life, or that's how you do it in life. Not that they can get away with it with, that's how I get what I want. No. No. Whenever she wants something, she normally comes up to me and asks for it. That's the thing. The fact that she's not doing that because she thinks I'll get a faster response by scratching at the door. Right? A kid's gonna get a faster response by screaming his lungs out. The same thing. Normally with parents, when their kids like throw a temper tantrum in order to get what they want, QE, hey, you're not. No. Normally a child is 2 years old when they start having those kind of behaviors. And you have to deal with it. You have to like you have to, make sure that they're not learning to do that behavior. You have to deal with that for like a full year. It's There's a reason why when you're raising a kid it's called the terrible twos. It's because when a kid is 2 years old, they're terrible, and that's where the bulk of your parenting skills is going to come in. No! It's that age where the bulk of your parenting skills is going to be put into work, because if you don't make the right decisions as a parent at that point, then your kid's going to grow up being naughty, and they're gonna not naughty, but like they're not going to learn not to do that, right? And then they're going to turn 3, and they're still going to be throwing temper tantrums because mommy and daddy, you know, submitted last time when I threw temper tantrums. And they're going to be 4, and they're still going to do it. And they're going to start kindergarten, and they're still going to do it. And they're going to go to high school, and they're still going to do it. And they're going to be 35 years old at the grocery store, and they're still going to do it, right? All because the parents didn't put their foot down when the kid was learning what they can and can't do. If you teach the kid early that, okay, this is what you can and can't do, then your parenting job's pretty much done, right? By the time the kid's 6, then he's learned all that he really needs to know behaviorally. And if you can just last those first 6 to 8 years raising a kid and putting your foot down, then the thing is the kid turns out right, and then you don't need to do anything else, right? Kid becomes a teenager and they're well behaved, so you don't do anything else. Kid becomes an adult and they don't need their boss yelling at them to, to do their work or whatever, because they're fine, right? And who gives a shit about like anything else? It'd be like, oh, is the kid social, or is the kid, does the kid have weird interests or weird like romantic interests or whatever, right? None of that matters, right? The only thing that matters is that you're able to compose yourself in a civil manner when interacting with society. If you throw a temper tantrum every single time you don't get what you want, then nobody's gonna like you, and you're gonna end up alone. You're not gonna understand why, and it was because your parents didn't put their foot down when you were 2 years old. So by the time you're like 6, it's way too late. In fact, people say like by the time the kid's 4 years old, if the kid doesn't understand how to behave properly and isn't socialized with his peers by the time he's 4 years old, then that kid is going to have stunted growth in those areas for life. That's what they say. 4 years old is your deadline for raising a kid. So after 4 years old, if you've done your job and you've done it right, then from 4 to 6 is teaching them like, other stuff, I guess. I mean, learning's a lifelong journey. It's more so for a developing kid, but, that's why I don't understand, like, people disciplining, like, teenagers. It's, like, yeah, if the teenager is doing something wrong that's, like, a crime or something, then sure, but, who cares if your kid isn't social? Who cares if your kid doesn't have any friends? It's their choice. If a kid is a teenager and they're making a choice on like, how they act around people or what kind of friends they have, or if they have friends, or if they're going to socialize a whole bunch, or if they're just going to stay in their room their whole time, then chances are, even if you try to discipline that, they're teenagers already. They're making the decision because this is what they want in life. And, even if they go out and they socialize, then, while they're still a teenager, then when they grow up to be an adult, they're probably just going to regress back into going in their room all the time. And then the parent is going to look at their 20-year-old kid who just stays in his one-bedroom apartment all the time, and he doesn't budge. And they're going to wonder, oh, where did we go wrong with raising the kid? Why doesn't our kid want to be social and have friends and get a girlfriend and yada yada? And it's like, because the kid doesn't fucking want to. It's like, leave him alone. Kid's an adult. You don't have any sovereignty over the thing anymore. So they're gonna be like, oh, what's wrong with him? And it's like, what's wrong with him is that he was different than you. That's what it was. His only crime is that he was different than what you expect a human being to be. Human beings are allowed to be different, right? You wouldn't expect a fucking cat to be social, all right? So why do you expect your kid to be? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't have to finish college and get a high paying job and and have a bunch of friends and connections and a social network and find a girlfriend and have normal dates with her and start a normal family and get a normal house and live a normal life. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that if I don't want to. I'll get a weird girlfriend and I'll buy a cheap plot of land in a place that you don't approve of me living in, and I'll build my own goddamn house that's in a different design that you'll find in the suburbs. And then I'll live my weird life with my weird girlfriend and with my weird behaviors. And it's like, who gives a shit? I'm not harming anybody. I'm not harming myself. It didn't matter. It didn't matter that I have social anxiety. It didn't matter that I don't have a work ethic. It didn't matter that, this or that or whatever. I'm still alive. This is America. Nobody dies in America. The only thing you die of is fucking COVID. And even that's a coin toss. Nobody starves to death. Even like the most homeless, drug addicted people who are found waking up in a ditch every day of their own making, those people still eat 3 times a day and they're getting help for their addictions. They don't have to have any friends in order to do that. We don't leave people for dead. Well, we leave people for dead if they're weak and they can't afford to unweaken themselves. That's what this country abandons. But if you're a normal, healthy person, or if you're a healthy person who isn't committing crimes, then America keeps you alive. They don't give you any other reason to live, but they keep you alive. So it's not like you needed, discipline as a teenager to make sure we meet out your social anxiety because, this is what's best for you. You know how many times I got clowned on because I was socially anxious as a teenager? My God. Like, fuck all of them, honestly. Nothing is worse than other people trying to change who you are. That's what it is. That's what it is. No, it's not like a little bit of like, oh, you're gonna need to do your own laundry or whatever, right? It's like they're trying to make you live a life that's different than what you want. It's like, oh my God. And like even as an adult, if you interact with people, then you get a lot of that too. You get people judging you. Right? I can't even go like get food at a food truck because I'm weird for being alone, right? It's like people have their normal way of wanting to live, and they think that it's their way or the highway, right? So they're gonna force their kids into it. Oh, I'm social, so my kids should be social. Oh, I got a good job, so my kids should get a good job. Oh, what's wrong with my kid? They stay in their room all the time and they're alone and they aren't willing to work and yada yada, right? A parent can choose, once the kid is of age, to not take care of the kid financially anymore. Kick the kid out, they'll have to get a job, they'll have to go on their own 2 feet, or they'll become homeless and on food stamps. That's it's not the worst future. Honestly, like I'd rather be homeless in America than own a house in like Siberia, right? I'd rather be here than elsewhere. Of course, I would rather be elsewhere than here as well, right? Like I'd rather be here than like Brazil or like another third world country. But if I can afford to, I'd rather go to a different first world country, right? So being in America means that you're not gonna get killed, and you're not gonna die of being poor. That's what it is. You're gonna be miserable of being poor, but you're not gonna die from it. As long as you're a human being who can open their mouth to speak words and move your limbs, then you're fine, right? You can recover from anything. There are plenty of people who spent their entire like the first half of their life not talking to anybody, keeping to themselves, working some crap job, whatever, right? And then they turn like 45 years old. And then they're like, okay, today's the day I've decided to change. And then, like, within a few years, they've gotten their degree, they get a high paying job, and they make a bunch of friends, and they find a wife. There's a lot of people who just, that one day, no matter at what point in their life, they just decide, hey, I've had enough of this. I'm just gonna change. I'm just gonna do what other people said I should have done. And I'm gonna enjoy life. And it's like, cool. They were fine with their life up until that point, and then they decided not to be. There are other people who live their whole lives working, doing the bare minimum, and then not doing anything. That's fine. That's their choice, right? That's what they enjoy, as long as they're not miserable about it, right? You can't be you. It's hypocritical to be miserable in a situation that you yourself created. That's the thing. With me, I know, like, if I wanted to be social and I wanted to overcome my anxiety, I got to put in the work for it. But the thing is, I'm not suffering because of my anxiety. Oh, I don't get to eat the food trucks. I don't get to go to fancy restaurants with a group of friends, right? I don't care, right? It sounds like I care, and yeah, it'd be nice if I could do that, but the do not outweigh the cons. That's for sure. Because what am I giving up? I'm giving up being able to stay in my room and play video games on stream every day. That's what I'm giving up. I get to relax. I get to sleep until like 2 in the afternoon, and I get to do whatever. Right? I got some extra sleep this morning. It's very nice. But yeah, it's like I don't need any of this. Or I don't need to improve my life in the way that other people classify improving your life to be, because I don't need any of the benefits of that, because I'm completely fine with my life as it is. It'd be nice if I had a wife to wrap my arms around, but I mean, once I get her, my life's pretty much set, right? I don't need to change a single thing other than that, because that's how I want to live my life. If you want to live your life like that, or if you're okay with living your life like that because other things are too much effort, that's totally fine. It's totally fine. Who cares? QE. What? Come here. Come here. Hmm? Okay, Kiwi. She's not scratching, so I'm gonna let her out. Okay. 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 Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I knew it. She needed to go to the bathroom. Which is fine. But it was like raising a dog, it's like if they're gonna spend all night, they can't, they gotta approach you and get your attention, like the approaching or whatever, right? They can't, or they can sit by the back door, but they can't just endlessly scratch at the back door, right? If you're not available that minute, you can't be suffering through them scratching at the back door for a continual amount of time until you give in, right? Same with a kid. If a kid's screaming and throwing a temper tantrum until for every second until you're ready to give them attention, that's not good, right? Because it's what a Karen does in a grocery store. She yells at every single employee until the manager comes. And those people are disgusting. And we laugh at those people. Nobody wants to be friends with a Karen. This is like, this we good teach your kids. Give me a second, guys. think she will. Kiwi. Come in. Okay. Alright, well. Ugh, a bit cold. Where's my shirt? Where's my shirt? It's right here. Just took a long time in the bathroom. But anyway, guys, I ooh, it's better. Anyway, all that isn't to say that, I won't enjoy my vacation in Japan. When I do it, I have to do it at some point. I will. Not in the next couple of years or anything, but just once I've amassed enough money to comfortably do it without feeling like it's a waste. Because, oh, what could you spend $3,000 on? I was like, okay, I could buy a car. Or I could buy some building materials for my house. I mean, I could buy a plot of land for $3,000. It'd be a pretty crappy piece of land, but that could contribute to part of the whole cost of a good piece of land, right? Whatever. But anyway, it's still something I want to do though, and it's not to say, as much as I'm talking about it, it's not to say that I won't enjoy my vacation, because I will. I will enjoy going there. And the thing is, it's that I will enjoy going there and I'll look back on it with fond memories. It's just whatever I'm complaining about right now is just things that I've considered. And it's things that I've considered because I'm the kind of person who looks at something through all angles, right? And yeah, there might be a negative thing here or a problem here or a certain disadvantage here or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, it's a positive experience. And the thing is, the way that my mind works is that I'm able to look at the good things and the bad things of something, but still enjoy it. And not like, oh, I'm enjoying it because I'm ignoring the negative things. I'm enjoying it because I have a full understanding of it, right? That's sort of how my mind works, so me looking at the negatives of something isn't me being negative about it. It's me, it's me just understanding the whole thing, right? One bad apple doesn't ruin the bunch, right? It's the same thing. If I have a basket of apples and all of them are good and juicy and flavorful, but one of them is rotten and bad, and I got to take the whole basket with me. Well, so whatever, right? I have one bad apple amongst a bunch of good ones, and it's like, who cares, right? I'm not going to focus on the existence of the bad apple. I'm going to recognize that it's there, so that I can avoid eating it. Yeah, I'll just put it off to the side while I enjoy eating the good apples, right? Oh, it's an eyesore. Okay, who cares, right? I don't care. That's the thing. Recognizing a negative in something, a bad thing in something, doesn't necessarily mean that I care about it. All it means is that I know it exists. That's what it is. Being positive minded isn't about ignoring the negative things in life. It's just about not focusing on them. And the thing is with me, I only need to focus on it for a little bit in order to process what it is, and then I can move on with my life, right? And then I can, put it to the side and move on with my life, right? Why is there this weird looking apple in the basket? Oh, it's rotten and it's gonna be bad and it kind of smells a little bit and whatever, right? You understand what it is, and then I'll be like, okay, what's the best thing to do with this? Well, I'll just put it off to the side while I eat all the good apples. And there you go, right? It's not a problem anymore. I recognized that it exists. I understood what it was and that it was a negative. And I even said, and I might have even said something about how, oh, I wish this wasn't here in the bunch. I wish this bad apple didn't come with it. But it's like beyond that, like who cares? So me bringing up negatives in a situation doesn't make the situation negative, and it doesn't mean that I care about the negatives. It just means that I recognize that they're there, so that I can understand it. And most of the time, what happens is that I'm able to, because I know that what the negatives are in something, then I'm able to deal with them and solve them, or at the very least, deal with them enough to make sure that they don't ruin an otherwise positive experience. That's what it is. If this whole vacation about Japan, if there's the problem that, I have with, oh, I'm going to have something once and I'm going to want to do it again, but I can't because I'm going back to America next week. Recognizing that that's part of the package that you're getting, that I'm getting with it, means that I can take measures to avoid feeling like that. If there's a place I really want to try again, maybe I'll give up going to another place in order to have that first place a second time. Maybe I'll plan the whole vacation around having rest breaks. Maybe I'll only go to 2 places a day instead of the planned 3. And I'll plan my vacation around that. And so then I'll have an extra free spot for whatever spontaneous thing I choose during that extra time slot every day. And something that I choose, it could be going to the good ramen shop again, right? For a second time, but this time it's 3 days later when I'm feeling like it, right? So I'm not going to sit here and whine for the rest of my life about how I don't get to live in Japan. I'll bring it up, but how nice it would be. But it's not like that's going to ruin my otherwise good life, right? It's it's a dream. That's what it is. It's a dream. Just because you have a good dream and you wake up from it doesn't mean that your day's gonna suck because it's not your dream, right? It just means you got to experience something cool. And then you wake up and then it's over. And you're like, man, it's over. And then you move on with your life, right? Right? Even if you think about the dream and think about how cool it was over breakfast, it doesn't ruin the rest of your day. It just occupies your thoughts for a little while. That's what it is. Something can occupy your thoughts for a little while, but it doesn't have to ruin whatever it is. People who try to be overly positive and who force themselves to be positive, and they force themselves to avoid thinking about the negatives. They're not able to deal with when the negatives happen. That's what it is. And they're not able to cope with that. If a negative is just off to the side, then they can, avert their eyes. But if a negative is thrown right in their face, they don't know how to deal with it because they've been purposely avoiding the problem. So, and life is full of problems. Oh my God. Even if you're in your perfect, ideal dream world situation in life, there's still gonna be problems. If you win the lottery and you're a millionaire, and you go and you live in the place that you've always dreamt of, and you live there for the rest of your life, and you have a loving partner and a great group of friends, and everybody cares about you, and you're super happy, and you get to do all of your hobbies that you enjoy at your pace every day and whatever, right? There's still going to be problems. There still exists problems, right? We can't, and you're perfectly healthy and whatnot, right? There's still problems. You're still going to experience problems in your life. So negatives exist so that we can appreciate the positives more. So that's what it is, right? As long as your life isn't full of negatives, right? As long as your life isn't surrounded by negatives, or as long as you don't focus on the negatives for your entire life, as long as you don't focus on the negatives while not seeing the positives, then you're fine, right? As long as you don't do that, then you're fine. That's what it is. So, I don't know. It's just, it's the whole good vibes thing again, right? Yeah, don't be a negative Nancy all the time, but you don't have to fake and pretend that negatives don't exist in the world either. It's a balance. You experience a balance. You find a balance in your own life that works for you and that keeps you happy. Because people who see negatives happening in their lives can still be happy. And in fact, they can still be happy most of the time. They can still be happy when surrounded by negative conditions. Because they are able to process it and, tolerate it effectively, right? Not everything you do is going to be perfect, but you can still enjoy it. I don't know. It's very silly to me. So, and again, this is all to support the fact that even though it sounds like I complain about a lot of stuff in everything that I talk about, I like talking about it and I like thinking about it. And actually, I'm pretty happy being able to discuss and analyze a lot of these different things and a lot of aspects of different things. So, life's, I don't know. Things are enjoyable when you understand them. I think that's what it is. And that's supported by the fact that I like rewind and repeat looking at scenes and stuff. If something cool happens, I'm going to enjoy it the more that I get to understand it, the more that I get to process all the little details that are happening on screen. So, because it's immersion. I don't know. It's, I don't know. I guess it's a different way of living life. I don't need somebody in my life who lives the same way, although it'd be nice, or who thinks the same way. Of course, it would be really nice, but I just need somebody who understands that I'm this way and isn't brought down by me discussing this kind of stuff. That's what I need, right? That's what I need in a partner, and it's super hard to find that. Oh my god, is it super hard to find that? Because every person, especially like a lot of girls, are that fake positive that I was talking about, where they're only positive about everything because they are intentionally ignoring all the negatives in life. And so if you bring up any kind of inconvenient fact or detail about anything, then all of a sudden you're bad vibes to them. It's like I can't communicate with people like that. I can't communicate with people who like force themselves to think positively. You can think positively about stuff, that's fine, but you can't spend your whole life ignoring the fact that not everything is hunky-dory, right? There exist problems and you're not going to be able to get through life if you don't recognize them, right? Because something bad is going to happen to you and there's no way you can spin that into being positive. The best you can do is recognize whatever crap is happening, but then choose not to care about it. That's the best you can do. And there's nothing fake about that, because because you still recognize the existence. Oh yeah, this bad thing happened, but it's not too bad. I don't really care about it. That's fine. It's a good mindset. It's a good mindset, honestly. That's what I do. Except in order to get to that point, I need to recognize the negative and then I need to complain about it a bunch. But once I complain, me complaining about something is me processing it. Me processing what exactly this is and how negative it is and blah blah, right? And then after I'm done complaining and I've fully understood it, then I move on with my life, right? I just move on. There have been so many problems in my life that I solve because I just think about it or I talk about it. And through talking and complaining about something negative, I I work it out, I understand what it is, and I work it out, and then I find a solution. And then just being able to work it all out and understand it fully, I'm able to move past it. So I could be super bitter and angry about something, but then once I process all of it and I process my feelings and I understand what it is and I think it through, then it's like all my anger dissipates. It's like, okay, I found a solution to this. Or, okay, it wasn't as bad as it seemed, or whatever, right? That's fine. Because understanding something brings you to a neutral ground. And so when you're feeling down, when you're feeling angry or bitter or negative, then you think about it and you complain about it and work to understand it, and you're rising up to more of a neutral ground to it, to where you don't care about it anymore, right? Of course, I do this with positive things too. Something's really good, or something's really like makes me feel really good, and then I sit there and I think about like, why did this thing make me feel really good? And I can start dissecting it. I don't do this that often, but I've done this before, where I dissect whatever it was that made me feel good. I'm like, oh yeah, humans respond to this stimuli that causes us to feel these emotions because we're biologically inclined to feel this way due to certain circumstances, from a survivalistic perspective, and yada yada. And then I'll be like, oh, well, it's not that great anymore, right? But the thing is, I feel like a super boost to my ego, because I'm like, oh, I just dissected this thing, and I broke down, I fully understand why human beings will respond positively to such a thing. And now I am above humanity, because I am not bound, I'm not trapped by instinctually feeling good to such stimuli and whatever, right? Like I kind of feel like a god for a moment, right? I'm looking at all the rest of the silly humans in their earth. I'm just watching them doing predictable actions. And then, I'll show the thing to somebody else, and they'll react exactly how I thought they would. And I'll be like, haha, I'm superior. I'm superior because I predicted your reaction. And I understand why you're reacting that to the very finite biological level. I've only done this like a couple times recently, but it's a little ego boost, Most of the time I don't think about it. Most of the time I don't, positive things, right? I don't care about it, or I don't work to like overanalyze it or anything. But yeah. Bada boom, bada boom. You guys ever see those commercials for Omen Gaming? It's like gaming computers, gaming PCs. And it's something like, oh, it's like some woman narrator, and she's like, oh, studies show that surgeons who play video games perform 32% less errors. And then it's like a doctor, and he's on a PC playing video games, and he's like, I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you. It's like it's I've seen it so much that just, I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you. There's the one with the doctor, and then there's one with airplane pilots. And it's like, it's some guy with an accent. He's like, I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you. I think, I don't know. The first time I watched it, I was like, oh, that's actually good concept for a commercial. But then the more that I watch, because I get so many YouTube ads because I watch YouTube on my phone and my PlayStation, both of which I can't use ad block on. So I'm just thinking, you know, the more that I watch it, the more that I find it so ridiculous. Oh yeah, you know, a doctor is really gonna go home and play video games during his little free time, and he's really gonna do it for the benefit of his patients. Like, no, no, he's not. I know it's just a commercial, but still. Or like an airplane pilot, right? He's probably only playing video games on his gaming laptop because he has nothing else to do when he flies to different cities, right? So I don't know. I don't know why I just started thinking about it. I'm not gaming for me. I'm gaming for you. Anyway, I'm gonna start playing Greak. I've been talking for, oh my god, 3 hours now. Jeez. But yeah, anyway, this Pepsi Nitro's great. To sum up my talk for today, this is what I had to do for my speech. I had to give a summary at the end of what I talked about. To sum up my talk for today, Nitro Pepsi is great. I get bitter whenever I see happy couples in public, and I want to go to Japan. That's what it is. I want to go to Japan. Oh my god, do I want to go to Japan? Every single time I think about going to Japan, I just want to go. I just want to get on a plane right now. I can afford to. I can afford to go there like tomorrow and spend like 2 weeks over there. I'm gonna blow through all my money, so it's not gonna be worth it. But I just the thing is, like, as an adult, and you know, the older you get, the more like used to this you feel. As an adult, like, you could just do whatever you want. You're an adult and you have money in the bank. You could just do whatever you want. I want to go buy a car. I can just go do that, right? Or oh, I want to go to like LA, right? I could go to LA today and I could actually be back. I could go to LA today, go to the eatery that I want, that I go to, and then I could come back. And I'll be back to go to I'll come back home in time to go to bed at a normal bedtime. It's like, or I could go there and I could get a hotel room and I could spend the night and I can just go do that. I can just go do that, right? It's like super easy. Or if I want to go to Vegas, right? There's probably a flight. I could get on the bus and go over there on an overnight tonight. Or there's probably a plane flight that's going to Vegas that leaves in like 2 hours. I could just go do that. It's a 30-minute plane ride to go to Vegas. I've gone there. I've gone there by car and I've gone there by plane before. And plane is a lot faster for the transportation, but you got to deal with airport security and waiting for the flight to start and yada yada, right? So it ends up taking a little longer than just 30 minutes, but still. I could get on a flight to go to Vegas. I could get on a flight to go to Vegas like right now. I could get an Uber to the airport and then I could buy a ticket at the airport and then just fly on over there. And then I can eat a buffet, go to the casino to gamble a little bit, right? I'm not a big roller or a high baller or whatever you call it. And then I can I can just rent a hotel room for like 40 or 50 bucks. Sleep however long I want, wake up in the morning, go to a breakfast buffet, gamble some more, get lunch, and then get another plane flight home. I can do all that. What a great weekend. I could just do that. I could just go do that right now. I had no plans to do that, but I could just go do that right now. You guys know how like you have like cravings for food? and you want to and you're like, oh, I really want to eat some ice cream right now, or oh, I really want a muffin right now, or whatever, right? It's like it's like that. It's like if you're able to fulfill those cravings just whenever you want, right? Like you can just go on your phone and order like Uber Eats to deliver you a muffin and a tub of ice cream. Oh, that sounds pretty good, actually. Or like you could just go to the grocery store and just get a tray of muffins and a tub of ice cream yourself. And it's like put the muffins in the oven, heat them up, and then unwrap one, put it in a bowl, and then pour some cold ice cream on top of the muffin. Ooh, it's like a hot fudge brownie sundae, but you're doing it with a muffin instead. I wonder if that'd work. I've never heard of that before. Anyway, you have those food cravings, and just imagine like being able to just do that, right? Just get it at your leisure. That's what being an adult feels like, but like with everything. Oh, I want to go to a ramen restaurant. Oh, I can just go. Oh, I want to go to Las Vegas. Oh, I can just go, right? Of course, I always hold myself. I have a lot of these like spontaneous desires. I hold myself back every time because I'm like, okay, a trip to Las Vegas on the bus, which is a cheaper option, is going to cost me $25 both ways, and then probably more like $40 both ways, and then another 50 for the hotel room, and then the buffets are going to cost me like anywhere from $15 to $30 each. I'm getting three of them, and then I'm probably going to order a drink too, so it's a little bit of extra money. Plus, I'm going to tip whoever. I guess I don't really have to tip, to be honest. If I go to the casino, I'm gonna have to tip for my drinks. So that's what you do, so that they can. Because another thing about casinos is if they give you free drinks, you sit at a machine, and there will be a waitress that's walking around, and she'll notice you at the machine, and she'll ask you if you want anything to drink. Most of the time, it's alcoholic drinks, but some people just order like a soda or a water or something. That's what I would do. I would order a Shirley Temple because those are non-alcoholic, but I like Shirley Temples. I don't drink them that often. And yeah, it's but if you want to, and then she brings you the first drink. If you tip her, then she'll come around every like 10 or 15 minutes to see if you want another one because she's motivated by the money because every drink that she brings you, you're going to tip her. The drinks are free. You don't have to pay for them, but you can still tip the waitress who's bringing them to you. But thing is, you could choose not to tip her. And what's going to happen after you bring your first drink and she gets no tip for it? Well, you're never going to see her again. So, obviously, you can walk up to the bar yourself and request something. But you're never seeing your waitress again. And the waitress is actually probably going to tell the bartender, like, oh, that guy on that machine didn't tip. And so you're probably going to get mean looks and all that. So, just throw them a couple bucks. It's whatever. But yeah. Oh yeah, so anyway, the drinks are going to cost money. The tips are going to, or the drinks don't cost money. The tips are going to cost money. It's going to cost money to gamble, hotel room, transportation. I'm actually going to have to plan where the freaking Greyhound bus or the plane flight lands so I can get to Las Vegas from that location because it's not gonna drop me off at the strip. That's for sure. I'm gonna have to walk a little bit, or I'm just gonna have to wing it just gonna land or, get off the bus and I'm gonna be in the middle of nowhere. I'll have to figure it out using Google Maps. That's part of the fun of it too. Walking around, wandering, trying to find where you're supposed to go. That's what I did in LA one time. I didn't know where to go, so I ended up walking around like a portion of the city, which actually was like hours of walking. That was not good. That was not good. So, if I didn't know where to go, Google Maps didn't have it like worked out coordinate. I was trying to find the bus. I was trying to find the bus to go somewhere because it's a place called Little Tokyo, and it's like a whole section of the city is like a miniature version of Japan. So I wanted to go there, but I couldn't find it. Google Maps said I was in it, but like none of this, all the buildings were vacant. There was nothing around. Couldn't figure it out. So whatever, right? Anyway, if I go on a vacation to LA or Las Vegas or whatever, and I have the urge to do that, I'm the type of person who's going to calculate a rough estimate of how much money it's going to cost me. So if I go to Vegas, I'm looking at like $200 maybe, $150 if I'm really conservative, but I'm looking at like $200 for a weekend in Las Vegas. So for like the cheapest crap, and I don't want to spend $200. You know what I could buy with $200? I could buy a microclimate air filter helmet. Actually, it costs $300 for it, but buy one of those for the job that I'm supposed to be applying for. I mean, I could buy a game console for $200, an older one, but still. $200 could go towards anything. I could get the new VR headset. Or, well, I get half of the VR headset. There's not really anything that's just $200, is there? There's a bunch of $100 items, and then there's other things. Can you guys believe video games are almost going to cost $100? We're already at 70 with the new generation. 60 if you're on like the Switch or I mean Elden Ring was only 60, but whatever. Some games are costing $70 now. Some games like special editions are costing $100, so it's terrible. It is terrible. Anyway guys, I'm gonna start this game. New game, here we go.
Eons have passed since the threat fell north of Asia, in the unexplored lands of Asia. From that moment on, and without any cause, some beings appeared, called Koreans. They brought new life to every corner, and have kept away those who have long since mistreated those lands, the Ulags. For years, the Koreans have defended the valley and kept this land prosperous by building fortresses and training many generations in order to protect it. Great battles have been fought and won, and the Koreans maintain their reign until now. The Ulags have gathered together, and using a mysterious force, they have unleashed a war more devastating than this land has ever seen before, destroying the Korean legacy and ravaging everything they have built. Now only the last breath of the few remains. Eternal wings, please take this story our way and let everyone know what is happening in Russia.
So these people, these Koreans just basically invaded this land that the goblins were occupying. And they pushed the goblins out of their land like the freaking American colonists did. And then the goblins fought back to reclaim their land that was stolen from them. And they're the bad guys. I see how it is. I see how it is. Ooh. That's a cliff. Oh, in the anime cutscene, this dude climbed on top of a cliff. This is the cliff, which means the river is that way. It's to the left. Oh, it doesn't look like I get to look at the river. Oh, it's one of these games. Cool. Greek. Don't be scared. Why'd they name him Greek? Raydell and I will always be at your side. Follow our sigil. I'll leave it for you. Anyway, so this game features 3 characters, so I'm controlling the first one. Adara, I found you. Oh, okay. So this game features 3 characters. Wait, where's my health bar? Attacking me, you silly goose. Okay, there we go. This game's tough because this guy's so delicate. Why are there ghouls? I thought we were fighting the Urlogs. Gonna wait for those. Alright. There we go. I wonder if there are any hidden doors in this game. That's a common theme for these kind of games. Nice. I mean, compared to Elden Ring, this is pretty easy. Wonder if there's something... Nah, probably not. No, go. Go. No, 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 I almost made it. No! The animation of him falling. Greek! Greek, get up. My name is Butterfly. Oh, I want to slash at them. Bye! This is like a Mario game where the only correct direction to go is right. I think it is. What is this place? Destroy them. Darn it. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh! Hey, cool, I can swim. Yay, let's go. Oh no, she's trapped by a gate. This is really cute animation. Like, I like the simplicity of it. God. Hey, that's so... Oh, I love that. Wow. I like the mage character. I have to manually pick them up. Oh, I see. Okay. Watch out. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if like... God. If you guys have any artistic skill, then all you need to do is learn, like, animation. And then you can just animate whatever you want. Just animate whatever you want. Oh my god. I want to animate whatever I want. I wish. Oh my god. I have so many ideas, but I can't. Oh. I'm gonna need the other dude over here. Yay, let's go. Ah. Destroy them. I'd rather play as a chick, because she's long range. I'm sure she's gonna die in 2 hits, but it's whatever, you know? Come, Greek, we need to hurry. Where are we going? No thanks. Oh, I love the character switching in this. Oh my gosh. It's like playing God, did you guys ever play that Flash game? What was it? Fire Boy and... Yeah, Water Boy and Lava Girl? Lava Boy and Water Girl? Yeah, that one. Water Boy and Fire Girl. Wow, there's a lot of resistance on just the right trigger. Oh my god, just get up there. Okay. Oh, I see. Huh. Wait a second. Oh. Okay, I need to... I'm like, how do I get past it? No, go away. Whew. Can I go in here? No. Yeah, Fire Boy and Lava Girl, Water Girl. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That's what it is. Okay. I wish that this dude could attack at the same time. Wonder what these things are used for. Well, if she can just spam this skill, the sword guy should be able to do 3 hits or 3 points of damage per. Watch out, Urlags! Kill the Urlag! No, no, we must run away. Oh shoot! What? Why is there a white? What the hell? What's this? Aww. This game's so cute. What the frick? Why are we here? What happened? The adventure begins. Okay. Dude, Dret isn't having it. Where's my health? Oh, it's up there. Thanks to the winds, you're okay. The scouts found you. What were you doing all alone in the forest? I was in the thing. You're very small and there are great many dangers out there. The scouts haven't found any more inhabited places. Luckily, this old stable is still secure, but not for much longer. The monsters are destroying everything. It's a never-ending nightmare. I saw them, but even so I have to find her. If you want to go look for her first, you need to get back on your feet. What's your name and where are you from? I'm Greek from Drendel. That's impressive. Drendel's a long way from here. My name's Riam. I'm in charge of food in the camp. Just look at yourself. You're so weak. I brought you some soup here. Eat up. It'll restore your strength. Oh, it recovers over time. I see. Feeling better? I made it myself. We don't have much food left, but hot soup works wonders. Scouts haven't returned. My brother's out them. Maybe I could turn. When will they be back? I need to find her. I understand you want to find her, but we need to be well prepared if you want to leave the camp. You know how dangerous it is. Take your time. Speak to Tauros. Tell him you're looking for your sister. He'll be able to give you a map. Thanks for help. It is late. You recovered. I need to get back to work. Resting. Ugh, what are you doing? You don't seem to have a scratch on you. I broke my leg rescuing you. Oh, thanks, man. What a gleam of luck you had. You could have been eaten by Kahans. Thanks for saving me. Yep. Urlag infested territories. Thanks. Why am I here? Kill him! I think I've heard about you. You're the new boy. Very small. Urlags could attack any moment. I haven't slept in days. That's what I'm talking about. Hello. A little more. Now you're ready. We must make haste. The Urlags will be coming for us. Build the airship. Hello. Greetings, my name is Greek. I heard you were walking alone in the mountains. The winds protected you. I'm Irene. If you need supplies, there's not much left. I'd like to make a purchase. I want the scout's bag. They're all just recovery items. Yeah, sure, whatever. Save game, yay. +1 mushrooms. Hey, are you the lad? You've recovered. Yep, I get it. Means I have to go collect some materials. A place called Sonoras. It's a place that's free from threats. We're making a ship that can fly in the air. The Erlags. Map. Nah. A hand-drawn picture of Greak, Adara, and Raydell. Aww. That's a picture. That's a picture. This is the map. Great. Wait, there are quests in this game? Cool. Hey, you're the new boy. I'm in charge. The supplies, I'm Greek. Yep. Organizing inventory. I want to see your seed collection. Looks like there's a few books. Nope. It's broken. Well, there are books about the lore of this game. I'm assuming it's similar to Lord of the Rings. Everyone's working so hard. So they're protecting, building the airship. Couldn't get more soup. Here's the recipe. Hey, thanks. What's the recipe? Collect 3 mushrooms. Have them all to the cooking pot. Where are the scouts? They're headed east. New expedition. Where's everyone in the camp? They're all over the tour. Some walk for days to get here and others are rescued by scouts. Let's talk more later. Dang, this kid wants to date this girl, doesn't he? Yum yum. Alright. Secret area. Hello. Great, you recovered. A bird has stolen the telescope lens. A bird stole the telescope lens. Alright. The Erlags could attack at any moment. No! The Erlags attack momentarily. Yep, it's over there. Hello. Hey kid, if you think about leaving, take some supplies with you. Nope. Yay, the waterfalls. Let's go. Fight with my sword. Ow! No, you son of a poo-poo. Rar! Right? What am I doing? Collect 4 ropes. 3 mushrooms. Find a Dara. A missing oracle. What does a urine seed do? Danger, deadly drop, there's no way through. Oh, Tashkani. Alright, well. That sucks. Ha ha ha. Cha. Yari naushita. Oh, hey. Can I even get out from over there if I go? Meh, whatever. Oh, I can. Boom, boom, boom. Forest Ranger. Defeat 30 plague crawlers. Son of a... God dang it. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. No. I can get it. I can get the rope. Yeah, I did it. I did it. I got the rope. 1 of 4 ropes. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm this is a grinding game then. This is a grinding game then. I see how it is. There we go. It's a cute little game. It's a cute little game. How dare you? Go away! What? Give me health. Give me health. Oh shit. Bye. Oh, that was scary. Oh, there's a save point. Yeah, nice. Alright, cool. Alright, 3 health bars. Oh, okay. I didn't think it'd be that easy, to be honest. Taste from home. Full hot soup. Reminds me of home. Yay. What did I get? A delicious sweet muffin. Restores 2 points. Hey. Can I, like, access my recipes? No. Okie dokie. Nice. I need it. Hey, there's a rope. Got a rope. Ah, son of a bitch. Haha! Just continue, whatever. Come on, man. Here's got the rope. Ow! Go away! Good dang it. Truly a region. Okay. I don't know about going here right now. I need my 4th rope. Alright, do I need a 4th rope? Yeah. I'm gonna need a 4th rope. Let's go. Well, why don't you fix it? Gotta save. Muffin. I did it. I got my muffin. Bow, bow. Kill him. There we go. I want that chest. No. Oh yeah, I never went into this area. Ah shit, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Die! Get... game's tough. There we go. A long piece of rope. Yay, now I'm done. Now I can go back to wherever I was. I can also get the inventory back. Yes. Please? Okay. There we go. Let us go. Okay. There's a lot of running around in this game. Hello, I'm back. Thanks. By Rain Ruins. Is this the whole map? Oh no, I think all those shadowed out areas are the whole map. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 zones to this game. That's fun. Hello. What brings you here? Did you find the materials? Here you go. Are you serious? I wasn't sure you'd be able to get a hold of them. These ropes are in very good condition. They'll properly hoist the sails. Viga marshes. Geysers with an unstable liquid. Magic jar. Volatile liquids. I see. There we go. I need it. Make a purchase. Scout bag. Yay! More inventory space. Do you have another one? Nope. She does not. What quest do I have? Viga marches. Magic jars. Gotta find a telescope lens. Found a Dara. Wait, Viga marches. Where's that? Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Let's go. Yay. No other direction in this game, so might as well do the quests. Is there fall damage in this game? Ah, shit. Okay. I think I gotta go like way underneath and then... Nope. This game makes me want to play on Epic. That's the bridge that was broken, right? Okay. Looks like I need a hook shot. Fine. You don't get any experience from killing basic mobs. I feel like it's particularly useless too. Alright, now I can go through this region. Please? Okay, there we go. Ah! Hey, berries. What's this? Restores 1 life point. That's wonderful. Alright. Bye! Got him. Alright. What is this place? Oh my gosh, it's Majestic Ruins. Reminds me kind of like of Ori. What do you mean? Wait, how am I supposed to get to over there? Where's my hook shot? I swear to God. Oh my God. Am I gonna have to go back? Please drop a health. Hey. I'm gonna have to return back to the beginning. Dang it. They never bar your progress in Hollow Knight, which is what I'm comparing this game to. Because this game is seems like a Metroidvania, but it's very linear in nature. So. That is 100% the way to go. Don't know why the kid can't just fix the freaking thing. This game does make me want to play Terraria, though. For some reason. Maybe it's the 2D style of it. Can I fucking please? Okay, there we go. Hey, and she gave me a health back. I think they give me a health only when they damage me. Maybe. But then it's not all the time either. Either that or these guys are more likely to drop the health. I think I gotta go to the right. Can I? I don't think so. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey. Zach. I'm Zach. I want to help out the camp and fight the airlags. A large elixir. 5 points. Plague crawlers are dangerous. Complete your mission. Yeah, yeah. Bye. A new face. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Everyone's saying I can come back to camp. I don't care. Plague crawlers, let's go. Pepsi for breakfast. Sucks to suck. It says keep barricade closed. What the hell? Can I go in this? Ah, shit! Can you fucking... Oh my fucking god, dude. My character just ran into that thing twice. Oh my god. I lost all my progress. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. Bye. Bye. Oh my god, okay. Just trying to get the health crystal and I ended up dying for it. Nope. Bye. Keep barricade closed. I was prepared for him this time. There we go. There's a save point right here. Unbelievable. Yay, money. Ah, crap. Can you reach? Ah, fucking hell. Whatever, I had the save point, so... Come on, dude. Okay, 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 okay. The Urlogs are really easy if you can stagger them, but there's 2 enemies here. Yeah, it was like that, see? Like that. You know what I'll do? What do these do? Oh, I see. Can you hit him? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks. It's thanks to you I never strayed too far from the sidewalk. Koraramashita. Pack full. Wish there was a cooking pot somewhere. Adora must be around somewhere. Hey, Trina Valley. I can't fast travel, can I? Oh, hey, there's a cooking pot. Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, I guess I'm gonna cook the fruit. Homemade veggie bread. It's still fresh. Hide from the things, yay. Adira must be somewhere nearby. The Villa marches. Viga marches. Viga Lilla marches. Yay, save point. I see. What the fuck? Can you? Oh my god. Holy hell. Alright. It's a small elixir. Restores 2 points. How many health items do they expect me to go through? Oh, there he goes. Oh, shoot. Huh. Oh, okay. Oh, there's another one. Ah, son of a... No, you don't. It's a homing missile, really? Oh my freaking god, it's a homing missile. I can pick up the arrow? What? Oh boy, main villain. Son of a bitch. Oh, elixirs are instant, that's... God damn it! It's just a bunch of running around. Oh my god, he's so fast! God. Kill him. Silver crest. It can open a door. Awesome. Oh my god! The door was spiked? Why would you do this to me? Dragon fruit. There's a chest in the ground. Oh boy. Go. Oh, this is how you teleport. Okay. Yeah, save the game. Only edible when cooked. God, I'm hungry. I had Pepsi for breakfast. Better than a coffee, or well, actually it's worse than a coffee. I have more drink in my room. I have protein bars. I could have some vitamins. Have a multivitamin. Has all the nutrients that you get in fruit. Which means I don't need to eat fruit. There we go. It's a veggie pie. Restores all life points. That's a bit much, isn't it? Can you stop it? Oh my god. Sing on Adara. Bye. Can't wait till I get Adara. Oh, this is where I got a crossbow. So I can shoot these arrows at people. Brilliant, I knew you could do it. You handled yourself well. What a new technique. Oh, finally I got a down dash. Plague bats. What? Oh. He wants me to use the crossbow against the bats, but I'm not gonna do that. Alright, let's go. Let us go. We are going to play a video game. What is that video game, you say? It's Greek! Memories of Azure. Words that mean nothing. Hot mushroom soup. Oh wait, I could have rested at the bed. Hop. Hop. Oh, okay. Hop. Let's go. Yay. Us. Oh my god, no. Oh, son of a... No! No, I have to do all that over again. It's like platforming. They really went all the way with these animations. Just watch how, like, he scuttles to the side. Or he you know, walks in front of himself. Each one of those is a frame. I'd say probably like 8 to 10 frames per thing. But you do it in like a pixel art program with a classically drawn animation like this, or classically drawn picture. And I like this. There's a lot of detail in like how his clothes go and stuff. So it's cute. There's a lot of work for animators like that who are just willing to do these like simple projects for people. Somebody would pay like $20 to, maybe more than that, for, you know, animation of their character moving like this, because it's just that tedious work that nobody wants to do. It's a whetstone. I don't have any room for it. Here's what we're gonna do. Alright? This is what we're gonna do. Perfect. Where'd you go? Oh, dang. Nice. That's a good move. So I can cook. That. Homemade veggie bread. Or that didn't help me. Because I still have a full inventory. Sweatstone's just gonna stay here forever. Whatever. I don't think I actually need these health items. There was no tutorial about grabbing onto the rope and swinging. How was I supposed to know what to do with my simple little mind? I don't know how ropes work, or swinging. Bah. Oh, there's a take button. Okay. Oh my god. What was that? It's broken. There we go. Can I pull the lever and fill up the container? Oh, okay. No, this, okay, cool. Beer. Beer. What? Nandeska? No. You can't do that to me. No! Get back! Oh my god. Just like that. Alright. Bada 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 bada. Oh, okay, it just tells you. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, okay. Hey, I need it. A catamount crepe. Yay. I just throw three no! I just throw 3 fruit in a pot and it gives me a crepe. Because that's how this works. That's how cooking works. You just throw the raw ingredients in. And all of a sudden you get a masterpiece. That's how it works. Did you guys know? You guys are silly for not knowing that. That's how cooking works. Bye. Hi. Get wrecked, please. Ah, shoot. Haha. Perfect. Magic jar full of volatile liquid. That's wonderful, isn't it? Puzzles. Excuse me. Where are you? Oh, I have to go like that. Another one of these guys spawned, really? That guy got bored. Hup. There we go. No, let me back up. Oh, it's the girl. Adira. Adara. Greak, it's you. Oh my god. I thought I lost you when I abandoned you in those ruins earlier. Dear sister, I forgive you for abandoning me. I miss your light. Aw, that's so cute. The trophy name that I got for reuniting with the sister was I missed your light. Aw, I missed your light. It's very faint without you. Oh, are these people like glowing creatures? Is that what this is? It is light that you're okay. It is light that you. What does that even mean? What are you doing here? I followed your signs and I could see you in my dreams. Was that you, but perchance, did you learn that from the oracles? Yep. I'll show you everything I learned from the oracles. Radal. I can control my visions. We can find him. We have to find a way out of here. Okay. No, we're going together. Alright. I need the third, What? Where are my magic jars? The hell? Wait, we're supposed to help the scout camp, though. Fine, whatever. Oh, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Oh, she can breathe for much longer. Nice. Oh. What did they mean by this? The girl character can breathe for a lot longer? Yeah, it's missing an object. Where do I get it? Yeah, let's go. Oh, hey. Oh. Oh. That's what's going on. Hi, can you fuck off? What? No, Langdell. Oh. ちょっと怖いね. I need to find the last potion. This place is kind of scary. Oh my god, okay. There we go. What's this place? I don't think I'd be able to get over there regardless. What if she could get to the other side of that? I don't think she can. No. Dang it. I might be able to, actually. It's kind of a risk, but... Damn it. No, I can't. God damn it. Alright, how do I give... Oh, I can drop. Okay. Okay, it takes a long time for that crepe to kick in. I do want to save. Okay. Cool. Magnum opus. Oh, I think I got it. Okay. I see. Okay. Oh my gosh. This game has a lot of puzzles on it. Hold on, let's go. Oh, I see. I want to go to Build-A-Bear Workshop. That sounds fun. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? Shit. Do something, you fucking guy. Where are my items? Shit. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god, I think I have to go into this fight solo. In which case, I'm just gonna use the dude. I can't do this fight solo. Oh my god, no. How am I supposed to make sure that she doesn't freaking die too? Because I can't, you know, like control both of them. Drop. Yeah, whatever. Get out of the way. You're so annoying. Finally. Better Together? That was the worst thing ever. The trophy is called Better Together in reference to the fact that the brother and sister fight this fight together. That was the worst thing ever. I don't want to do boss fights having to manage both of them. Because they can't really, you know, they're not good, like, individually. Or they're not good when I'm not the one controlling them. What? It looks like we need a special container. Yeah, no shit. Why did they give all three of them to me? No, whatever. Here's a stupid medallion. Bronze chest. Bronze crest. Looks very ancient and might open a door that'll leave this place. It's not wonderful. Come on. Oh. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, there's a cooking station up there. A save point. Got a crepe. Got a pudding. Got veggie bread. Alright. Find an item that opens the door that leads to the marches. I already found the item. Okay. Guess the quests are different depending on the person. I need to go back. I need to go back to the teleporter thing. This is so anxiety inducing because what, are you too fat or what? Like, come on. Okay, you're serious. Okay. Whatever, I'm leaving you behind. I don't really care. So is this dude with a sword like the little brother then? Hello again. You need anything? I brought the liquid. Sure, it wasn't easy to come by. That'll be enough. So I have a lot of planks to saw. I heard you were helping out with some things. I need to be sure that the structure of the airship doesn't collapse with these strong winds. Lawrence is trying material. High temperature. The fortress has a big armory. Come back alive. What? So... travel to the fortress. Okay. So the fortress is over there. I see. Oh, and the forge is in the on the far right. I see. Okay. Bosco, they're as big as Reiner said. I don't want to wake him. Okie dokie. Okay. Gods, I am starving. So just like Elden Ring, I think this game has a main area where main areas you're supposed to go to, and then and then optional areas where it's, obviously it's optional. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. You're welcome. Shift again. Shift again. Wait, what the heck? No. No. This isn't where I was supposed to go. Ah, shoot. This is where I was supposed to go. Let's go. We. Huh? Okay, I guess. Hello. Be careful. Can't you see I'm working here? I'm Farvin. How'd you get here? I could ask you the same thing. I didn't expect to see other people here. My forts won't be quite safe enough. I'm waiting for a friend of mine. I can't go without him. Good luck with your forts. Thanks. It's broke. No! Bye! Got him. Nice. go, and then jump, and then fail, and then go back. Nope. You gotta go over here. Oh no, she's in mortal danger. Hey, a gold teapot! It might be worth a lot. Oh, stop it! No, don't help. Oh my fucking god, okay. Oh my god. Why was one of those here? Nice. Click, 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 click. Hey, here's a merchant. Who are you? I wager you're looking for unusual items. The telescope lens. Trying to build an airship. This one. Looks like it's worth quite a lot. Bam! There you go. Large Azuran fusion. Nope. We're gonna be fine. Alright, let's go. How do I get up there? To that flower. Can't. Did they mark him on the map for me? Nope. Alright, milady. Let's push you to shore. I guess I didn't really need to do that, but whatever. That hit her? Are you kidding? I call it the plague bats. Nice. Oh, there's a thing up here. Oh, whatever. Okay. Oh, there's an exit. Where am I? So I have to go the same way. Yeah, whatever. We can exit. Okay. Oh, it just drops off right here. Okay. Ah! Oh, he made me jump. Heimlin. What are you reading? About the Erlags I found in the cellar. The sketches are my favorite. I just have to look after and organize the merchandise. So it's very busy. I love being able to help. Oh boy. There's a big castle. Oh, there's another airship. Oh, there's another airship. Oh, it's just a bunch of balloons tied to a boat. That's what it is. Hey, there's a castle. Oh, there's a village. Wow. It's a big... Oh, there's a bunch of ships. Huh. Must be a sister of the boy. What am I doing? Lycar Forest. Find Raindell. Raindell is looking for us. We gotta find him. Talk to Zach. Talk to Zach. Alright. God, I'm starving. Oh my god. Hill Forest Crosser. What a journey. You're like, my brother Raindell, who's I think he's on the same screen. I'm delighted you're okay. The paths are not safe. Why is everyone so worried? The Erlags are looking for some primeval tribes. It would be dangerous. We gotta find it, or we won't leave this place. They held energy. Very special and necessary for the survival. We didn't manage to retrieve power of crab. The temple's empty. The Urlags are destroying the crabs and unleashing more of the plague. We're to burn it zero with us, security to pride. We don't violate. We don't have much time. We got a water seal. It'll open the temple. Yay. Open the temple. Is true to the airship's almost ready? Okay, but let's. Hey. Scouts are here, they need to leave soon. They can talk to you about their training. Teach you a new technique. Uppercut. Oh. The Khans are the plague. Stealth and attack from behind. Reem said you recovered quickly. I see in your eyes. Things will be problematic. I have one more mission. That's not something you should concern with. Yep. Source of our existence. Okay. Ancient crossbow. Oh, the price increase. Oh wait, no, it didn't. She can't buy the crossbow. Oh boy. So the temple they're talking about is probably this one. And then I gotta go... over the fortress. This game is going by pretty quickly. The zones aren't that big. Probably can't expect a 40-hour game like Hollow Knight to come out of something like this, especially with... Oh, nice. I can uppercut and then down smash. That's pretty nice. Huh? Yeah, confirm exit. What are you talking about? Stay close to me, sister. Thunder and lightning. Let's go. Shoom, shoom, shoom. Yeah. God damn it. Wow, that was fast. Damn it. Why'd she fall? Okay. Rainy season. The hell? All right. I need the waypoint. There's no save point. What's gonna happen on this bridge? Anything? Imitating bridge. Bada boom. Scary, scary. Yay, Zanedale Fortress. There we go. I'm at full health. Oh my god, both of us got hit by that? Missing 2 gears. Kind of reminds me of what was that? Salt and Sanctuary, yeah. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna like pass out from hunger. Holy shit. I need to. I'm gonna need a protein bar right now, and then I'm gonna need to microwave some food. Oh my lord. Okay. I'm liking this Greek game so far. Hope you guys are too. It's very cute. Pepsi for breakfast probably wasn't the best idea. Judging from how my stomach's feeling right now. Oh, they want me to pour this into a cup? Huh. I'll try that next time. Carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, caramel color, natural flavor, sodium phosphates, phosphoric acid, caffeine. Caffeine is an ingredient. What is caffeine? Does caffeine exist in the world? Is there an object called caffeine? This protein bar is so good. Birthday cake flavor. It's the only flavor I need. How much sugar does this have? 3 grams. Okay. At least. It's a good protein bar. Alright guys, I'm gonna be back. Like, give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna make, got most of my frozen food has like a butt ton of sugar. I bought orange chicken. It's a box of orange chicken. It's like a family size thing, but it's pretty small, so I could probably eat the whole thing in a sitting. Anyway, any like Chinese product like orange chicken, sweet and sour chicken, General Tso's chicken, they jack it up with a bunch of sugar. I had a sweet and sour chicken meal. It was like a Marie Callender's sweet and sour chicken. It's like a bowl of it, right? It's like one meal. It's like 400 or 500 calories, which is, a fraction of what I need in the day. And so I look on the back at the nutrient facts because I was curious as to how much protein there is. And I looked at the sugar content. It's 30 grams of sugar. It's 30 grams of sugar. In the microwave meal. That's like half of a can of Coke. Why is there half a can of Coke's worth of sugar in a meal in a sweet and sour chicken? Oh, well, because it's sweet. I've had things like that protein bar I just had. It tasted like the most sugary thing in the world to me. It's 3 grams of sugar. That's it. So, you don't need a bunch of sugar in order to make something taste sweet or to taste good. So it's ridiculous. Anyway, I have this orange chicken in the freezer, and I got a General Tso's chicken of the same brand. It's like a family size thing, but it's like a small family size thing. Honestly, like I would cook it with rice and serve it to like myself and one other person. Like that's how much. That's how little amount of chicken this is. Anyway, I looked at the back to see, okay, how much chicken is, how much, whatever, right? It's 1,000 calories for the whole box. The whole box is 1,000 calories, which is, again, it's a fraction of what I need in the day. As far as calories go, it's good protein. But I looked at the sugar. One box of it, 85 grams of sugar. Holy hell, 85 grams of sugar. That's almost 2 cans of soda. It's worth of sugar in just this little box of chicken. Two cans of soda's worth of sugar for chicken. It's just plain chicken. I get chicken breast at the grocery store. There's no sugar in that. But no, they have to jack this up with sugar. So, I mean, in order to stay healthy, what I should be doing is, because they have the chicken, it's the breaded chicken, and then they have the sauce packet. And what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to fry up the chicken, and then heat up the sauce packet, and then drizzle the sauce on the chicken and toss it so it coats evenly. I'm assuming most of the sugar is in the sauce. I don't know how they even fit that much sugar into the sauce. But, so, in order to stay like sugar, health conscious, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to not add the sauce to the chicken at all. I'm gonna have to bake the chicken like normal, but then it's just gonna be plain breaded chicken. I'm not gonna get to have the sauce with it, and that should cut down on the sugar content significantly. And then I'll put mayonnaise on it instead, because mayonnaise has a very low sugar content, if at all, especially the mayonnaise that I use. I eat Japanese mayonnaise, which is far superior to American mayonnaise. So they make it different. It's a different ingredients or whatever. It still tastes like mayonnaise, but it's smoother, and it's more like it's more flavorful. This mayonnaise is more reminiscent of like a ranch dressing. It doesn't taste like ranch dressing, but it's more reminiscent of a condiment that you would find on, chicken nuggets or something. Anyway, I'm probably gonna have to do the chicken, and then I'll have to toss it in mayonnaise or something instead. Which is a real bummer, because I mean, I could do like half the packet of the orange chicken. I'm not gonna get as much flavor, or of the sauce for the orange chicken. I could just not eat the whole box of orange chicken, but if my meals aren't 1,000 calories each, then I'm not gonna get my calorie count. I underate yesterday. I had 2 meals yesterday. Both of them were like small to medium size. And so I counted the calories of how much I ate. I ate about half. I got about half the calories yesterday than I was supposed to. Which is not like, I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna starve myself, be anorexic or whatever. I have to fight in order to hit my calorie count every day. I need 2,500 calories a day. You guys have no idea how difficult that is. You start counting your calories, you're going to understand, how difficult it is to get that. A microwave meal has like 400. I would need to eat 6 microwave meals a day, per day. That's within the, 12-hour time span that I'm awake. It's impossible. It's like, so I have to get foods, I have to avoid the low calorie stuff and get foods that are calorie dense. So, which is pasta and meatballs, which I'm gonna go make right now. The orange chicken stuff that I buy, it's 1,000 calories a box, and I could eat that full box on top of a bed of rice. That'd be a lot of calories. That with the pasta would fill me up. It would be enough for the entire day. But I can't have all that chicken because it's high in sugar content. So I have to find calorie dense food that is also low in sugar, but that I'm able to make. Because if I cook stuff from raw ingredients, then it's really hard to hit your calories. Like raw chicken breast, like a chicken breast that you get in the meat section at the grocery store, is only a few hundred calories, and I struggle to eat a full chicken breast. Just because I don't like the flavor, I guess. I don't know. I'm not cooking it right. I'm sure if I diced it and breaded it and made it into popcorn chicken, that'd be a lot better, but... Or if I soaked it in a marinade sauce in the slow cooker for 10 hours, and then just shred it apart with a fork, it'd probably be pretty decent. But you know how much work that is? And it's not like, I can do it once, and then... It's not like, I can do it once, and then, I'm done, right? I have to do this every day. It's such a struggle to keep myself alive. It's so hard. I just want to, if I spent like my whole day in the kitchen and I had I had a grocery store, right next door, and then it wouldn't be that much of a, like a grocery store connected to my house, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I have to go out to the grocery store. I have to plan what I'm gonna make. Find I can't just go off a recipe either. I have to watch like a YouTube video on it. Because that's how I learn, right? I want to say I'm a visual learner, but I've also been watching videos that dismiss the validity of calling yourself a visual learner. But whatever, I don't even want to think about that right now. But yeah, I learn by watching other people do it. So I have to find a recipe I want to make that's actually calorie dense, which, they don't tell you. Most recipes, they don't tell you how many calories this is going to make, because they'll be like, it varies depending on the quality of the chicken breast and how many veggies you put in, and what if you're using a low fat sauce and blah blah blah, right? They'll tell you it varies, and it's like, well, give me a range, right? But they don't. So anyway, I have to find a recipe. I have to find multiple recipes. Find one that is both high in calories and nutritious, and that I can do. And then once I've picked a recipe, I have to watch a YouTube video on it. Look up a video if it doesn't have one. Watch it. And I'm gonna have to rewatch that video 3 or 4 times to at specific points in order to figure out, in order to really understand what to do at each specific part, because it's like learning origami, right? They can give you the instructions, but there's going to be, between step 4 and step 5, they're going to do the mountain fold. They're going to do the mountain. There'll be perform a mountain fold. And then the picture from 4 to 5 is it's a completely new piece of paper. It looks like it's there's no way you could have gone from that to that in one movement. So they'll watch a video. I've had to watch videos on people making origami before. I had to YouTube how to do a mountain fold origami, and then they'll show me, and they'll do it so fast. It's it's a blur. So I have to put it on 0.5 speed. Anyway, with cooking, it has a lot of that too, and so not that ridiculous, but did I bread it correctly? What was I supposed to do here? How many cups of flour do I need, or whatever, right? Yeah, that's all this stuff. So anyway, I have to do all that, find a recipe that's good enough, and then and do that, And then once I find the recipe and I've watched the video and I've determined that okay, I am capable of making this, then I have to go to the grocery store and find all those ingredients, or I have to go on Amazon and get those ingredients and wait till tomorrow to make it. And by the time I've gone to the grocery store and I picked everything out, right, it's draining my social battery just existing outside, especially in public. And then I get home with my groceries. I'm tired. I'm pooped. I had to go out in public. I'm not used to this. I had to ride my skateboard there too, which means that I don't care if the grocery store, the grocery store it's like less than a block away, right, from my house. I have a bargain market, so that has like chicken breasts and stuff at it. So, but I ride my skateboard there, lug around my skateboard, fill up my, go in public, pick out my ingredients, have to go circle around the entire store multiple times in order to find like the specific seasonings and stuff that I need. And then I fill up my bag, I wait in line at the grocery store, slowly move up the line. I'm consciously aware of all the people in front and behind and to the side of me while I'm standing in line, because I am, so. And then I go, and then, I get to the front, I have to do social interaction with this cashier. At least hey, how's it going, sort of thing. And I have to stand there awkwardly, I pull out my credit card. Oh, would you like a bag for this? No, I have my own. And then swipe my food stamps card. It doesn't register at the bargain market. So I have to swipe it again. And I have to swipe it a third time. And they're like, error, please see the cashier. And the cashier is giving me this baffled look. This happens every time I go to this specific grocery store, by the way. The cashier gives me this baffled look. And she's like, do you have a different card to pay with? And I'm like, no, you're going to have to type in my card number on the cash register. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she's like, oh, it's asking for an expiration date, and your card doesn't say. And I'm like, put in the month. I put in today. She's like, oh, okay. Oh, that worked. It's surprising. I've done this at least 5 times, by the way. This exact scenario. And I'm not exaggerating. Here you go. I'm like, haha, yeah, I wish they'd fix that for my card. And she's like, yeah, it never happens normally. Here's your receipt, have a good day. I'm like, yeah, thanks. Put it in the bag. I have to pick up my I have to put away my card in my phone case, close it, put it back in my pocket, pick up my skateboard, pick up the bag of groceries, or multiple bags of groceries. All of this while the person behind me is waiting, is also standing there awkwardly, waiting for me to move my butt out of there, right? It's a process because I have my skateboard with me. And so I have to pick up my skateboard, pick up the groceries, right? I don't have a cart or anything to just to preemptively load them into because I'm going home. I'm going back on my skateboard, right? I'm not going in a car or anything. And then I just speed walk out of there because I don't want to be in that situation anymore. And then I've picked up my skateboard a minute later. Once I'm out of the store, I have to put it down again so that I can ride it. And then I have to put in my headphones that were dangling from my shirt collar. Put on a song on my playlist because it's a 5-minute ride. And then I go home in the sun. I go home. And I got home, and of course after I walk through the front door, I have to lock the door, put my shoes away, take out my headphones, put my skateboard up, plug in the charger, take my shoes off, put down my get out my groceries onto the counter, and then put them away. And after all of that, You know, I'm exhausted. I'm pooped. I would love nothing more but to just fall into my chair in my room, boot up Rocket League, or put on an anime, or put on YouTube or something. But no, I haven't even started making the food yet. So I have to make the food. So as you guys can see, it takes a toll. And the thing is, it takes a toll on me because I'm consciously aware of each little nuanced step of the process, right? Because I'm not a normal human being who can just do everything on autopilot. I end up being on autopilot throughout that whole process, but I'm still like conscious about it because of the anxiety, right? It's like my anxiety doesn't prevent me from being social or going out in public. My anxiety makes me focus on everything. That's what it is. And having to focus on everything is mentally draining for me. So, especially in public. So I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, I went to the park. And I was at the park. I found a tree with shade, and I sat on my skateboard. And every minute that I was at that park, I could feel the energy draining from me. Like, it was exhausting just existing outside. No people around me. Nothing. I'm just watching the leaves in the trees flow in the breeze. Poetic. And I'm just watching the clouds roll by. And I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted just being outside. It's like, I've been unemployed for over a year now. I'm not used to it. Yeah, that's true. But still, I'm always so drained. Even when I had a job, I would come home and I'd be just so drained. Like, I could take a nap. It's like, that's why I don't want to work a job every day. I know that I'm going to be drained. I know I'm not going to have the energy coming home from an 8-hour shift to, like, exist. So, and now you're telling me, like, I got to make my own food after that? Like, holy hell. I can't even make my, I can't even be bothered to make my own food now, and I've got nothing else to do. So, it's no wonder, why fast food and frozen meals are so popular in America. But they're all high in sugar. They're low in calories and they're high in sugar content. Or it's fast food where it's high in calories, but most of the calories are from the oil that they use to fry the food in, which isn't good. If most of your calories come from oil and preservatives, then you're not really eating, right? Yeah, sure, you're adding fat to your fat rolls, but it's not good calories, right? It's not the kind of calories that your body needs or whatever. So fat people get fatigued. Their body has to work extra hard in order to process the crap that they put in it. And it has to work extra hard to then burn the calories that it has available, right? To burn the fat it has available when it needs it. So, right, it's like if, the bears, the brown bears and the black bears, they eat a whole bunch of food during the fall, then they get extra fat, and then they go into winter hibernation. Because they're not going to eat all winter, right? So they got to be super fat, and then, by springtime, they're super skinny. It's like that concept, except if, instead of, like, salmon from the river, these bears were eating McDonald's Big Macs. These people, I don't know, it's a lot. It's a lot to be able to eat healthy, right? Because I'm at risk for cancer. That's what it is. I have a high likelihood of getting cancer at some point in my life. And I can't afford to get cancer. I can't afford that. Not only is that a whole slew of problems medically for me, but it's also expensive. So I can't afford that. So I gotta cut down my sugar content now, as I say after I've drinking a whole Pepsi. I gotta be aware of this stuff now, so that at least I'm taking a little bit of steps. So instead of at age 40 that I get cancer, then maybe it's at age 60, which is gonna be better, right? So, anyway, but it's impossible. It's like I can't. I want my ready-made meals. I'll pay extra for the ready-made meals, but they need to be high in calories, and they need to be nutritious. How hard is it to freaking freeze a salad? Like, come on. I'll microwave it, and I'll put mayonnaise on top of it. Mayonnaise isn't the worst thing in the world, so it's a hell of a lot better than like buttermilk ranch dressing. And I'll put. Ooh, you guys ever have sriracha mayo before? It's sriracha sauce mixed with mayonnaise. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. Ah. Most companies will sell sriracha mayo and they make a special, so they make it, with just the right amount of ingredients. But if you have the two separate, you can just mix it yourself, pretty much. That's what chefs do. They'll make their own sauce where they'll have a little bowl, a cup of mayonnaise, half a cup of sriracha. They'll put like cumin and paprika and salt in it. Mix it all up with a spoon. Ooh, it sounds good. Oh, it sounds so good. I've been watching a lot of cooking videos. They're making calorie dense stuff, but they have all these seasonings in their pantry. I was like, I don't cook enough to justify buying all these seasonings. But it's gonna, the meal's gonna turn out bland if I don't season it properly. So. Anyway, guys, I gotta. My stomach's about to cave. I had that protein bar, but really, it's only gonna last me like 10 minutes. So. I made the mistake of talking after eating it. I'm gonna make some pasta. I'll be like 10 minutes. Pasta with meatballs. It's the only meal I have that's low in sugar right now. So. The pasta sauce that I'm using, I think maybe like 5 or 6 grams of sugar, which is hardly anything comparatively. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I need that pasta. Big pasta, getting pasta. So yeah, 10 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. I also gotta go to the bathroom, guys. Be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. It's gonna take me 15 minutes. Oh, she's got food. Okay, good. There's a chicken sandwich out there for me. So, Chick-fil-A sells chicken sandwiches, right? You'd think they know how to do a chicken sandwich. 2 buns and a chicken breast in the middle of it. That's it. That's all their chicken sandwiches. I don't understand. They don't put any sauce on it. They don't even give you like pickles on it or anything. It's so weird. I understand, like, okay, if it's like McDonald's, right? Even McDonald's does a better chicken sandwich than they do. Obviously, the chicken itself isn't as good, but Chick-fil-A, they don't give the extra stuff that makes a chicken sandwich, right? The lettuce or the pickles that gives that a crunch, or the sauce on top. They give the sauce. They give you the sauce for the sandwich in a dipping container. Not in a packet that you can squeeze on, but they give it to you in a dipping container. So you have to open the sandwich, and then you have to open the dipping container of sauce, and then use a fork which they don't give you. You use a fork in order to scrape it onto the burger. Either that, or you're supposed to dip the sandwich into the dipping sauce. Like, it's really weird. Anyway, so that's what I did. Is I had to fork it in there. But yeah. Anyway, I ate that while the pasta was cooking. So I can only really eat the pasta if I'm like super hungry. But between the protein bar and that chicken sandwich, I'm actually kind of almost good already. So I have this whole bowl of pasta with meatballs that I didn't need to necessarily make. I'll still eat it. I need a light on it. Oh yeah, that's right. Last Sunday I was reading The Golden Ass. Written in like the 1st century, I think. Very entertaining book. Not enough to make me want to keep reading it. But I didn't read any more since I read it on stream. Well, oh, my teeth hurt. Oh god, okay. Kiwi. It's a really nice TV. When I buy this TV in Thanksgiving, I had this TV for 5 months now. Nice. It's a nice TV. Not with the price at all. I could have done so much more with that $2,000. I could have gone to Japan with that $2,000. Ugh. God, whatever. Yeah, I go on and on about how I'm abstaining from doing stuff so I can save money, and then I go buy a TV like this, right? TV was $2,000. My electric skateboard was $1,000, which honestly that thing's gotten me everywhere, so that one was worth it. Plus the extra money on the skateboard was for the off-roading aspect, which has saved me a number of times. I tell you guys, a couple weeks ago I was out and about. I went to like Burger King, I think. Did I go to Burger King? No, I haven't been there in a while. I went to GameStop, which is by Burger King. And I came back on an alternative route. There's this old bank on the route, and there's an old bank building, and they recently opened up a Chase Bank in that building. So it used to be a Wells Fargo. It's an old company. They changed it to Chase. Wells Fargo and Chase might be the same thing, actually, now that I think about it. But whatever. Anyway, the building's old, and they didn't renovate it, or they renovated it very minimally. It's a bank; they want to focus on saving money, right? But anyway, so the parking lot was very old too. They didn't renovate that at all. So what happened? So the parking lot has a lot of like cracks and nooks and crannies and stuff. So anyway, as I was coming home on my skateboard, I was going through that parking lot. It's the easiest way to cut through that section of the area. And so I'm going through the parking lot, and there's a lot of speed bumps. But my skateboard can generally take speed bumps. You guys think of a skateboard, right? It's very small wheels. My wheels are slightly bigger than a regular skateboard's, but not too much. They're not like bike tires or anything, right? But you know, if you put your two hands together, like spread, like make like a big circle with your two hands together, right, where the fingertips are touching. You guys know how you would like make a heart with your hands, right? We'll do that, but just make a circle instead of a heart, as wide as you can. That's about how big my skateboard wheels are. Not too big, but they're a decent size. Or they're a decent size for a skateboard. Anyway, so I'm going over these speed bumps, which I can barely take on the skateboard. Regular skateboard wouldn't be able to, but mine is designed for off-roading. Anyway, in the parking lot, I go over one of the speed bumps. I go over the speed bump, and what I didn't notice was right after the speed bump goes up and then down very sharply, right? But then on the down of the speed bump, there's a pothole right there. Right in front of the speed bump. Or behind it or whatever. So one second, guys. Okay. So there's a speed bump, and then there's a pothole right after that I didn't see. And mind you, I was going to Burger King, that's right, because I had gone to Burger King because they I'd gone a breakfast deal and I had a coffee. So I had, mind you, I have to hold my skateboard remotes in my right hand in order to control it. So in my left hand, I have a cup of coffee. So the meal came with a coffee. And then between my outer fingers is a bag of food. So I'm carefully pressing this bag of food against my palm in order to keep it in place while I'm delicately holding a cup of coffee, a cup of hot coffee. And so I'm going through this parking lot on the skateboard, and I hit the speed bump as I predicted, and I go over it, but after the speed bump wasn't the ground, it was a pothole, but it was a pothole only for one wheel. So one wheel was going right into the pothole. So I bump over the speed bump, go into the pothole with just part of my skateboard, and of course the skateboard wobbles, and I'm jerked, to the side a bit because of the imbalance. And I'm still going at, a skateboarding speed. And I'm hitting this pothole dead on. And then I clear the pothole. My wheels are just big enough to continue the speed and to bump themselves out of the pothole again, just as I had gone in. And I didn't fall off. So thank God. The thing is, on my old skateboard, which had regular skateboard wheels on it, which are really thin, and they're really they're really small, I would get in a lot of accidents, because what would happen is my wheels would be too small. I'd hit a curb, or I'd hit like not even a curb, I'd hit a driveway, which is the shortest thing ever. I'd hit the driveway, and my wheels wouldn't be able to clear the driveway. And so then my skateboard would stop, but then I wouldn't. And so my skateboard would stop, and I'd be jerked forward, and I'd fly forward, and then fall on my face. And like I had hit a pothole in the street one time, and that's how I broke my wrist. Because my skateboard hit the pothole, and I couldn't clear the freaking hole, because the wheels are so small. And then I flew forward, and I just, my entire, I got bloodied up on my right arm, and I fractured my left wrist trying to catch myself. And my chest got all scraped up because I fell, because I slid around like a water slide. And so with this one, I had my new skateboard, my off-roading one, and the tires were bigger. And they were designed for this. It hit the pothole, and I jerked. But then the wheel didn't stop, and it was able to clear out of the pothole again. So thank God. I had this hot cup of coffee, all my food in one hand, right? And I'm wearing nothing but a t-shirt and shorts, so I'm definitely going to get more than just a couple of bruises from a fall like that. So I could have easily wiped out, and in the middle of a parking lot too, where there were cars driving. So, wipe out, the skateboard could have stopped at the pothole. I fly forward, all of my food and the coffee flies forward, probably in my path too. It splashes onto me, and then I'll fling and then roll against the already unmaintenanced parking lot asphalt. And in the middle of a bunch of cars too, who, if they're not paying attention, they could just run over me. So that's what that kind of hit. And, I couldn't see the pothole because it was a small pothole right on the other side of the speed bump, and I couldn't see over the speed bump from a distance. So anyway, so $1,000 for a better version of the skateboard buys me not wiping out in that kind of disastrous circumstance. So anyway, so I cleared it just fine. I had my coffee and my food still in my hand. I just felt really wobbly after that, and then I just continued on. But it's happened a lot where I'll be riding my skateboard, and you guys know how sidewalks are, at least in the city. They're in these light gray tiles, with these giant tiles of cement with cracks to separate them. Anyway, one of the tiles was on the sidewalk that I was riding on was completely raised up. So I'd hit that. Oh God. I'd hit the raised tile of the sidewalk, and it would lift my entire skateboard up, and I would be airborne. or like the front of my skateboard would be airborne because it had hit up, but my old skateboard would have not been able to take it. It would have stopped because the wheel wouldn't have been big enough. But yeah, I survive it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous when your city doesn't actually keep proper maintenance of the roads or anything. Because, everyone has a car. No one's going to run over this, right? Like, if a pothole's big enough, like, a motorcycle can can trip up on the pothole. So, but they don't care. They don't care, because screw the pedestrians, screw the bike riders, screw the motorcyclists, right? If you don't want to wipe out on a shitty roads, then you gotta pay 10 grand for a brand new car. That's how it is. Burp. But yeah. Big skateboard wipeouts. I think that Chick-fil-A sauce had dairy in it because I'm getting sick now. Ugh. Dang it. I have this whole pot of pasta. I can't chew it because my teeth hurt whenever I eat something. So you guys didn't notice, but I took a bite of my pasta and the pain that went into my tooth, like I was about to cry from pain from that. It was such a huge shock. Holy crap. That was like 2 minutes ago. I don't think I can eat on the right side of my mouth anymore. What I read up on, because I was curious about this, apparently, you guys know face symmetry, right? If you have good face symmetry, right, the left and the right sides of your face look the same, right, just mirrored. You have good face symmetry, and it's considered an attractive trait. It's to have good face symmetry. So, but obviously it's not a means to an end or anything. But anyway, good face symmetry is good. So, but a lot of people have asymmetrical faces, meaning that their left side and their right side doesn't look exactly the same. Maybe one's lopsided. Maybe one hangs above the other, whatever, right? Maybe your eyes squint at a different level, or your eyebrows raise and lower at a different level, or your jaw is different. So anyway, as far as the jaw goes, apparently, if you spend a significant amount of your life only chewing your food with one side of your mouth, then your jaw will become uneven. Because you're using one side way more, you're exercising one side of your mouth way more than the other. And so because of that, your jaw is going to become uneven, and you're going to have a not symmetrical face because of that. So when I learned that, I got super self-conscious. I have no idea what my face symmetry is, and I'm not gonna do an online thing to check because I don't need my confidence torn to bits any more than it is. But anyway, but I became super self-conscious upon hearing that, you know, if you chew on one side of your mouth only, then, you know, for years and years, then your face is going to become lopsided, essentially. I don't remember which side becomes lopsided because of that, but one of them does, right? You guys can understand that. It makes sense, but so I got super self-conscious because sometimes, like, because I have teeth problems, so sometimes, like, when one side of my mouth hurt, like when I have a tooth that hurts, let's say on my left side, then I will only eat on my right side so as to avoid pain while eating. But then if I, you know, I'll be doing that for months. I'll be eating on that one side of my mouth for months, and even after the tooth pain on my left goes away, or I get it fixed or whatever, you know, it's still, now it's become a habit of that I'm only eating on the one side because I've been doing that for months already. So. But yeah, anyway, so this whole thing with, because the right side of my mouth hurts, and it's like excruciating when I chew. I was feeling it with the protein bar too. So, not to this degree, but I got a filling there a month ago. So, I don't know if that has anything. It's right on the filling, so I think they shaved too much of my tooth and replaced it with a crappy material. Anyway. Now I'm going to have to eat on the left side of my mouth until that pain stops being there. But if I eat on the left side of my mouth, then my face is going to become all lopsided and stuff. So I don't remember which side of my mouth I was eating on before. But ever since I learned that fact, I was trying to eat on both sides evenly and use my whole mouth to chew. But that puts equal strain on all my teeth. Which, you know, it's for better or for worse. So. Burp. See, I'm just gonna avoid eating for now. I had the chicken sandwich and the protein bar. I'm gonna be fine for the next hour. Plus my stomach's sick for whatever reason, so I'm actually not gonna be able to eat, realistically. This restaurant that I used to go to with my family, it's a steakhouse. They had really good food. They had an appetizer, or they have an appetizer. It's still around, obviously, but they have an appetizer that's mac and cheese balls. And it's just these fried balls of mac and cheese. They give you like a ranch dipping sauce with it too. They're so good. They're pretty expensive, but they're really good. Anyway, every time I went there, I'd want the mac and cheese balls as an appetizer. So we'd order that, and then we'd order our main dishes, and so of course the appetizer comes out first. And I eat the mac and cheese balls. And guess what? Mac and cheese has cheese in it, which is dairy, which I'm allergic to. And so I would eat the mac and cheese balls, and it'd have the dairy, and so my stomach condition would start acting up. My gastritis reacts. My gastritis primarily happens when I have dairy, so. My gastritis would activate, and I couldn't eat anything more. And so my main course would come out, and I'd already be full, I guess. I wouldn't be able to eat any of my actual meal because I had 2 mac and cheese balls, and I had dairy, and that was enough for my entire digestive system to shut down. So it was hilarious. And this was before I concluded that dairy was what's causing my stomach condition. So it's taken me years and years to figure out the specifics of this because it's such a like I can't find any information on this. I can't find any information on like my stomach condition. I think it manifests differently in each person, but yeah. Anyways, it was very silly. Or like I'd have chicken wings with ranch dipping sauce. Ranch is made from cream and butter, which are dairy. So. There's not too many dairy-free things. I mean, like, honestly, like, as much as, like, vegans are super annoying about how they, like, flaunt their vegan lifestyle, I actually appreciate the fact that, like, vegans have kicked up such a fuss in recent years that they're making vegan food. Vegan products, they're not made from animal products, which means that they're not made from cow's milk, which has lactose in it. If you get a vegan substitute for a dairy product, it's normally made from coconut milk or almond milk or oat milk. All of which I can have without getting sick, because those don't have lactose in them. You still get the creaminess of milk, but you don't get the fattiness of the lactose enzyme. So it's fantastic. So I eat more vegan products than a non-vegan would, because I can go to the grocery store and go to the vegan section, and then it'll have vegan cheese, right? It's dairy-free cheese, right? Because vegans are so anal about it can't be a cow product. You can't exploit the cows. I'm like, fantastic. Yeah, let's not exploit the cows. I'll still eat beef. I'm cold. It's cold. Bada bing, bada boom. Vegan products. Woo. And now I can now read my book. Kiwi. Hi. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I think caffeine is getting me more tired. Zoom, zoom. Oh my god. Oh. Ugh. What is that? Wonder what those emojis are that I put in my stream title. It's a burrito, a bowl of stew, and a beer. None of that's Greek food. What is it? What's that kind of burrito called? It's the Mexican thing that I don't like. It's like it's a burrito, but it's like it comes wrapped in like some paper. Fajita? No. Chili relleno? No, I actually like chili relleno. A tortilla? No. Mexicans. It's a tamale. Yeah, it looks like a tamale. Tamale. Yeah, I don't like tamales. I mean, I guess it depends on how you make them, but I don't like corn. So, like, corn flour and corn bread are not, they don't really taste that great to me. And, what was the thing called? I already forgot. Quesadilla? No. No. What was the food I was just talking about called? Tamale. Yeah, hot tamale. A tamale. Tamales are made with corn flour, I guess. That's the burrito part. And also with a tamale, the inside tends to be really dry. They wrap it in that paper. They wrap the tamale in the paper, and they steam it. I believe they steam it. It feels like they steam it. Anyway, when you steam a food, it loses a lot of its moisture. But with meat is good when it has a little bit of moisture in it, because that makes it tender. But the meat in the middle of a tamale it just ends up being dry. It really does feel dried out. It loses some of its flavor because of that. So, the meat is dry, and it doesn't have as much flavor. And then on the outside of the meat, it's just surrounded with cornbread. That's what a tamale is. I don't like tamales. I don't like dry meat, and I don't, not unless it's like a jerky. And I'm not gonna have a jerky burrito, right? I don't like dry meat, and I don't like dry corn. I don't like corn in general. But the cornbread part ends up being dried out too, so it ends up being like really crumbly. Which is fine for like a crumble cake, right? Like a peach cobbler is delicious. Because you have the crumble of the cobbler, but then you have the wetness from the peaches. So that ends up being delicious. But I think that's peach cobbler. I'm getting my foods mixed up. Anyway, tamales suck. The only good tamale, I've had a lot of tamales too, believe it or not. The only good tamale that I've had is the one from Del Taco. Honestly, Del Taco, not their regular ones, but they have chili cheese tamales. And the thing is, they don't steam it because it's a fast food restaurant. They don't have time to steam this stuff. They just put it in their basic cooker. And that's how they cook it. And so it ends up being wet. Not to mention the fact that it's like smothered in chili and cheese. So I hardly even taste the corn part of it, the cornbread part of it, because it's just soaked in this chili and cheese. And then the meat on the inside is their basic like carnitas, which is decent. I mean, for fast food, it's decent. But it's just like this heavily. It's basically just You can put any food I don't like and just put chili cheese on top, and it'll be a fine dish. So anyway, that's the only one that I've liked. That's the only tamale that I've liked. It's the one from Del Taco. People always complain like, oh, Del Taco and Taco Bell is fake Mexican food. That's like, yeah, of course. Panda Express is fake Chinese food. Who cares? You don't go to McDonald's. Nobody says about McDonald's. Oh, McDonald's isn't real American food. That's not a real American burger, right? A real burger is one that you barbecue in your backyard on the 4th of July, right? You know, Mexicans and Chinese people, when complaining about fast food restaurants, they'll think like, oh, these fast food places is just cultural appropriation. You know, real Mexican food is whatever cooked in a fiesta and, you know, uses these real Mexican ingredients from a authentic store, blah, 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 right? They complain for their entire lives about that sort of thing, but nobody's complaining about like how a McDonald's cheeseburger isn't anything like, you know, a real burger, right? A real burger, a real all-American style burger is when you buy a bunch of ground beef from the grocery store, and then you shape it into a patty, and you put it on your barbecue, and you cook that thing until it's burnt, and then you put it on an all-American bun, and you put ketchup and mustard on that, and your condiment and your other things on it. That's a real American burger. Not this McDonald's crap, right? Nobody complains about how McDonald's is butchering burgers and how Wendy's and Burger King are butchering burgers, right? Nobody's complaining about that. They only complain about it's not real Mexican food at Del Taco. It's not real Chinese food at Panda Express. Those are the only things. No one cares about American culture, right? Nobody who's, you know, about cultural appropriation is, you know, talking about American culture or no, right? Didn't burgers come from like Germany or something? I think burgers might have been an American product. Sausages came from Germany. I know that. Sausage is a German word. I don't know where burgers came from. The UK? Nah. I don't think anyone was... A burger is basically just minced meat, you know, squished together again. I don't think people were mincing meat back in like medieval times, so I don't think there's really a culture behind it. But anyway, it's like who cares? It's like, I'm not saying we should all boycott McDonald's for not being an all-American 4th of July barbecue. But what I am saying is that Mexicans and other ethnic groups who complain about, oh, this place isn't a real Mexican food. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody's complaining about any of the other things, right? Nobody's complaining about how McDonald's isn't real American food. So, you know, it's not a real cheeseburger. No one's complaining about that. So you shut the fuck up about your Mexican stuff, right? It's like, yeah, it's not going to be similar. Just in the same vein as, you know, me going to McDonald's is completely different than me grilling my own burgers on my stovetop. Of course. If you make something yourself authentically homemade at home, then it's going to be significantly different than the cheapo processed crap that you get from the fast food place. And it's the same for any food. I don't understand, like, what are some other fast food places? Even like Wendy's chili is like it's like the worst. It's not the worst tasting thing, but it's like the most processed thing ever. Because they just take the near expired they take the expired burger meats and they just cook that expired meat at like super high temperature in a chili sauce. That's how they make their chili. So it's essentially just expired meat in their chili sauce. So you wouldn't make a chili out of expired meat. Nobody would. At home. A salad. Go to freaking Wendy's or McDonald's and get a salad. That salad, you need to look at the nutrition facts of it. That salad is still going to be high in calories, high in sugar, high in fat, high in cholesterol. What is, because it's the fast food variant of it. Because you decided it was worth it, your convenience was worth paying $7 for a salad from a fast food place. You get a salad at the grocery store, what does it have? It has all the stuff from the produce section, just mixed together, washed properly, and that's it. They'll give you a cup of ranch on the side if you want. Well, that's about it. There's no added sugar, there's no chemicals, there's no preservatives. So, everything from every fast food place is going to be different than what it is authentically made at home. Yeah, I know I can go to Mexico and freaking get a better Hispanic dish. Oh, the tacos y burritos from Mexico City are vastly superior to the disgusting slop that Del Taco serves. It's like, yeah, it probably is. That makes sense. But not because, Del Taco's fake Mexican food. It's because Del Taco's a fast food place. Oh my god. Wow, what a revelation. Oh no, but us ethnic people have to get mad. Our entire lives in America are centered around getting mad at how, Americans don't understand us. Even though racism was gotten rid of 60 years ago. People don't understand us. Still, they don't understand our culture. I saw somebody dress up in a fur poncho and a sombrero for and a big mustache for Halloween, so I'm going to complain about it for the next year on Facebook because they're impersonating Mexicans. It's like, you guys know those people who, like, they have to cause drama? Because if there's no drama in their lives, then life isn't exciting, right? And so they'll go to school or work or whatever, and they'll start smack talking people and getting people to turn against each other, and then they'll revel in, and then they'll throw themselves right in the middle of it, and they'll revel in the fact that there's drama and there's problems, right? And then that gives them something to complain about forever, right? And then they can talk about how they're picking sides and how good they are for supporting X person or whatever, right? You look at that, right? That's the most obvious thing in the world. People who need drama in their lives because their life isn't exciting unless they have something to complain about. You take people like that, right? And you can see right through them. You guys know who I'm talking about. You can see right through them. If you're not that kind of person yourself, then you can see right through it. Now, with that in mind, look at all the minorities who are complaining, who aren't really minorities anymore, let's be honest here, who are complaining about cultural appropriation. Every single thing that they're complaining about is something that they had to go out of their way to find something wrong with and make up an excuse about why it's bad and why it's worthy of being complained about. That's what it is. Every single thing that they complain about, every single racist comment, every single claim about racist comments, every single claim about, my culture is being appropriated, every single, whatever, that they every statement that they make, every claim that they make, it's done with the intention of just stirring up drama. They need something to be mad about because their entire identity is centered around the fact that they're unique enough that other people don't seem to not understand them. That's what their entire, and that's what their entire identity is. And think about it. If these people were universally, accepted, that they were universally understood by other cultures. Oh yeah, we're completely accepting of Mexican cultures. I love Mexican food, whatever, right? If 100% of people were completely accepting and understanding of the Mexican culture, and there was nothing that they could complain about, then these people wouldn't have anything to identify themselves on. They wouldn't be able to sit there and be a proud Mexican or a proud Chinese person or a proud Arabic or Jewish person or whatever, because it wouldn't make a difference in the world, because they're just like everybody else now. The thing that makes them unique is that other people is that they're so different that other people can't fully understand them. But when people don't fully understand you, it gives you something to complain about. But it's the fact that you have something to complain about in how people don't understand you that goes to prove how unique you are and how unique the culture you identify with is. It's the same with the transgender movement. You can decide to be a girl or a boy or whatever, right? And really nobody's going to hold it against you, as long as you don't open your mouth about it. That's the same thing with being gay. But the thing is, there's a difference between people who just want to change their gender versus the people who are flamboyant about it. The people who they brag about it and they're seeking attention. Oh, I'm part of the transgender community and we're so oppressed and we need our transgender rights. It's the same exact thing as what the Mexicans are complaining about, and what the Jewish people and what the Arabic people, the Middle Eastern people and the Native Americans and what the Chinese people and all these people are complaining about. It's the same exact thing. Their entire identity as a person, they have no other personality traits, by the way. Their entire identity is based on the fact that surrounds this community that they're a part of. I'm a transgender person. I'm a Hispanic. I'm a Latino or Latina. I'm a proud Chinese person. I'm a proud whatever, right? You can tell, like, people who take immense pride in their culture I don't necessarily think it's a good thing, because they assign so much importance on their race, on their gender identity, on their sexual orientation, on the color of their skin, on the culture of their people, on anything, right? It can be anything for any group of people. But when you start identifying as the values of the group of people you're a part of, then you lose the individuality and the uniqueness that made you your own person. You're not your own person anymore. You are just part of this group. And so, of course, these people, they take offense when their group is offended, because they see themselves not as an individual person, but they see themselves as a part of their group, and their entire identity is a part of the group. They don't have their own identity anymore. They can't think for themselves. They can't see themselves outside of whatever condition that they've assigned to themselves. There are a lot of people who take huge offense to racist comments. Compare that to someone like me, for example. I don't know any other people like this, but compared to someone like me, I'm half Japanese, right? I don't identify as a Japanese person, and I'm half white. I don't identify as a white person. When the discussion of race comes up, depending on what the discussion is, I will, assume myself to be a white person or a Japanese person, depending on what the subject is relating to it. But that's when asked. Beyond that, it's it's inconsequential to me. And so for someone like me, if you say a racist comment to me, or like a racist joke to me that offends my race of people, right? Let's say you made some really racist Japanese comment, for example, I wouldn't care. Like it might tinge me, it might tick me off a little bit depending on if you're correct or not. Like if you're correct, then have at it. I don't really care. But some people have come up to me and said "ching chong ding dong" or whatever, right? And then I correct them like, no, that's a slur against the Chinese. I'm actually Japanese. It's a little different. And then they repeat themselves, and it's like, okay, fine, right? It's like, but almost immediately I'll brush it off. That's my whole point. Almost immediately I'll brush off the comment because they aren't offending me by making fun of my race. Because I don't identify as part of the group of Japanese people, right? And so I don't give a shit if they make a comment about this group of people that I honestly don't give a shit about. If someone pressed a button and that button said kill all the Japanese people, or wipe out the existence of all Japanese people except for Big Pasta, and they pressed that button, and it happened, right? The hand of God wiped all Japanese people from existence besides me. I honestly wouldn't really care that much. Like, honestly, like, it'd be sad because that means no more anime and no more Final Fantasy, but other than that, it's like, but those are like more materialistic things, right? As far as the people in general, it's like, I don't care, right? Whereas, all these, like, let's take the Hispanics, for example, right? If you pressed a button that said eliminate all Hispanics except for one, then that one Hispanic who's left, depending on who he is, but let's say he's the kind of person I'm talking about, he would be completely lost in life. Would he be capable of living a complete independent life now that his race of people is gone? Yeah, of course. Anyone would. But this dude is going to be this person is going to be completely lost because they identified their entire existence as being a part of a group of people. And now the group of people is gone. So what's left for him? He doesn't have anything else to base his identity off of, yet he was left alive. If the entire group had decided to go jump off a cliff, he would go join them. But now they're all gone and he's the only one left, and he doesn't have any ability to, or so he doesn't have any basis for his identity. That's what it is. What this all describes is that basing your identity on a specific community or a specific culture goes to remove the identity of the individual person you are. You aren't different anymore. You're just part of a culture that's different from other cultures. You're part of a community that's different from other communities. And your entire existence is based around the fact that you understand your community, but other people don't. And so you are therefore better in that regard, and you take pride in that as a result. That's your entire basis of identity. That's the entire basis for your ego. And you have nothing else. You have no more depth to your personality besides that. And I think it's sad. I think it's sad because I think the one thing that separates human beings from animals is their ability to be unique. But I don't think that somebody who assimilates into their culture so far as to only be where their personality is only based off of what their culture is, someone like that is not unique. Someone like that has become the same as the people around him. And they have nothing that makes them an individual. They have nothing that makes them unique. And I think it goes far enough to remove the humanity behind someone like that. And it's a sad thing, honestly. And so when I see people complaining about this or that or whatever, cultural appropriation or whatever, you can just tell that these people have based their entire lives off of their identification, alignment to their own culture. If you change this person's skin color and their DNA and their DNA, midway, partway through their life, to where they weren't Hispanic anymore, or they weren't Asian anymore, or they weren't Jewish anymore, then these people would be completely lost, because, now they're not allowed to be a part of the group that they base their entire life around. Whereas, like a typical white person doesn't give a shit, right? That's the thing that differentiates white Americans apart from ethnic Americans, in my opinion, in general, right? Obviously, this doesn't apply to everyone, but in general, the average white American doesn't give a shit about their heritage. They don't care, like, oh, I'm a proud German, or I'm a proud Englishman, or whatever. They don't care. Not unless they came directly from that country, like, during this, this generation, this lifetime. My dad didn't give a shit that he was white, right? He didn't give a shit that, his heritage or whatever. Oh, he's a proud Swede because his mom came from Sweden. So he didn't care. He didn't mention once about that. In fact, I had to, specifically ask in order to find out my own heritage, because it's something you should know. But because, again, knowledge is power, or knowledge is beneficial, but obsession is hindering. Or obsession is fragile, I believe. It's a better way of putting it, which that can mean a number of things. But he didn't care, because the average white person doesn't care about their heritage. Oh, it's so sad that they're not able to be proud of their own heritage. That's a large reason why there's so much attack now on, white people, white guilt, and, all this sort of stuff, is because they can get away with it because they're not attacking a specific culture of people. They're not saying, oh, my Native American culture is better than your white culture. Or they're not saying anything like that. Because in my mind, in their mind, in everyone's mind, I think white is the default race. You think of a human being and you think of a white person. Right? It's because, you look at anything and you see white people. You think about the fact that every single other culture exists and is put importance on besides white culture. And why is that? Because white has become the default human. At this point I could say some pretentious statement there's nothing more human than being white. And you guys would be hard to disagree against that, because that's what it is. That's what it is in everyone's mind. Everyone instinctually thinks that a white person is the default. They might not be better or worse than you, but they're the default. And the people who aren't white, who have darker skin than white, are ethnic. And because they're ethnic, they're different. And because they're different, they have a culture and therefore an identity that surrounds, or that pertains to, the difference between them and a white person. It all and that's where, cultural pride comes from. In my mind, because of all that, because of that connection, I think that taking pride in your culture is really just you recognizing that you're different than the default human of white. That's what it seems like. I know that's not the case, but that's what it seems like. And that's what you portray whenever you're proud of your culture, whenever you put so much emphasis on how you're so proud to be a Mexican or you're so proud to be a blah, blah, blah. It's that I'm different than a white person. That's all it is, right? You work so much to separate yourself from that. And obviously, yeah, you're different from other cultures too, but other cultures exist just like yours does, except for the white culture. Because white people don't need a culture in order to be okay with their own existences. White people don't need a culture and a community in order to identify with, in order to feel stable in their lives. Just like how a straight, cisgendered person doesn't need to be a part of a community in order to feel secure, as opposed to the fact that homosexual people, you know, not all of them, but at least some homosexual people need to be part of the gay community in order to take pride in the fact that they're gay. The transgender people need to be a part of the trans community, the LGBTQ community, in order to feel proud of their gender identity or their sexual orientation. You see how a lot of that is this huge push towards emphasizing how they're different than the default. Because what's the default human being? They're straight, right? They're attracted to the opposite gender and they don't feel a need to change their own. That's the default human being, and that's what 99% of people are, at least. And so when you're different than the default from the, you're different from the regular, then you need to then you have this feeling of then, you feel unstable. And because you feel unstable, you seek the approval of others. But whose approval are you going to get? Well, it's going to be the approval of people like you. You find the approval of people who are similar to you, because otherwise, and you identify as that as a coping mechanism, because now it becomes a coping mechanism. It's a defense mechanism. You're trying to avoid the fact that it's not even that you're being outcasted for your differences. You're outcasting yourself. When you see that you're different and you assume that you can't be a part of normal society anymore, then you're doing it to yourself. And it's fine to do that to yourself. But you need to be able to live with that. That's the thing. You need to be able to live with that. And that's what a lot of people aren't able to do. They're not able to live with the fact that they're different. And what that shows is that deep down, they want to be normal. They find a community of people like them because that's where they can feel normal in. That's what they're trying to strive for. They can't embrace their differences and their abnormalities, so they deny it until they find like-minded people to where they feel normal with. And I think it speaks to the fact that people just want to be normal. And for transgender people, and I guess homosexual people, where their identity or their sexual identity and their orientation are so different from the norm, it kind of makes sense that they would do that. And so I don't bash them for doing that. I bash the transgender community for how much they're pushing. If you're different, then you got to deal with the differences, right? But these people aren't dealing with the differences. They're throwing a temper tantrum. That's all fine and dandy for those people. Or, that's not good for the transgender community. That's what you clown on, right? If you want to change your gender and then you feel outcasted because you're ugly now and then you kill yourself, it's like, well, that was a natural consequence of whatever you're doing, right? It's more of a mental illness than just a simple difference in your humanity. But what I want to draw this back to is races. In a truly non-racist society, Nobody would give a shit about the color of their skin. And related to that, nobody would care about their heritage. And I'm not saying they don't give a shit about their heritage or like they completely don't care about it. I still understand the fact that I'm Japanese. But the thing is, it wouldn't matter to me if I wasn't. It wouldn't matter to me if I wasn't white. It wouldn't matter to me if I was different. If I could be half Mexican and half Middle Eastern. I wouldn't care. I would still be me. In a truly non-racist society, that's how it would be. People would recognize their heritage, but they wouldn't put an emphasis on it. That's the huge difference. They wouldn't put an emphasis on it. I enjoy Japanese food probably more than other cultures of food, just slightly. I do enjoy other cultures of food. And I am glad that there exist other types of food out there that have developed over the past, few centuries. But now we've all come together. And we've all come together and we're sharing stuff and we're making new recipes and new technologies coming out and all that sort of stuff, so. Globalization means that we can blend into one. We're not different countries. We're not different groups of people. We are all one human. We are all one humanity. We're all one human race. That's how it should be. People recognize their culture and recognize their heritage, and they recognize the differences in their appearances because of that, but at the end of the day, they won't put an emphasis on it, and it won't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But people aren't doing that. What kind of people aren't doing that? The ethnics aren't. The other races aren't. Like I said, white people don't care. In general, white people do not care. They don't care what race you are. They don't care what color skin you are. There's the few white people who are actually racist, but those guys are dying out pretty quickly. The real racists out there are the different races themselves, are the different races of people themselves. That's where the real racism is coming from. And why do I say that? Because of everything that I just said. Let's take Hispanics, for example. Because this is kind of my prime example here, but this applies to other races too, definitely. But only in the groups of people who care about this and put emphasis on this. Groups, or Hispanics, who are proud of their culture, and I'm not saying this is everyone, I'm not even saying this is the majority, to be honest. I have no idea. I have no way of knowing how many people this affects, but it's enough to where I've seen it enough in the world to where I can talk about it. Enough Hispanics are proud of their culture and they emphasize the differences between their culture and everyone else's. They focus on the merits of their culture and they try to create a community of themselves. I'm not saying that they're excluding other races. Not at all. But I'm saying that their natural default position is to create a proud community and to emphasize their own culture, to teach their recipes to their children, to have their traditions be practiced and intact, to have their family bonds, solidified and expanded, all this sort of stuff. They're the ones and it's all within the Hispanic community. But that's where the racist part comes in. Hispanic community. They're creating a community based on their heritage and based on their color of their skin. That's all it is. Not necessarily the exact color of their skin, but you guys know what I mean. Are you Hispanic? Are you Mexican? Are you Latino or Latino? It's, this is, it's a point of relation between people, right? You know, you relate to people who are a part of your same race, but that's what it is. It's racism is when you recognize the difference between one group of people and another. That's what racism is. It doesn't matter if that difference is good or bad. It doesn't matter if that difference is offensive or not. All that matters is that there is a difference and that you're emphasizing on it. Besides appearance, which let's not discriminate on appearance, right? It's truly the fact that these communities of races and cultures are separating themselves from assimilating into, or from being a part of the rest of the world, and in the sense that they are emphasizing their own culture and their own difference between them and the rest of the world by participating in their culture. I'm not saying people shouldn't have their culture. That's totally fine. That's fine and dandy. But culture should be a way to learn how to live your life and taking those learnings with you into the rest of the world. One thing, I can give you guys an example. One thing that the Japanese culture does, and other cultures will do this too, but this is just one off the top of my head. The Japanese take their shoes off when they first enter the house. There's either a shoe rack or there's a side area where you can put your shoes down. And they'll either wear their socks around the house or these slippers, these indoor slippers. But anyway, the cultural thing that most cultural Japanese people do, so that means most people in Japan and then some Japanese people here in America, they'll take off their shoes when they enter the house. They'll enter the house and they'll either keep their shoes outside or there will be a shoe rack where they can put their shoes right next to the front door. In fact, my house does it. We take off our shoes at the entrance. That is something that Japanese people do. It's a cultural thing, and that's something that other cultures do not do. Is that something to puff up my chest and say, oh, look at how different I am because I am Japanese and I, as the Japanese do, I take off my shoes at the entrance of the house? No. Why would I even think about this? I do it because of the fact that I don't think about it. I don't want my house to get dirty. I'm not doing it for, because it's my Japanese pride. I'm doing it because I don't want to have to, mop the floors and vacuum up all the dirt from dragging my dirty shoes around the house and dragging my family's dirty shoes around the house. I don't care what culture my wife and my children are going to be from or be a part of, and I don't care what their values are. When it comes to taking off their shoes in the house, because in my household, and when I have my own family, we are taking off our shoes at the front door. That's a non-negotiable thing. Because guess what? I'm not going to be the one cleaning the house of all the filth that come from your mud-stained shoes when you're walking around the house. Some people freaking put their shoes on the bed in their bedroom. That's disgusting. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. It's like, okay, yeah, if you have like a disability and you can't take off your shoes ever or something, or it's super inconvenient or whatever, then fine. Or if it's like a long day and you forgot once, that's totally fine. But if you're doing that like every single day, then okay, there's something, right? If there's not a real reason behind it, then it's getting unnecessary filth along everything. The thing is with my life and my family, I'm willing to have that rule and, you know, enforce it, but also help along with it. Remind the kids, oh, you gotta take your shoes off. Remind my wife that she's gotta take her shoes off, right? It's totally fine. I don't care how long it takes. Help my wife with her shoes if she's disabled or something. Help my kids with their shoes if they're too young, right? We'll have a chair next to the front door so they can sit on it and I can bend down and take off their shoes for them, or put their shoes on when they're going out to play. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Because it's my thing, right? But guess what? It's not my thing. But my whole point with this is that it's not my thing when, you know, because I'm Japanese. I didn't do this because I'm Japanese. I did this, you know, I'm having this whole take your shoes off at the front door because it's a good idea. That's all I'm doing. Just because it's an idea I got from Japanese culture does not mean that I'm taking pride and identifying as Japanese culture. In fact, I know a lot of white families who do the same thing, who wouldn't have done it had they not stolen the idea from Japanese culture. Are they appropriating my culture by taking their shoes off at the front door? No, they're not. They saw a good idea and they copied it. Who cares? If it's super hot outside and the sun's beating down and the best hat for the weather is a sombrero, I'm going to wear a sombrero. I have a sombrero. It's on top of it's on top of my skateboard because it prevents the cats from jumping up there. It's right there. That sombrero is going to work to protect me against the sun more than any other hat that I have in this house, because all I have in this house are beanies. And that one sombrero. It's not cultural appropriation because I'm half white, half Asian, and I'm wearing a Mexican sombrero. I'm wearing it because I need protection against the sun. I'm taking off my shoes in front of the house not because I'm Japanese, or not because I'm appropriating the Japanese. I'm taking them off because I don't want a dirty house. Bento boxes. Bento boxes. You guys have only heard of bento boxes in Japanese culture, and it makes sense. Only the Japanese do it, typically. If I get a bento box and put my kids' lunch in the bento box, I'm not doing it because I'm Japanese. I'm doing it because I think it looks cool. I like the aesthetic look of bento boxes, and my kid probably will too. I think they look cute, and you can do a lot with the bento box, the little sections in the container. That's totally fine. Get one of those electric ones that keeps your food warm. That's cool. Who cares, right? It's like, if I found a good deal at Walmart for bento boxes and it's on sale, that's what I'm buying and that's what my kids are going to use. I'm not doing it because I'm Japanese. I would do it even if I wasn't Japanese. I'm not doing it because of the culture. I'm only doing it because it's a good idea. That's the only reason I'm doing it. I'm doing it because it's a good idea or I think it looks cool. But that's me personally. That's not because, oh, I'm identifying as a Japanese person and I have to have a fully Japanese themed house and a fully Japanese themed lifestyle. No, if I wanted to fetishize the Japanese lifestyle, then, you know, it'd be a completely different approach, first of all, but you can do that if you really like the aesthetic of the Japanese. That's totally fine. Or the aesthetic of a Hispanic family, or the aesthetic of a German household, or a Swedish parlor, or anything like that. You can theme your house, it's totally fine. But you're doing it because you want it. Not because you identify with the culture. Not because, oh, I'm carrying on the Hispanic name and the Hispanic culture by forcing myself to have this stuff. No. You do it because it's cool and you like it, and it's convenient, and it's a better lifestyle, right? And to draw it back to my main point, culture needs to be... So, listening to all that, culture needs to be something you learn as a way to survive. I learned these Mexican dishes, or these Asian dishes, or whatever, because it's food that I can make using the available ingredients. If I'm living in Norway, which is right next to the Arctic, and I want Mexican food, I'm not getting Mexican food. I'm not getting beans and corn in the Arctic. I'm not getting that. What are you getting in the Arctic? You're getting wheat, and you're getting like, I don't freaking know, dragon fruit or something. I don't know what grows next to the Arctic. Wheat, goats. I have no fucking idea. Anyway, you're gonna be eating Norwegian food. I don't care what race, what skin color you are. If you live in Norway, you're probably gonna be eating Norwegian food. Why? Because Norwegian food is based off of the food that is available in Norway, the country that you're living in. Oh my god. The thing is, in America, America has access to all the food. We have access to almost every single kind of food in the world. I don't know why it worked out like that, but it did. And so if you want Mexican food, well, there's probably a Mexican place in your city. You want Chinese food? There's probably a Chinese food place in your city. You want Greek food? Well, probably in your county, there is probably a Greek food place. If I want Greek food, I gotta go a little ways, but it's there. I don't have to leave the state for it. I certainly don't have to leave the country for it. It's available. But just because something's available doesn't mean that you need to force yourself to make it because it's your culture or whatever, right? Because you don't need to identify with your culture. If you don't feel like having your culture's food tonight, you don't need to. You can have some other culture's worth of food. Or if nothing else is available, like if you're in Mexico and you're tired of Mexican food, well, you're probably sore out of luck, because not much else grows in Mexico other than the things needed to make Mexican food. So you can make it in an Asian style if you want to, but I mean, it is definitely going to be harder, right? It's whatever you're willing to do. But that's the thing. My whole point is that culture, you think about what is culture. Culture is the accumulation of knowledge that a group of people got in order to survive. The Mexicans make Mexican food because they had access to beans and corn flour in Mexico, and so they made tacos and burritos. Whoopie-doo. That's all it is. That's all it is. 1,000 years ago, the Mexican people were not able to go to Asia to get rice. 1,000 years ago, the Mexican people were not able to go to the United Kingdom to get wheat to make, white bread. They weren't. They had to make do with what they had. In Mexico, it was super sunny all the time. So they had to make giant hats called sombreros in order to protect their skin against the sun. Guess what? In Mexico, it's super hot, and so naturally their skin became a darker color so that the pigments of their skin could naturally repel the sun without them getting skin cancer. Whoopie-doo. Whoopie-doo. Your very skin color is attached to your culture. But it's all for the sake of survival. It's all for the sake of survival. In fact, I'm sure if I went back 1,000 years ago and I introduced the Mexicans to Japanese white rice and sushi, then that would have become a part of their culture. In fact, a lot of people's culture got influenced by other cultures around them. You look at the Baltic region, for example. All the Baltic nations, from Greece to Bolivia, they all have a very similar culture, and they all have a similar food selection over there, because 1,000 years ago, all those countries intermingled, and they shared recipes, and they tried out different recipes, and they shared food ingredients, right? They were sharing it with each other, but they weren't sharing it with Mexico. They weren't sharing it with China. They weren't sharing it with freaking Norway, right? They were just sharing it with each other. all those different countries. Just because they're different countries, just because you're from Greece doesn't mean that you're any different from a Bolivian. Doesn't mean that you're any different from a Romanian or a Georgian, right? Because it's all the same. Because they all influenced each other, right? That's their culture. And so their culture consists of multiple countries. But it means it's a way that a people developed to survive. And culture only exists because humans had such a hard time surviving, up until 100 years ago. The Industrial Revolution made it so that we don't have to worry about survival anymore. But, for the most part. But before that, people had to survive. And so they used ingredients that they had, they used resources in the country that they lived in, and they figured out unique ways in order to create tasty food out of it so that they could eat every day. And they found out unique ways in order to organize their lives so that they could function every day. And the organization of your life is called a tradition. The Japanese people took their shoes off when they entered the home, even in feudal Japan era. Why? Because they didn't want to clean their house every day. Like, they had other things to do. Some Japanese person sat down and was like, "Hey, why are we getting our house dirty with dirty shoes? Why don't we just have a new pair of clip-clop, wooden planks for slippers?" For the inside only. And then the other people were like, "Hey, that's a pretty good idea," and they changed. And guess what? It's a tradition. It's a tradition of their culture that has carried on for over 1,000 years. And wouldn't you know it? Even in the year 2022, taking off your shoes at the front door is still a good idea. Whoopie-doo. Right? It's such a good idea that the rest of the world could adopt it and could copy them with no problem. Fantastic, right? But that has nothing to do with their culture, or it has nothing to do with like their cultural identity. That's the thing. Culture exists as a means of how did this group of people survive this long, right? The Aztecs died off, right? We know that the Aztec and the Mayan empires in South America just completely died, right? They're non-existent anymore. Those guys died off. Their culture probably wasn't too great to where they all disappeared, right? Everyone else who's alive today had a good enough culture to make their people survive for this long. Sure, it's something to be proud about. Hey, my people survived until the modern age. Fantastic. But you don't need to surround your whole life around it, especially nowadays. Nowadays, you don't need to, right? And with the whole rise of like anti-racism and globalization and all this sort of stuff, it's no longer an advantage to only stick with your in-group of your specific race or your specific heritage. It's no longer an advantage, and in fact, it could be seen as racist. There's a different culture was the way in which a people learned to survive by creating different foods and inhabiting different lifestyle choices in order to ensure their survival, in whatever big or little way that it did. But cultural identity is rigidly sticking to those ideals even though other things exist. Culture is fine, but cultural identity is restrictive. That's what it is. It's restrictive, and if you identify as your culture, then you're trapping yourself. You can have your culture, and you can take things from your culture in order to enhance your own life. That's the whole point. If you're Mexican and you like Mexican food, then eat Mexican food every day. It's like, who cares, right? But don't restrict yourself to that. Don't be like, oh, we are only having Mexican food in this house because we are Mexican. We are proud Mexicans, and we're not going to allow anybody, and other people can't eat Mexican food. And Del Taco isn't real Mexican food, and I'm upset about that, and we're never going to Del Taco because of that. Blah, blah, blah. No, you're a bigot. You're a bigot if you're doing that. Like, you're trapping yourself. You're trapping yourself in this mentality of like, oh, the only thing that I have about me is my culture. The only thing I know how to do is be a Mexican. Like what a sad way to live your life. I'm not, I'm not necessarily discriminating against people who do this, right? Who identify as their culture. I take pity on them. That's what it is. I take pity on them. They're they're closed-minded. They're closing themselves off to only living a life and only thinking about the fact that they are part of a group of people. Like I said, if God snapped his fingers and made someone like this a different race other than what they currently are, they would lose all meaning in their life. Because they don't know how to be their own person. They don't have a personality beyond the fact that they're a Mexican, or beyond the fact that they're an Asian, or beyond the fact that they're a Jew. They don't have a personality, or beyond the fact that they're a black, right? There are a lot of proud black people. Oh, I'm proud of being an African American. It's like, great. Are you going to let that dictate your life, though? People in the ghetto let that dictate their life. People in the ghetto think that, oh, I'm black, and therefore I'm black culture, therefore, what do us black people do? We stick in the slums and we join gangs and we shoot each other. And we kill any white man we see, ha ha ha, right? You're being trapped in your culture. You're trapping yourself with your culture, and you're not allowing yourself to expand beyond that. You don't even have to move away from it. You just expand. Have variety in your life. Try other foods. If you're a Mexican and you've only eaten Mexican food your whole life, well, and you don't want to just go, jump in the deep end as far as food goes, try some Cuban food. Try some Guatemalan food. Try some Brazilian food, or some Chilean food, or some Argentinian food, or something like that. Something that's close to your culture, but a little bit different. Just a little bit different. Try a little bit different. You live like a Mexican, you live with those culture things, but then you see the Asians have a clean house. Try taking off your shoes at the front door. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Nobody's going to call you a fake Mexican because you're doing something an Asian person's doing. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody should care enough about that to even comment on it. Oh, your friends are going to clown on you because you tell them to take their shoes off at the door. It's your house, your rules. Like, fucking stand up for yourself. Like, wait. Like, why would I let somebody into my house who doesn't respect me? In my house, if I go to their house and they tell me to do something, I'll do it because I respect them as a human being. They can have their own rules, I'll have my own rules. It doesn't matter. Why would it matter? The only way that it matters is that is when you're preventing yourself from living from, you're trapping yourself in your culture. You're only identifying as your culture, and you refuse to move away from that because you're too proud to. And not even, I guess not even because you're proud to, but more so the fact that if you don't, it's sad that these people, if they don't focus on their culture and their cultural identity, then they'll have nothing left. It's the same thing with the transgender people. The only personality that transgender people typically have is the fact that they're transgendered. Oh, you have whatever, right? You have, oh, I identify as a man even though I'm a girl. It's like, great. Sure, you want to get your tits chopped off and a fake penis stuck to you? Sure, go for it. Your life, your rules. I'm not going to tell you against that. But then they go on about like, oh, I'm a part of the community, and why don't you care about my transition enough, and yada yada. And it's like, oh my fucking god. Like, that's when you cross the lines. Not that you're part of a community, but that it's so obvious that you need the community in order to validate yourself. That's what's disgusting about it. And that's why I pity these people. they're so weak of mind that they need acceptance from other people to justify their own actions to themselves. It's not even a bad action. Who gives a shit if you're gay? Who gives a shit if you're getting a gender change? Right? People get like Botox surgery, plastic surgery, and they take steroids and stuff all the time. So who cares if you want to chop off your private parts and grow new ones or whatever? Who cares? Who cares? People are doing screwed up things all the time. It's not... At this point, it's not even abnormal to request a life-altering surgery. Just go to South Korea, they'll do it for you. It's gonna cost money, but whatever. That's obviously something important to you. But don't base your whole goddamn life around it. There's other things in life. What, do you spend every waking moment thinking about how you identify as a different gender? No. In the same sense that I don't spend every waking moment thinking about how I'm a dude and I identify as a dude. I'm a straight dude and I love women. Oh my god, because I have a dude and I have a penis. Whoopie-doo. I don't think about that. I don't base my whole life. I don't join a community full of other dudes who are straight and like women. And, we all talk about the fact that, oh yeah, I like women too. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, ha ha ha. When like you're a teenager, you do that, I guess, but... Like, there's other things in life. My friends and I would talk about our hot classmate, I guess. But then we would go home and we'd play League of Legends together. Or we'd go home and shoot the shit. I don't know, make fun of the teachers in our free time. And just talk about struggles we have in life. I don't know, bond over different things. We didn't base our entire existence around one aspect of ourselves. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being so shallow that you're basing your entire existence around the fact that you're gay, or the fact that you identify as the opposite gender, or the fact that you're dragonkin? I'm helicopterkin. Every waking moment, I imagine myself soaring, spinning my propeller and soaring through the air, launching ballistic missiles from my rocket launchers onto the poor masses below. Now that's a good one. When you think about autism, autistic people are typically they're very obsessed with one thing. They find one thing that they enjoy and they keep obsessing over it over and over again for the rest of their life. Sometimes it's like Thomas the Tank Engine, sometimes it's like Disney stuff. Sometimes it's like computers. I don't know. Sometimes it's a stock market. I mean, there are a few autistic people out there who obsessed with the stock market, and they're like multimillionaires now because they just love staring at those numbers all day. And they just dump a little money into it, and then, all of a sudden they're rich. But that's because they're obsessed with it, right? It's fine and dandy if it makes them happy. But the thing is, those guys aren't complaining about anything. They're not complaining about how, they're part of the Thomas the Tank Engine community. They need to fight for acceptance, and where's our Thomas lovers rights or whatever? Where's our brony, rights as brony lovers or whatever, right? My point being that these transgender people need to shut up. even autistic people who have like real mental disorders aren't shoving their interests into other people's faces, but a transgender person is, which you can tell that what's the difference then? The difference is that a transgender person is very egotistical. They see themselves as wrong. That's what it is. They see themselves as wrong. Just like how, an ethnic person might see themselves different than a white guy. A transgender person sees themselves as different, but that hurts their fragile ego. So so they're insecure about it. And because they're insecure about it, they want the validation that it's okay for them to be transgender, or it's okay for them to be gay, or it's okay for them to whatever. And so that's why they're so outspoken about it, is because they're shouting out, "Help me," expecting help. Metaphorically, they're shouting out, "Hey, I'm different," and then expecting people to tell them it's okay that you're different. But all of that is based on the fact that they're different in the first place, because these people think that they're different. And because they think that they're different and that they're abnormal for it, they're trapping themselves in an attitude of, "I'm weird." And if you think you're weird when you don't want to be, then it's damaging to your psyche. That's exactly what these people go through. Why do you think that transgender suicide rates are up? It's because they think that they're weird, and they know they're weird for doing it, for having gender identity crisis or whatever it is. They think they're weird, they know they're weird, and they spend their entire lives trying to, desperately trying to get the validation that it's okay for them to be like this. And the instant that someone says, "No, you're actually a weirdo," it doesn't matter how much support that they got in the past. They're insecure about it. They in the back of their minds, they think deep down, even though nobody else said it, they think deep down, "I'm a weird person for this. I don't belong here for this. I'm a weird human." And then somebody else says, "Hey, you weirdo, you ugly transgender person, you will never be a real woman." The reason why it gets to them so much is because it confirms all of their insecurities. It confirms all of their insecurities, and it makes them regress back into that deep, dark hole in their mind that was telling them that they were weird this whole time. A mean comment doesn't get to you unless you think it's true. That's what it is. A mean comment or an insult doesn't affect you unless you think that it's true. And so these transgender people, by being offended by these mean comments, they're getting offended because they think that it's true. They think that they really are ugly, and these people calling them ugly are right. And they'll go on the internet and complain about being called ugly or whatever, but it's the fact that they're complaining about it that shows the fact that they're insecure about it. They're insecure about the fact that they're ugly. They don't like the fact that, they know they're different, they know they're weird, and they don't want to accept that as a reality. Or, they've been trying to avoid that reality this whole time, but they've simultaneously been trying to seek validation to deny that reality. But the thing is, deep down, they know it. They know it to be true, and so that's why they crumble under even the slightest comment confirming that. What was I talking about? So I was talking about races and culture. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with races and culture. If you're so assimilated into your own culture, and you identify as your culture, and you complain about cultural appropriation and all this sort of stuff, then your base train of thought is that I'm different than everyone else because I'm Hispanic, because I'm Asian, because I'm black, because I'm Jewish, whatever. I'm different than the default human who is a white man. I'm different than that. You start off thinking that, and so you try to embrace that difference, but in effect you're embracing the culture that you think makes you different. I'm Hispanic, why is that, or, oh, I'm black, why is that, why does that make me different? Well, it's because of the color of my skin and the culture surrounding me, and, being called the N-word. That's what makes me, that's the difference. And so what do black people do? Well, they call each other the N-word. They call people of other races the N-word. You guys notice how saying the N-word is the most racist thing you could ever say? And yet, who are the people who are saying it the most? It's black people. Black people are the ones saying it the most. Black people and black people wannabes are the ones who are saying the N-word the most. They're trying to embrace, even though it's this derogatory term, right? The N-word comes from... the N-word is what the slave owners would call their black slaves. What they would refer to their black slaves as on the plantations. The N-word is basically calling a black person a slave. That's kind of what you're implying with it. That's why it's so racist. And does it directly mean that anymore? No, of course not. But that's how people interpret it, which is whatever, right? It's just a mean word you can't say, right? I don't really care either way, but it's fascinating to see. So in knowing that the N-word has that connotation behind it, what do black people call each other? They call each other the N-word. What did they mean by this? They're essentially calling each other slaves. They're mimicking their former white masters. And, in history, they're mimicking white slave owners and denominating each other as slaves. Talk about, mental trauma. Talk about, demeaning yourself to this position. Nobody's gonna treat you and like a slave anymore. So why are you doing it to yourself? It doesn't make any sense. And it's exactly the fact that it doesn't make any sense that you can start to understand that it's an identity crisis. These people were born black. Do they want to be black? Who can say? But in my mind, it doesn't seem like they're all too happy with that fact. They don't see themselves as the default race of human, which is white. Apparently, right? And this is all based off the fact that the default human of people is white, which it's not. But for the sake of argument, we're going to assume that everyone thinks it is, instinctually. Black people aren't white. And so, in order to cope with that fact, they try to embrace their own culture. But what is the culture of a black person? Well, for 300 years it was being a slave. So, for the past 4 generations it wasn't, but more than that, like 5 or 6 generations it wasn't, but they don't, what obvious things do black people have to go off of? They're poor, and they look out for each other, which is fine, and they don't like saying the N-word, or they don't like when people say the N-word, because that's what they were getting called. So, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird, but it's also fascinating to see. There has to be something going on in their brains for them to default to. Why are you using a word to refer to each other that essentially means that you're a white slave owner calling a black person a slave? Why are you using a word with that kind of connotation behind it? Why don't you think of a different nickname? Why don't you think of something else to say? Why don't they? You can ask that question, but at the end of the day, they're still doing it. And it makes you think, what has cultural identity done to these people? It all goes back to the fact that I think cultural identity is a denial of your difference from other races. You were born a certain race with a certain heritage, and you were born inside a certain culture. Nobody's saying you need to stick with that culture, but you go all in and you identify as that culture and you impose it onto the people around you, and you deny it from the people outside of your group. We're supposed to be living in a non-racist society where everyone can mingle and we can have interracial marriages and all this sort of stuff, which exists, right? This society is very accepting and it's very tolerant. But yeah, we still have this phenomenon of cultural identification. Cultural identification when we don't need to. And people become so obsessed with it. I'm a proud Mexican. I'm a proud black person. Whatever. And I don't know, I think it's the denial that they're different. It's trying to embrace their difference from other races. But let's think back to, oh, we're trying to not be racist against each other anymore. If we're not racist against each other, then that means we're not different. And we aren't. We aren't. Besides the color of our skin and, the different facial features and stuff, we're not different from each other. Every human is relatively the same shape. Every human has the same body parts. We still have a brain and eyes and a nose and a mouth and a heart and a stomach and we have the same private parts as our respective genders. There's no difference between us. The only difference is the tone of our skin and certain facial features. There's skinny and muscular builds of every race. Every race has its share of deformities that can occur with people. In fact, every race can have things like concave chests and, like the fingers that are stuck together, the webbed fingers, right, that some people are born with. They can have like flat heads, which make them have a lower IQ. They can be anything, right? Any race is capable of being born mentally retarded. Any race is capable of being born with a pediatric life-threatening disease. Any race is capable of developing cancer within at a certain point in their life. We're all the same. We're all the same. There's no real besides appearance. Besides like the very basic form of appearance, there's no difference between a black person and a white person. There's no difference between a Hispanic and an Asian person. There's none. Besides the culture. But again, culture is the way in which you figure out how to survive with what you're given. But because we have globalization, because we can move anywhere in the world we want to, relatively, anywhere in the world we want to, One culture isn't better than the other. In fact, a lot of normal people are just taking bits and pieces from other people's culture and mashing them all together into their own life. There are plenty of other things about Japanese culture that I don't do. And the people copying the put your shoes at the front door thing aren't doing. One of the Japanese things to do is you take a shower, and when you bathe, you take a shower first while readying the bathtub, and then you soak your clean body in the bath to relax. And then everybody, you take turns and everyone takes a shower, and they get in the same bathtub with the same bath water, so, but they're clean bodies, so it's not like it's contaminated. But they all share the same bath water, technically, in a night. It's just, one at a time, right? That's a Japanese thing to do. The Japanese also aren't really fond of, physical contact with each other. They don't really hug or hold hands or anything like that unless they're, super close and intimate with each other. The Japanese also, there's a whole bunch of things, but white people aren't copying those aspects. Other races aren't copying those aspects, which is fine. They're copying the shoe thing, but they're not copying anything else. Who cares? Mexicans have, they have fiestas, right? But they also have siestas. A siesta is just an afternoon nap. It's a rest. I like taking afternoon naps. Am I culturally appropriating the Mexicans? Am I stealing their idea? No, I'm not. I'm just tired in the afternoon, so I want to take a nap. What? What? Man, I wish I could work for 4 or 6 hours and then take a nap before I continue the rest of my work shift. I wish America would copy that one. So they have that culture. What do black people have? Let's see. Black people look out for each other. They have very strong, family bonds. If they grow up with each other, then they consider each other, it's like a brotherhood, right? Of their brothers, of their family. They watch over and look out for their own. That's admirable. Honestly, people can learn from that. Not all black people do that, but it's a reoccurring thing that I've seen. So, not nearly all black people do that, my gosh, but some of them do. That could be considered a cultural thing. But again, it's aspects of your life, of that your community teaches you to help you survive. You don't have to puff out. You can puff out your chest and be proud of the fact that, hey, the Japanese people came up with putting their shoes outside of the house. But it's not appropriation. I'll wear a sombrero outside if it's super sunny out. I'll probably have to this summer when I go skateboarding. I'm gonna look so stupid with a sombrero on my head as I'm zooming on my skateboard on the sidewalk. Anyway. But that's what it is, right? It's just, culture is just a collection of good ideas on how to live your life. You can be proud of certain aspects of it. You can be proud to have come from it. But don't make it the center focus of your life. You don't have to have Mexican food every day. You don't have to take a siesta every afternoon. You don't even have to do the whole shoe thing in front of your house if you don't want to. I'm going to do it. But that's just me. If I have a friend who doesn't do it, or who doesn't do it in their house, I'm going to ask them to respect my rules when they're at my house, and then I'll walk throughout his house with my shoes on. You know, if that's how he does things, right? That's, you know, that's totally fine. Like, who cares? It's you know, you don't have to identify as your culture, and you don't have to be trapped by your culture. I find it very sad that people are, because in my mind, I mean, it's the whole. It seems like they're using cultural identity as a way to emphasize the differences between them and other people. But like I said, there's no differences. There's no difference. How much difference is an Asian person compared to a Mexican person, or to a white person, or to a black person? There's no difference. So when I see black people calling each other the N-word, I just chalk it up to mental trauma. They think they're different, and they were born thinking that they're different, and so they're trying to embrace this difference that only exists in their own head. That difference does not exist in the real world. A black person will be respected almost as much as a white person. And I do say almost, we still have our prejudices. But nobody's going to be active in their prejudice. And they'll soon get over it once they get to know the black person, right? If a black person looks super intimidating and he comes up to a group of people and he opens his mouth and he only says nice things, then those people's prejudice of that black person has changed instantly, and they accept him now into their community. But what that takes is virtue of character. What sets people apart, what makes them unique, is their personalities, is their character, how good of a person they are, what are their moral values, what do they find important, and how much do they care about themselves and of others. That's what sets a person apart, no matter what your skin color is, no matter what kind of neighborhood you grew up in, no matter how deep your heritage is. None of that makes a difference when in the face of presenting your unique personality to the world. So there is no difference other than character. There's no difference between people of different skin colors, or of different heritages, or of different DNA strands, or of different anything else. There's no difference. The only difference is what people think there are. And that's been true since racism started. People, white people, racist white people thought that black people were just inferior. That's why they enslaved them. That was in their heads. That was in the white people's heads. And then after 100 years, the white people were like, okay, never mind. We no longer think this, and then slavery was abolished. Some people still did things like that, and it took another 100 years for that to, correct itself, but in the end, hardly anyone's racist. There's still racists out there, for sure, but it's not a major problem anymore. It's not even a minor problem anymore, to be honest. Hey, stop. Too loud. Yeah, good. But the racism, and what it essentially boils down to, is the differences between different groups of people only exists in our heads. It doesn't exist in white people's heads anymore. That's the thing. It hasn't existed in white people's heads for the past 60 years, at least. People stopped being racist back in the 1900s. People didn't care anymore, right? White people were more likely to discriminate against their own than to discriminate against other people of other races. big company owners can be racist and discriminatory because, or were so back then, because they made a profit from it. Pay the Chinese people who are laying the train tracks down a lot less than their white counterparts because they could, because it would save them money. Not because they thought that Chinese people were inferior. It's because they knew that they could get away with it, because the Chinese people would put up with it, but the white people wouldn't. That's what it was. It wasn't discrimination based off of race, it was discrimination based off of what greedy people could get away with to save money. And that's how it's been for all history. Why do you guys think slavery started? Who was making money off of slaves? It wasn't poor people making money off of slavery. It was rich plantation owners who were making money off of slavery. That's all it was. You guys think about, like, today. If we were to start replacing fast food workers with robots, which we could today replace them with robots. If we were to start replacing these, minimum wage workers with robotic counterparts, who would that benefit? It would benefit the rich. That's all it would. It's the only people who would benefit. It wouldn't benefit any of us. Nobody's discriminating against McDonald's employees. No, they're getting replaced and they're getting, fired or taken advantage of or whatever because it's rich people in charge. That's what it's been all the time. So any prejudice or racism against other groups of people were typically done with motive of profit. In a lot of cases, right? It was done with motive of profit. Even nowadays, there's this whole epidemic this whole phenomenon of a lot more black people are getting sent to prison than white people. And if a black person and a white person perform the same crime, then the black person will probably spend years in prison while the white person will get off with a misdemeanor in community service. And people are saying the justice system is racist against black people. I don't think so. What my take on it is, and you guys might find this, to be a little shocking, they make money. The prison system makes money the more prisoners that are in that system. Believe it or not, we've privatized prison, which means that there are companies that own prisons and jails. And so the more people that they have in jail, the better, the more money that they make. And so they are incentivized to put people in jail. Going back to the whole racism thing, if a black person and a white person have committed the same crime, and they're judging the black person harsher than the white person, it's not because they're racist against black people and they just want to throw black people in jail. It's because they want to throw whoever they can in jail, no matter their skin color. And they can get away with it with black people more than they can with white people. Because that white person who committed the crime probably has a prominent family and, a lot of relatives to back him up. And there's going to be a lot more working class citizens who are affected by that person's imprisonment. Whereas with a black person who commits a crime is more likely not to have any family or relatives who care about him. So it's okay. So it's easier to get away with throwing the black person in jail because of that. If the black person is prominent and from a rich family who contributes to society, and that black person commits that same crime, he'll probably get away scot-free too. Because it's based off of privilege. It's based off the privilege of how important you're considered in society. If it was a black doctor who committed that crime, he would be let off scot-free and continue to be a doctor, because we need doctors. Because doctors contribute. As opposed to if he's a black unemployed person, then he's going to jail. because we don't need unemployed people. Let's give the prison system a little more money by imprisoning as many people as we can, right? We're not going to put any doctors or rich people in prison. We're going to put poor people that no one else cares about in prison. And it just so happens that black people fall under that category more than white people do. That's where the racism, that's where the more black people go to prison than white people do, even if they commit the same crime. That's where that comes from. It's a motive of profit. They want to put whoever they can into prison, and so they'll find whoever they can to put into prison. It doesn't matter their skin color. If Asian people didn't have people to care about them, then they would be the ones getting thrown in prison. If white people were in that same spot, they would be the ones getting thrown in prison. People's judgment is determined based off of how much of an impact it's going to have on society if they're judged. And with black people in general are currently in a state where judges think that it's going to be that they can get away with sentencing black people more often than other races. That's what it is. They can get away with that, and they want to put as many people as they can in jail. Because somebody is going to make money when somebody goes to jail. That's where the racism comes from. That's not racism. It's a motive of profit, and it's looking at what people can we take advantage of in order to make money. That's all it is. This happens all over the world in every country. It's corruption, and it's corruption to satisfy greed. But Americans, in their infinite stupidity, have mistaken it as racism. They think that, racism still exists because black people are being sent to prison. It's like, no, everyone's, they're doing whatever they can to get anybody in prison. And it just so happens that they can get away with it with black people more than anybody else. Because less people care about black people. Black people have a less likelihood of having family who cares about them that can make a commotion about it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Your imprisonment isn't dependent on your color of skin. It's dependent on how much of an impact it's going to have on society and what the justice system can get away with. They don't even need to see you. They just need to know that person with this name, it doesn't have to be a racial indicator name either, right? Person with a basic name, John Smith, has committed this crime, and he has this many family members who cares about him, and also he's employed with this job or unemployed with no job. And they'll throw down the gauntlet. The judge doesn't even need to see the person's face or know their skin color in order to pass a judgment, if they have all that other information. You know what judges look at when they sentence someone with a crime? They look at how much is this judgment going to affect the world around this person. If you have 100 relatives who will cry at your imprisonment, then you're probably not going to jail for your crimes. But if you have nobody who will cry for you, then you're getting locked up for life. So prison is for the people who are unwanted. And that typically gets, that role gets delegated to the black people more so than any other race, unfortunately. But that's a matter of circumstance. It's not a matter of racism. And it's so silly how people don't even realize it. People don't realize it. The rich people, they're spouting this whole, we shouldn't be racist anymore. Racism still exists and it's bad. And we should really be, we should really start talking about this again. It's like, no, it doesn't, and no, we don't have to. But people are distracted. Meanwhile, the rich are able to embezzle money from anything that they can and perform any number of illegal acts. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. America. But yeah, anyway, cultural identity. It really does seem like black people and any other race of people who feel this need to latch on to their culture. It really feels like, because of everything that I said, it really feels like they are trying to fight a feeling of inferiority within themselves. They feel inferior because they weren't born as the default white race. And so they think that they are the other race. And so they try to embrace that difference. But it's the very fact that they're trying to embrace that difference that means that they're recognizing the difference. To me, there's no difference. There's no difference. Why are you embracing a difference that doesn't exist? So I think it's trauma. I really think it has to do with trauma. You're born and you look at your skin and you look at the skin of all the supermodels on TikTok and on Instagram, and you're like, hey, wait a second. I'm not that skin color. And then your prepubescent mind thinks, oh, therefore I can't be that pretty, or I can't be that cool and confident, or whatever, right? I have a disadvantage in life. I'm lesser. Right? These basic people. I pity them because it's such a basic mindset. These basic people think, they grow up thinking that they're different. And then they listen to all this rhetoric on media and whatnot, like, oh, we should be accepting, cultural appropriation. Oh, your community, right? You're typically, if you're a Hispanic, you've grown up around Hispanic people, right? Who push their culture onto you. And black people, it's black culture, and all of that. You're typically surrounded by that, in combination with what you see online about how racism still exists, and we gotta fight racism, on top of the fact that, oh, you should be proud of your race, and yada yada, right? And all of that collectively results in you thinking that you're different. If you're told that, we need to accept people's differences, then you are inherently admitting that there is a difference that needs to be accepted in the first place. There's no difference. People aren't different. Who cares? What's the difference between Mexican food and Cuban food? Or Guatemalan food? What's the difference between Chinese and Vietnamese food? Or, Chinese versus Mongolian food, I guess. They're next to each other. What's the difference between a chicken sandwich and orange chicken from an Asian place? What's the difference between a sushi roll versus just eating a bowl of rice with fish on top? Realistically, there's no difference. The only differences are, the way that it's made and the way that it's presented, which is fine. Recipes, right? I cannot belong to a culture and then make my own dishes, and then I can meet somebody who also does not belong to a culture, and they can make different dishes, right? Two white people could live their whole lives eating different food than each other, and then they meet up and they're like, hey, I like your taste in food, and then the other person's like, hey, your food is pretty unique, let's swap recipes, and then they try each other's food. Whoopie-doo, right? Globalism, the unification of humanity. But guess what? If there are two people who grew up differently, and so they learn different values and they learn different recipes, and then they come together in 30 years and then they share that amongst each other, they're not sharing their cultures, they're sharing their individual differences. And they're analyzing, they're judging each other, and they determine, like, hey, maybe I'll try the whole take off your shoes at the front door thing. And then the other person's like, hey, yeah, and then maybe I'll try your afternoon nap siestas. And then they both gain something positive from each other. I mean, what's better than that? I can't tell you what's better than that. There is nothing better than that. And yet, we're so focused on the differences that we're so focused on the differences between the cultures and the communities that we don't focus on the positive aspects of the individual. Even people who exist in the same culture can interpret that culture differently. It's like how two Christians can have different moral values. Two Catholics could have different moral values. Why? Because both of them interpreted the Bible in a different way than the other one did. They interpreted the Word of God and Jesus in a different way that the other one did. And that's an individual difference. That has nothing to do with Christianity. It's the same Bible, but it's a different spin based off the different people. Because guess what? They are different. They are unique. People as individuals are unique. Culture isn't unique, because culture is something that's shared. And culture isn't necessarily something to identify with, because culture is essentially just a means of survival. I figured out a tasty way to make food with what I had. And I figured out a lifestyle in which fits the productivity of my life. That's all culture is. You don't have to adhere to it because there's different styles of doing it. And you can go on the internet tonight and learn about 10 different other cultures in the span of an hour. And you can get a lot of ideas, and then you can start mixing and matching them. Mix and match them. I'll take shoes at the front door from the Japanese, and I'll pair it with siestas from the Mexicans, and I'll pair that with Greek food made by the Greeks, and then I'll also throw in some American cheeseburgers. Oh boy. And then yeah, it's like, sure. If that works for you, that works for you, right? But it was your individual preference that decided that. It wasn't your culture's decision. You didn't need to belong to your heritage in order to make that decision. You just needed to be you. And the sad thing is that people are so focused on race and on their cultural identity that they're not able to focus on just themselves and their own preferences. Their thoughts are so clouded with this feeling of inclusion and emphasis on the differences they were born with, that they're not able to focus on how they themselves are unique from the people around them. And that's sad, because it's sad because because you're giving up your individuality. What makes you human? It's having desires that make you happy. It's living a life that makes you happy. Are you really going to be happy, desperately fighting for validation within a community that you just happen to be thrown into? Are you going to let the fate that you were born into really determine how the rest of your life is going to go? Just because you were born a Mexican doesn't mean that you need to be a Mexican. Just because you were born black doesn't mean that you need to be a black person. You're going to have that skin color for the rest of your life, yeah. But you don't need anything else. There are plenty of black people who don't act ghetto, who don't say the N-word, There are plenty of black people who escaped their poor neighborhood in the slums and they became millionaires. Those people were true individuals. Those people weren't trapped by their cultural identity. If they were trapped by their cultural identity, then they would have never left, and they would have never succeeded at life. They never would have been happy. They would have just simply followed along with what everyone else said it was okay to do. They're letting themselves be controlled. If you want to be controlled, if you want to follow in the footsteps of somebody or a group of people, and so be it. But don't make it the race that you were born into. Don't make it that. If you make it that, at least do it in a unique way. Your identity itself doesn't have to be doesn't have to be captive to your culture. That's what it is. Your identity doesn't need to be held captive by your culture, because just because God gave you a certain color of skin doesn't mean that you need to dictate your life based off the color of your skin. Because if you live your life based off the identity of the culture you were born in, and you live your life in accordance to the color of your skin, then in my eyes, you're the only racist one. And that speaks true to everyone who does that. And like I was saying earlier, it applies to the transgender people too. I think the people who are most transphobic are the transgender people themselves, because they had to desperately claw and, crawl their way into a community in order to find acceptance. But the reason that they needed that acceptance was what had to originate from a feeling that they were weird, that they were abnormal and wrong for being transgender. And because they thought that themselves, then they needed validation that they were wrong in that opinion, because otherwise they couldn't live with themselves. So, in other words, they are afraid of their own identities. And because they're afraid of their own identities, they need other people to tell them to not be afraid. And it's sad. I think it's truly sad. The transgender people that you don't hear about are the ones who were confident in their own gender identity crisis or whatever, and they got the transition quietly, and they didn't need to brag to people, and they got the transition, they changed the body parts, and they just lived their lives. They just went and they lived their lives as their new gender, because those people didn't see themselves as weird in the first place, or didn't care that they were weird in the first place. They didn't need a community to go to in order to accept them, because they had already accepted themselves. And because they already accepted themselves, they don't need to go on the internet and complain about it. They don't need to go out and fight for trans rights. They go get a job, they tell their boss, hey, I'm transgender, but it's not going to impact the work that I'm going to do. And the boss is like, great, you're hired. They go date people and be like, hey, I'm transgender, but I really do feel like my current gender, and I hope you're okay with that. Most people will say no, but you'll get one or two say yes. It's totally fine. But the thing is, these people aren't going to wallow in despair over how people don't accept them. The people who wallow in despair over how people don't accept them are the ones who can't accept themselves. In their minds, people don't accept them, but that's because in their minds they don't accept themselves, and so they're projecting their own unacceptance of themselves onto others. Everyone who looks at them, who gives them a weird look on public transportation, or, out in public is being transphobic. But it's an insecurity. That's what it is. It's an insecurity. They're judging themselves. And so in proxy, they think that other people are judging them too. And then they go to the online community to seek validation. And they get it, but it's fragile. Because their insecurity never got solved. It still exists. They still think that they're weird. Deep down, they still don't accept themselves. That's why I think they're the ones who are most transphobic out of everyone else. And I think it's sad. I think it's sad. What I think is sad is when you see a difference in yourself from others and you can't accept it. That's what it is. And it's something that, and I get passionate about this sort of thing, because I know full well what it's like to be different. I'm different. I'm a weirdo. Oh my god, I'm a weirdo. There's no dancing around that fact. I have so many weird traits about me, I could make a whole list of it. About how I'm different from the normal person. And I've had to work my whole life having to accept that. And accept the disadvantages in life that I'm going to have because of that. The fact that I'm a cisgendered male who's straight is the only normal thing about me. Everything else is just weird and out the window. My hobbies, my interests, my mannerisms, my way of talking, my thought processes, my opinions, my perspectives, my quirks, my habits, my stims. Everything is weird. But the thing is, I've accepted that. Because why wouldn't I? I gotta live with myself. Are you kidding me? There's no way I'd be able to live with myself if I was consciously recognizing every bad thing about me, or every abnormal thing about me. I shouldn't say bad, it's every abnormal thing about me. But I actually, didn't like those things about me, and I wished they were different. I would have killed myself long ago. You can't, there's no way you'd be able to live with yourself. There's no way I'd be able to live with myself. But the thing is, it's not just I forced myself to accept it or whatever. I actually like being different. I like being abnormal. I enjoy life a hell of a lot more this way than I would if I was just your typical person. In fact, I look at typical people who I think I could be like, and I just see their lives as so dull and drab. It's boring. It's boring. There's nothing exciting about you. Things about me, it's I'm excited about it. I can laugh at all the cringe, awkward moments that I see in public. I can have entire thought processes and opinions about just the littlest things. I can appreciate very tiny details in certain things while not letting other big things get to me. It's a great life. But it's a great life because I've embraced it. I've embraced it for all of its negatives and positives. I know I'm at a severe disadvantage in life. I know that I'm not gonna, be able to go out and accomplish everything that I want, or that would make me feel fulfilled. I know that. I'm in no position to do that. And it's totally fine. It's totally fine by me, because I've accepted that. And I'm living my life to accommodate for that. And I'm able to still be happy. So, whenever I see other fellow weirdos out there and who see that they're different than others, whether you're transgendered or homosexual or you're born as a different race or whatever it is, and you think that you're weird, that you're abnormal because you aren't the same as other people, then my only thing to say is embrace it. You're you. You have these unique qualities. Everybody can live a happy life. But it's these very people who focus on cultural identity or transgender identity or things like that, that it doesn't seem like they're able to embrace who they are. They aren't able to embrace who they are, not who they were born as, not as the race they were born as, but as the individual that they've become. Anyway, just let me see. Testing. All right, my mic's been working. Ah, thank goodness. Ba-da-dum, oh God. But yeah, anyway, I wish, I don't know. I wish people would be more accepting of themselves in that aspect, because it's very clear that they're not. And I think that their insecurity just causes them to lash out onto others, so. Anyway, guys, with all that said, it's almost 8 o'clock. I think I'm gonna get off. Guys, I did want to say, I'm probably not gonna be on stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's, we're doing a thing for Easter here, so I'm probably not gonna have time to stream, so. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be on tomorrow. I don't really know what's going on, but I'll stream when I can tomorrow, but it's probably not going to be for too long. So, it's because we're doing a thing. I don't know what time it is, but I don't know what time it'll be or whatever, but yeah, so if I do stream tomorrow, you guys know it'll be in short bursts, and it'll be up on the channel, so you guys can always check it out. But yeah, but yeah. Alright, sorry guys, that means I only streamed one day this week. But I hope you guys are fine. I mean, maybe I'll do another stream later this week. Whatever, but yeah, I should be back to normal streaming next week, so but yeah, anyways, probably no stream tomorrow. Or if there is a stream, it's going to be at like an irregular time or whatever. So I'm just going to assume that my thing tomorrow is going to take up all day. So apologies in advance, guys. But yeah, with that said, I am going to get off stream right now. Hope you all enjoyed. I know I spent the majority of the stream just talking about stuff, but you guys know how it is by now. Almost 9-hour stream. Very long stream, so. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed. I gotta. What am I doing tonight? If I do have free time tomorrow, I'm probably gonna have to do a college assignment that I didn't do. Ugh, great. Whatever, I'm just gonna BS it. But anyway, guys. With that said, that's gonna do it for me. This stream. Hope you all enjoyed. And as always, guys, this has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all next Friday. On Friday, yeah. I'll see you all on Friday, so a week from now. Since I won't be able to stream tomorrow. Probably not be able to stream tomorrow, so. But yeah. If I do, you guys will see it on the channel after the fact, but if I don't, then so be it. But yeah, hope you all have a good week this week. I hope you all get your sleep, so. Get good sleep. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for me. Take care, everyone. Good night. Sayonara. Bye, everyone. Take care. Ooh, Big Pasta out. Only one stream this week. Feels weird, but whatever. Good night, everyone. Have a good week. Bye-bye.